Well, hello everyone. I don't know if you're no, you don't hear that yet in the background because it's on a different screen. Oh, let me go over to that screen here 1 second. And yes, hello, Evan, sorry. Yeah, most certainly will. Thank you. So let's go on over and let's see if this is working now. Huh. I don't know why Did you all hear? Huh. It's the sound's not coming through. Huh. The sound is not coming through. I've got to try to figure that out. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, good. Yeah, because I mean, how many times have they stolen like your lunch or your bread, even though you hide it really good?
A few times now. I don't know that they took my coffee cup. There's a lot of coffee cups, and we have two big walls where members hang their coffee cups, right? And then we have a little wall where there are really
Okay,
small
you hear now,
hornbill
but you
communal
don't
cups
see.
for like visitors and people who are just here like working for like the week or whatever. And I think somebody use that. And the reason why I think it came back is because they had signed up to use the day office for a
Well,
week.
you guys can
And I
see it
think it was in the
now.
day office.
I mean, hear it
And then
now.
it got pulled out of the day office and was cleaned and hung back up.
And we'll try to
Oh,
get it
good.
up on the screen.
Glad you got it back.
And two. This was a gift from my board here in Indiana, I
So
think
let's
two
try this
Christmases ago.
again.
Yeah, that's so weird that people would do that, but I guess it's not. I don't know.
You guys should be hearing it
I guess
now
it's really not. People are just awful.
because I'm seeing it on my screen.
Maybe they thought the membership included the access to mugs.
So you guys should
Well, there's a
be
big sign that says
hearing it
private
now and
mugs
seeing it.
use communal mugs. And there's literally a photo of what those mugs look like.
So let me
Communism
know.
fails every time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when I first got here and I had to use the communal mugs because I hadn't brought in a coffee mug yet, I was like, these are awful. They hold like a fourth of a cup of coffee. They're really unbalanced. They're really horrible cups, but they look cute on the wall, which is why they were picked. I'm sure of it.
That's a good reason, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was trying to find a widget
If it
to get
happens again, you just gotta
comments
put
up,
a trail cam out there.
but it's
I
just
think
not working.
there is one. I think there is a camera in the kitchen.
While we're waiting, I'm going to try that again.
It's not mine, but I think there is one.
Huh.
Where are widgets? Oh, you add widgets down here. New widget.
Everybody have a good 4th of July.
Streamlabs.
Had a good time. Got to blow up some fireworks, and the kids loved it, and it was a blast. So
Nice.
get to play some good music. Drink some Yinglings and celebrate the right way.
We're going to see if we can get this
How
widget
about you?
going.
It's not my favorite
No.
day of the year because My animals
not
do
working.
not like the fact that my neighborhood completely turns into a war zone. They do not like that at all.
Mimi, I feel that I was like, oh, if we go hiking in the mountains, the dogs won't have to worry about
Do
4th
not
of
know
July
why the widget's
shenanigans.
not working.
So we get out there and we were like way too close to a community because we heard firecrackers going off. And then, of course, thunder starts happening because it's July. So that kind of backfired a little bit, literally.
I
Well,
have a
sad.
little
We're
bit
mostly
of
here for the
PTSD,
LNC meeting, so I'm
and
not going to
so,
worry too much about chat widgets.
some
I'll just put up
fireworks really bother me.
comments.
And they bother my little dog. But so I was here in the office from yesterday
Just gonna
morning
let
until
this
yesterday evening
go.
working, and Barry called me at 6 o'clock. I told him I wasn't going to be home until like 9 or 10, and he called me when he was on his way home and said, "Hey, are you sure you
Really
don't want me to
strange
pick
though, I
you
can't
up?"
get
And I
that
said, "You know
widget
what?
to work. While we are
It's
waiting,
Colonist Rebellion
I've
Day.
got some new
I
sound
am
effects, so at least
going to go
one
home."
that I know you
So
guys
he
will
picked me
like.
up, and
So let
and then it
me
was a
see if
comedy of errors.
Grok
He
can
had a flat
troubleshoot
tire.
for me why the chat widget's not
The
working.
road to the restaurant that I wanted to have dinner at was closed. We went by the vape shop, which
Ecamm,
posted on Facebook that they were open yesterday.
Streamlabs,
They were closed. And then so we went to McDonald's by
chat.
the house.
Oh, I think
and
I
they
have to
were out of
launch it
everything that
on
I wanted. I was like, "Can
Streamlabs.
we just go home? I'm done. I just want to go home."
And if so,
So
I can log onto that on my
what is the
laptop
freedom
and get
all
it
for if
launched.
I can't get a chocolate shake and some blueberry pies from McDonald's? What does it all mean?
Got to go to Wendy's to find out.
Exactly.
I'm not going back to that Wendy's for a while.
I did submit that complaint.
I saw. Yeah.
I have to ask, what were you thinking going to a McDonald's expecting a shake machine to work?
Ever since they won that lawsuit, the right to repair, I really feel like now they're just messing with us because
So
they
let
can
me
fix
see if I
them.
can get
They're
onto
just choosing
Streamlabs.
not to. Mr. Secretary, are you about ready to record and
That's
stream?
one good thing that
And call the
StreamYard
roll?
has.
Just about.
Okay.
But they're getting ready to
I have
start.
little kittens that I'm fostering that I really need to
The
find homes
chat
for.
box
They're my feral kittens.
launch.
It was so sad when the fireworks started. It went to try to find someplace to hide and it couldn't. And it just stopped and started peeing on the floor. It was
Poor
petrified.
kitty.
It was just petrified. It was like so sad and so then we like closed all the doors or all the windows and like tried to put other noise on so that it wouldn't hear it happening. And it was just freaked out, but it finally found its way underneath the bed, and so it seemed happier there. But it was just so sad.
No, it's not launching in a browser window either, so that's an issue with Streamlabs. I will try Stream Elements next. But I'm going to have to disable permissions from Streamlabs. Well, that really sucks. Oh, Lord have mercy. Well, I've got ready. There is a certain main character syndrome that just compels him to think that everyone wants to
Mr.
hear
Chair?
that or
Yes,
see
sir.
that. This
There
is
is
a
someone in the waiting
business
room
meeting.
who has the name Evan McMahon. Is that you?
No, that's going to be Oliver Hall. I forwarded him my link.
Okay,
If you
thank
can
you.
let him in and then change his name to Oliver Hall, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Really need
Yeah.
to then get rid
It
of
does
those
not look like me.
permissions.
I'm not nearly that healthy. Thank you.
We will do that at another time, but that is really annoying that the Streamlabs widget will not work. Main character syndrome.
People mute if they're not speaking.
Exactly. Thank you,
Yeah,
Susan.
we let Austin play his ukulele and the hold music.
Who's the
Speaking
we?
of,
Obviously, one LNC member
I
didn't
learned
want it.
something the other day, a movie trivia fact that I did not know. The kid in Deliverance playing the banjo isn't actually playing the banjo.
No.
It is another person's arms up in
Paddle
front playing the
faster.
banjo for
I
him.
hear
I
banjos.
was so disappointed when I learned that the other day.
No way, that can't be true.
It's true. I saw the side footage, the B-side, and it's definitely a person behind him. They cut holes in the sleeves so that he can put his arms through and play the banjo for him.
Oh, that is so disappointing. That's like the only redeeming part of that entire movie.
I don't know. It's got some. You got a pretty mouth.
You got a pretty mouth. Oh, that was great. Okay, let's get this party started. They're going into executive session right away.
Sonia, are you running now, or is that a throwback to a previous campaign?
No, it's a throwback. I'm not trying to do that to myself again.
I am collecting yard signs from current candidates for this cycle. I'm working on getting my studio finished in my other office. And I'd like to be able to put up yard signs for current candidates in the background. If you know any candidates that would like to have that featured, I can send you my address so they can send a yard sign.
Yeah, send that to me, Evan. We'll get you one from me.
Sure, perfect.
As soon as
Good to see you,
I
Mr.
get mine
Todd.
ordered.
I have one to send you too.
Are you running for something, Mr. Martin?
I'm in a two-way race against the incumbent Democrat for State House District 3.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I'll be advancing, and
Yeah.
he's apparently really nervous about me, I guess.
Well, here, let me give my address now. You guys can write it down. 735 Shelby Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46203. It's weird seeing myself on somebody else's.
So I
image there.
disabled my Streamlabs permissions.
Hold on a second, I'll fix it.
I'm going
How
to
about now?
disable it
Is that better?
also
Yeah.
from.
Looks good.
I don't know why it changed away from my camera. Good to see you, Evan.
We were
On
watching
Twitter.
whatever game you were playing there for a minute.
Oh, don't look at that. That's just deviousness. That's Second Life.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't heard Second Life in a long time.
I thought that
Yeah,
got
me too.
disabled.
Still a thing. I think
Oh,
I
it's still
think I
there.
tried that for like a day, but yeah, I'm like, I guess I don't really see the point. It's not really a game. It's just like it's a little like a social network, but you have a 3D avatar.
You can have a job in Second Life. You can open a business. It's a Second Life. It's like The Sims, only more.
Yeah, but they're getting rid of it.
Right, but then they wanted real money for everything, so I think that's why I lost interest.
I have a question real quick. Starchild is saying that he registered. He's not able to get in. He's feeling
And I
like
gotta
he's
revoke the
being
access from
disenfranchised,
Twitch.
and he wants a link that he can use right now to get into the new.
Yeah,
There's
too
such a
bad, so
thing.
sad.
Let me look here.
I think some people got links that didn't work, so.
I love Star Child, but the notice has been posted for how long now?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I have a hard time believing that. And
He's technologically challenged. I'm sorry, I will say that even if we're being recorded right now. But
I'm
just saying,
sending you a link.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I sent. Wait. Oh, there you go. Think. Okay, I found it.
Not everything is being disenfranchised.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying that, Star Child.
Dasbach, that's the next coffee mug, disenfranchised.
I had to stop playing my ukulele for a moment because I was disenfranchised from my coffee.
I can't figure out where to revoke app access on Twitch.
And I would argue that's very real disenfranchisement, okay? Because if I don't have my coffee, things go really bad. It makes me feel like really terrible. Okay, I'm sorry. You guys can make
How
fun
to
of me.
revoke
I feel that. I used to just have a cup of mushroom coffee in the morning.
access
and
on Twitch.
It really kicked me from my
Okay,
like
it's
pot and a
6:06.
half of
Well,
coffee a day
5:06,
habit.
guys.
And I was
Come
just
on.
having one
Come
cup of
on.
mushroom coffee in the morning. And then I decided I was going to start making my
It's
own.
6 minutes late.
That's great. And it was actually really good. It tasted well or tasted good. And it
I'm
was
going
very
to say what I
effective.
said on
And then
on
I
Twitter
ran out of
that really got
ingredients
pounded into
and
me
haven't
at a
reordered. So I'm
parliamentarian's
back
meeting.
to
Parliamentarian
3 or
meeting
4 cups of coffee a
is
day.
when you're in a meeting, you have to take every
Welcome back, sir.
unnecessary bit of time
It
or
does feel
time that
nice.
you're
Like,
wasting
I
of
do
other
like the
people
taste
and
of
put
coffee
it
is
like
actually
into
really
human
good.
life hour. So you've
Or
got,
you
I don't know
like
how many
Dave's
people in
roll.
this room. Say there's 20 and you've just
What
wasted
was
6
that?
minutes. You've
I
just
was gonna ask
wasted
if you're
2
like Dave
hours of
Grohl.
human
He's
life.
the I don't know if I'm saying his name right. He was the
You need to
Nirvana.
respect
He
time.
used to just fresh pots, just drink pots of coffee every day.
Yeah, I mean, it was not
Profile
uncommon for me to
picture,
have,
settings, and then
1 or 2 pots
connections.
of
Let's try
coffee
that.
all by myself and then go to sleep.
Whoops.
Easy peasy.
That's crazy. Yeah,
I
that'll
used to be able to
burn
do
out your
that.
adrenals real quick.
I could sleep like right after having several cups of coffee. I don't drink as much of it as I used to either, but yeah.
Speaking of sleep, can we start the meeting?
Waiting on the
Exactly.
secretary.
All right.
I was just gonna say we could contact the FDA and tell them that they really need to update their information on coffee.
All right,
Is
about to go live.
McGee
Okay.
not here? Oh, there he's there. Okay. Okay, well, Streamlabs turned out to be a dud. We're going to try Stream Elements for the future. And we'll try that free chat box next time.
All right, I'm about to hit record. We are live.
Recording in progress.
And look what I have.
Hello, everyone.
I'm expecting this to be a long
Sunday,
meeting.
July 5th, 2026. This is the Libertarian National Committee. I'm Chairman Evan McMahon, and I'm calling this meeting
We do
to
have the
order
Holy
at
Book.
7:09 p.m. Eastern.
We do
Mr.
have Lucy.
Secretary, if you can please call the roll.
Mr. Koffel.
Present.
Come on. Come on.
Mr. Hirsch. Mr. Hirsch.
Look at this face.
I am here.
Right.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Mr. Danke.
Alive and well.
Miss Leatherman.
Here.
Mr. Flores.
I am here.
Mr. Phillips.
I'm here.
Vice
She
Chair
likes her
Griffiths.
back rub.
I am here on my phone right now. I'm going to keep trying to join with my computer.
Understood. Mr. Hanoush.
Present.
Mr. Requero.
Present.
Miss Hayes.
Here.
Miss Wigington.
Present.
Miss Hogarth.
She's here. We saw her earlier.
Miss Hogarth.
She dropped out
Okay,
of
you
the
can
meeting.
get back to your bed.
Okay.
She was
You're a
here.
good girl.
Mr.
You're a
Boss.
good girl.
Present.
Tell me that's not the cutest dog.
Treasurer Neville.
Present.
Miss Hogarth.
Here, sorry.
Mr. Longstrap.
Ahoy.
Ahoy hoy. Mr. Martin.
Did he misspell at large again just to drive me crazy, or did he not?
Miss Fintish.
Here.
I am present. Mr. Nikela.
Present.
Miss Nguyen.
I have a feeling this is going to be a long meeting.
Miss Nguyen.
Ellie.
Now, thanks. Here, I'm here.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Miss Robson.
I'm here.
I
Miss
usually
Engelhardt.
try to pull up the LP Ally stream too
Present.
and address any comments that are
Mr.
made
Shaw.
there.
Present.
Don't know if I'm going to do that this time, but let's see if I can get my
Mr.
phone
Ford.
stand here
Where's
and
here?
watch that stream
Mr. Thompson.
at the same time
I'm here.
because there could be a good comment made.
Jared
Not watch it, just watch the
I'm here.
comments
Can
because
you
obviously I
change Mr.
can't
Thompson
listen to.
from his phone number to his name?
Yes, give me a moment.
No, that was the LP.
Thank you. I'm in the Gulf of Alaska, so I couldn't video call.
Okay. Next on the, can you report the number?
Yes,
voting?
Mr. Chair, we have 18 members present. We have perfect attendance.
Thank you.
An HVAC soldier is just such a traitor. Look what he
Madam
did.
Vice
He
Chair,
ran on
can you
over
keep
there.
time?
Miller for
I can,
LNC
yes.
Senate.
Okay,
I mean,
thank you.
NC
Moving
Senate.
on to opportunity for public comment. This is from non-members of the board. Please raise your hands. Mr. Ford, you're a member of the board. Starting with Mr. Bowen. On deck, I have Mr. Bowen, then Miss Patrick, Miss McElroy, and then Mr.
Oh my
Tone,
God.
and then Mr.
Oh, that
Todd.
was bad.
Mr. Chair,
I
briefly,
literally
as a 10
spit
minutes, I
on
can't see the
screen
agenda right now.
when he's
It
like,
is 10
Pat,
minutes,
you're a
but it's
member
2
of the
minutes.
Two per
board.
speaker. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowen.
I was
Thank you,
genuinely
Mr. Chair. Can
amused.
everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Rich Bowen,
We
and
know
I
you.
happen to be the
Hi,
sole
Rich.
remaining member of the Audit Subcommittee from last term. I noted that you will be nominating Audit Committee members tonight and just wanted to inform the board that I am not seeking to be reappointed to the Audit Subcommittee for this upcoming term. It's been an honor to serve. I've been on the subcommittee for the last few terms, but I think it's always a good idea to put some fresh eyes on the independent audit every few years. However, I want to make sure that whoever is on the subcommittee for the next term knows that I am available to help with the transition or answer any questions that arise or anything else that might come up. I am available to do that. I know many of you on this board already have my contact information, so feel free to forward it to the new subcommittee at the appropriate time if there are any questions or issues. And with that, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Miss Addison Patrick from Florida.
I don't know how to raise my hand.
Hello. Good evening,
Trying
everyone.
to figure out how to raise
As he
my
mentioned,
hand.
my name is Addison Patrick. I am the Libertarian candidate for Jacksonville City Council at-large Group 1. I am pleased to report that I recently won a lawsuit brought by the Republican Party seeking to remove me from the ballot. I want to thank Evan for all of his encouragement and support, not only in my case, but also for other Libertarian candidates facing Republican efforts to limit voter choice and remove us from elections. Because of this victory, I will appear on the upcoming ballot.
So yes,
The
I
case
have
has
raised my
generated
hand.
substantial earned media and created a real opportunity to introduce libertarian ideas to
Hey,
Jacksonville voters.
Grindhouse. Yep, I
I
agree
now
with
need
you.
help turning that attention into voter outreach and campaign support. I would ask the LNC to support a broader challenge to Florida's 365-day party registration rule. The law threatens criminal and financial penalties when our party recruits otherwise qualified candidates who did not register Libertarian more than 18 months before Election Day, even when the Libertarian Party recognizes them as their member and candidate. If the LNC cannot assist in that area, I hope others listening can consider helping us challenge this law and defend the Libertarian Party's right to
That
recruit
is an
candidates in the
awful
third
long
largest state in the
period, but
country.
I will
Thank you.
submit to you that's an
Thank you, Ms.
anti-takeover
Patrick.
provision
Ms.
too.
McElroy. You're muted.
Hi, I'm Kat McElroy.
There you go.
Your hair's
I
longer.
just wanted to speak on my own behalf. I am seeking appointment to the LNC Audit Subcommittee. I just wanted to give a little background. I know that there was, I had some difficulty attaching my resume when I applied, but it was forwarded by Ms. Robson on June 7th, and I received an email on June 15th saying that I didn't need to reply again, so hopefully everything got through okay.
I like Kat. What I
I'm a
don't
second
like is
generation
she's
libertarian.
still
I've been active
solidly
in the
in the
party
Mises
since
cult.
2020.
But I've always
At which
liked
time,
Kat.
starting 2021, helped
I
reboot
wish
my
she'd
county
get out of the
party. I've
cult.
been a chair and vice chair in the county
With
since then in Fresno County, California.
just the personal
I have
abuse,
experience
not
as the
saying
sole
physical or
bookkeeper and
anything
office
like that,
manager
just
for an
insults and stuff
architecture
that she
firm in the
suffered
past, where
from
I used
Adrian Malagon
QuickBooks,
and the
did all the
way
profit
that
and
was
loss and
tolerated by the
income
caucus. You would
expense
think she would know
reports,
better.
accounts payable, payroll, taxes, corporate filing
But I
records.
like
Basically,
Kat.
I did it all for that firm. I've been on the budget committee in California for Libertarian Party of California for 3 terms, working alongside Ms. Robson and others, putting together a net zero budget every time. I've been a campaign manager, so working actually twice,
Her
and
longer hair
working with the
looks very
treasurer
nice
on
on
those
her.
campaigns and also for my county party. My other background is that I have a PhD in biochemistry and I work as a scientist, so I'm very good with numbers. And as part of my professional experience day to day, I sign NDAs with my clients for my profession. I'm accustomed to conforming to confidentiality requirements. And just like I did with the budget committee and with all my other activities, I would take this very seriously. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McElroy. Mr. Tone.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I would just like to, I'll be very brief. I would just like to take the committee's time tonight to remind them of a unfortunate situation that occurred last term with the membership data breach that occurred. I'm hoping that we will get an update as to measures that are going to be taking place to deal with that. I understand that
This
some
is
people may
just
think that the information
Mises
that
is trying
we got
to
is
go
incorrect,
after
but
Kyle.
sitting on it and doing nothing isn't exactly an option. So I'm hoping that something gets done about that in the near future, no matter how inconvenient it may be for some members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tone. Mr. Todd, wonderful candidate from Kentucky.
I know,
Yeah.
but Mises is
Thank you,
trying to
Mr.
bring down
Chair. My
LP
name is Jeremy
Alliance,
Todd. I am
so
the
they're going on this witch
candidate
hunt.
for Congressional House in Kentucky 4, which is the seat, unfortunately, recently lost by Thomas Massey. I wanted to give an update on our campaign. Over the 4th of July, we passed out.
The video he
we
put out was
participated in
really
2
good.
parades. We were well received.
It's
A ton of
TSA,
energy. We
the
got out
system is down
500
pod.
branded
Very talented
pit
video
viper
maker.
style
I think
sunglasses because we
everyone
know the boomers
acknowledges
don't
that.
love us here, but the young folks do. We also were able to get approved by the health department to throw out 200 hot dogs that were filled with stickers, and it was a great event. The energy here is high tonight. It is
I'm
my understanding
typing in
that
the
there will be an
LP Alliance
opportunity
chat. We are so
to
incestuous here.
consider entering into a joint fundraising opportunity between the campaign, the LNC, and the Libertarian Party of Kentucky. I fully support this. I am a proud member and have been for a long time of the Libertarian National Party.
He's definitely
The LNC
not Jeremy,
has
but
been incredible,
Bryce is
and I'm so
definitely
grateful for
insufferable. And
your
he's also a fat
support, both on
man
social
and a
media and from
little
the chair
coat.
and others in person. And just want to say that I support this measure. I hope to make you proud. My
It's weird on the
whole
videos. I have
reason
very
for
green
running in this
eyes, but
campaign
on
is
my
two-part.
videos, it must be the
One
lighting here.
is
My
to
eyes
punish
look
the
black.
people who did this to Thomas Massey. And number two is to raise and continue the
Jeremy's
liberty
a good
movement here
candidate.
in
He's running a
Kentucky,
good
where it is
campaign.
very, very alive. I have elected Republican lawmakers here in the state approaching me and saying they are on our side. We are building bridges and continuing the liberty movement here. And so my time tonight, I just want to say thank you all so much, but we can't wait for the opportunity. We have to be prepared in advance.
And I'm going to be putting up
And
comments
so
here.
this joint fundraising opportunity allows us to take advantage of the opportunities that come up in this campaign. And thank you so much for your time tonight. And I
Yeah,
hope
Kyle
to
was clearly
enter into this
not the
venture.
lake.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Mr. Roos from Florida.
Oh boy, speaking of insufferable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I repeat and echo all the sentiments that have been shared tonight. I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Daspat for a great detailed report. I'm glad to see that we're going to have access to the great speeches from the National Convention, especially from our candidates, like the one you just heard. I wanted to share quick updates. I don't know if anybody paid attention to a recent Supreme Court decision that basically said that the party is now allowed to make unlimited coordinated expenditures for our candidates. So that's a great deal and a great
their candidates,
enlargement
not
of the authority of our
RFK
party.
Jr.
A couple suggestions from here. The LNC secretary is attempting to publish the updated policy manual. I just suggest that the LNC review the version that is being considered and version control notes and actually ratify the version that is being published.
That's not how it
that will
works,
resolve
Hector.
concerns whether the policy manual is accurate or not.
That's not
lastly,
how it
I wanted
works,
to support our
Hector.
volunteers and the rules that they have to follow to ensure that party members are protected should volunteers go rogue. For instance, it's a great thing that the party has now instituted buffer to allow social media posting without giving away access. However, it concerns me that when volunteers do go rogue and there are no consequences, at that
You
point,
mean like
what are the point of the
things
rules?
you've done in Florida,
So I understand
Hector?
that some members have been involved or volunteers who have been involved in certain issues regarding information security are still being allowed to serve on LNC committees. I think that's not fair to members who expect the board to ensure that the management of our assets are being done and improved in better ways. In any case, thank you so much for your time, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Mr. Sims.
Yes, from Texas. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Aloha for y'all in Hawaii. I just have 2 quick points. The first would be, I know that we are going to have an in-person meeting at some point in the future. I would advocate that the next in-person LNC meeting be in October to coincide with Mr. Todd's campaign so that we can run a fundraiser and possibly get more attention to Mr. Todd's campaign. Not that it needs more, but it would be, I think, advantageous and beneficial for us to do that if it's at all possible. We could serve it as a fundraiser and promote his campaign. The second thing I would like to bring up is I would like to advocate that our region alts have full member rights. I know that might be controversial, and I love my region rep, Ms. Hayes. She's amazing. I also love our alt, Michelle. She's from our state, but I would just like to advocate that they have full member rights. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Sims.
Mr.
Ms.
Chair,
Harlow.
we are at time, but I know Ms. Harlow still has her hand up. So
Yep, I'm going to recognize Ms. Harlow's.
I'll
Who's
keep
the
this.
last speaker?
Thank you. I'll keep this really brief. I'm sure the chair has really good reasons for this. So I'm just saying that I'm a bit hesitant about the motion to eliminate the FSC, but I haven't heard the chair's arguments for it. But I ask you guys to really carefully consider that, considering the circumstances under which that committee was created. But again, I haven't heard arguments for or against. I just urge caution. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, next item on the agenda, adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, public comment, please.
Nope, Mr. Starchild.
Not
Is it
Mr. Starchild, just Starchild.
Or Starchild, sorry.
Move
just
move to
Starchild.
adopt the agenda.
Thank you,
No,
Mr. Wiki. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. I would seek a motion to amend one thing if somebody would be so inclined. The staff reports was actually zeroed out. That should have been 5 minutes.
And it's funny that
there somebody
Hector
wanna
is
move to do that?
mentioning
Chair,
that
Mr.
Supreme
Chair, I'd
Court
be willing to
decision.
move
That
that.
Supreme
If I could also move
Court
that
decision
the motion for
is not
substitution
good
on the meeting also
for
get added.
the issue
It's in
of
there
do
as a
both of those.
substitution motion. It doesn't get added
of
to the
the
agenda. It's
joint
listed on
fundraising
the
agreement,
agenda,
because
on the
all of the
appendix.
commentary
The
in that
entire
Supreme Court
resolution in
decision,
motion
and
is
we're
listed
probably going to go
immediately under
over it,
Mr. Dankey's
has to
motion.
do with
Okay,
funding
thank you. Well, then I suppose that's
coordinated
good.
expenditures
Since
with
Starchild
the
has been in the
party's
queue, is it possible
candidate.
to give
RFK
Starchild 1
Jr.
minute to
was
speak?
not our
We've moved
candidate.
on. No.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I will move
Mr.
your.
Martin, you moved to increase the staff reports to 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Is there any objection to that amendment? Okay, hearing no objection to that amendment passes. Is there, Mr. Martin, did you have another amendment? Or is that it?
I feel like I did, but I just forgot it, so it must have not been that important.
Gotcha.
Something, maybe it was, I don't know.
Is there any other
But I'm going to make a note. I want to do
to
a
the
show
agenda?
about that campaign finance
hearing none,
decision
is there any
soon,
objection
since
to the
Hector
agenda
Roos
as amended?
is kangarooing around it.
Hearing no
Making a
objection,
note
the
about
agenda
that.
is adopted. Moving on to the next item of business, financial report from Mr. Treasurer Neville. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me know if my audio gets spotty. I'll turn my video off, but hopefully you can hear me all right. So
Y'all need to check out the Liberty Centuries
thanking
report
Hannah Kennedy,
on
Canyon Gargan, Patrick Mitchell,
Hector Roos.
Joseph Kunso, and his
Y'all
team
really
at
need to
Oklahoma
check
County.
that out. And my video,
The news this month is Joseph has
might put
been
it
on
up
our
here.
account for
I can
multiple
only
years
put
now,
up,
but
I
he's
think,
passing
one
the torch
playlist,
to a new
but
controller
or one
named
video,
Melissa
but
Cardoso.
want to put up
Joseph's
Hector,
not
the
leaving
Libertarian
all in one,
Party's
but we'd
flim
like to thank
flam
him for his
man.
years of service here,
This
and
is
we
at
look forward to working with
3816.
Melissa.
If I don't want to put up any other
I'm looking
videos,
ahead
I
to the
might put
July
that
and
up
August
there.
calendar, and July 31st falls on a Friday. I expect that we'll have the August special meeting on
If I don't
Sunday,
put it up
August 2nd,
there,
which means
I'll put
there's
it in
no business
notes,
days in between that
in
meeting
show
and the end of
notes.
the
Maybe
month.
I'll put it in both.
Hannah has raised concern that asking All-in-One to generate a preliminary report and then an amended report later, when QuickBooks has completed its bookkeeping, which is on average the second business day, and all checks have been received and accounted for, it doubles their work and therefore their fee to us. So Hannah's come up with a great idea to generate financial statements from QuickBooks ourselves on day one, so that I have something to deliver
hair's all
here
weird.
to most of the meetings. I guess the July meeting, the August 2nd meeting
It's
would be an
growing
exception to
out,
that, because there's literally no
and
business
haircuts
days
are
in
so
between the
expensive.
end of the month and the meeting. But and then that way All-in-One is only doing the work one time, which is between the 11th and the 15th. So we're still working through Hannah's idea. We're going to strive for continuous improvement as we go. But onto the financials, convention numbers aren't final yet, as we expect final activity to hit in July.
Thank you, Chuck.
But as of now, the tally on it was a loss of 11,400. Last month, when I
Need to make that smaller.
told you that that May was profitable if you removed the loss sustained by the convention, that's still true. May's final number without the convention was a profit of $4,000.
I'd like to put that in show notes probably
June's
as well.
preliminary result is a loss of $34,000.
So the Liberty Centuries article.
And the breakdown is $62,000 of income against $96,000 of expenses. So to put that in perspective, our income for June ranked 4th this year so far, behind
For those of you who don't know,
April,
Hector was
February,
in
and May
contempt
in that order.
of the Florida
Our June expenses
legislature.
are
If
the
I remember
fourth
correctly,
best
it might have been
behind
of a
February,
subcommittee.
January, and May in that order. Year to date, we're at a loss of $87,000, and we have burned $64,000 of cash. If we stop collecting donations on July 1st and never collected another penny, and we kept up our same level of spending, we'd reach $0 of unrestricted cash in 196 days. So that's actually up from 175 last month. And that's, so May numbers do tend to get skewed because of the convention, but that's a good step. So I said, I'll close every time with email me at treasurer@lp.org or doug.neville@lp.org with questions and comments. So please reach out to me if you have any questions that are specific to the financials. And you can expect reports to come out in probably this week.
Mr. Treasurer, since the policy of within the first 5 days is set by me, because I believe in the policy manual, it's by the end of the next month.
I want to wait for a pause. I'm going to make a note of something I want to say.
July. However, I want us to have fresh financial information
and the
at the beginning
LNC
of the month.
can't make alternates full members. This is a bylaws thing. Why don't people understand that? It's so crazy to me.
Expect that we have those reports on the first or second of the month when our meetings coincide with that. So don't sweat it. I did review the policy that you and the proposal that you and Hannah had talked about. I think that's adequate. I don't think we need to do a double bill with our accounting firm to try to get 2 reports done in a very quick amount of time. So I support that.
Yeah, and lastly on the next meeting,
I do have a
I'll
pink
still be able to
pen.
give a report on our cash
And I am
activity because
writing
I reconcile
notes.
that frequently throughout the month. It's just that the accounting numbers that are all done on the accrual basis, that takes a little bit more time, and so that's where all-in-one accounting and Patrick Mitchell and Canyon and Hannah all come into play. But they're all doing a great job, and so I really appreciate everything that they do.
Any questions for the treasurer? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. We will move on to staff reports. Mr. Dosbach.
Okay, I distributed the director's report to LNC Public, so hopefully you all have received it. And would just like to, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, so I put in a request for all the materials associated with a purported data breach that occurred during the last.
Look,
that's
still
not
going after.
Relevant to the executive director report.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, so I was told that requests for things that would come from staff have to basically go through this person. So since
Well, actually, that would be a thing that would go through me, and it did go through me, and I reported back to you on it. And staff is working on it, not Mr. Dosbach, because he was not party to it. But that's something that we can discuss, but it's not pertinent to Mr. Dosbach's report.
Alrighty.
Any other questions for Mr. Dosbach? Okay, hearing none, moving on to Convention Oversight Committee report and update. Mr. Ford. Is he still here?
Oh God, we don't need this.
Mr. Ford. He may have dropped off. It looks like he did. Okay, I actually spoke with Mr. Ford earlier today. He is in the final round of discussion on the attrition rate with the hotels. He does expect to have the final report done and those bills for us to pay finalized within the next couple of weeks, definitely before the end of the month. So we should be able to close that out and then reconstitute a new convention committee. And I want to thank him for his continuing effort with Mr. Hall in negotiating with the hotels to undo some of our attrition rate.
I think I know now.
Any questions that I might be able to answer about the Convention Oversight Committee report or what's going on with the convention? Mr. Shaw.
Just one quick question. When will the new Convention Oversight Committee be chosen?
After the final report is given by the current Convention Oversight Committee, then we can move to appoint new convention.
Yeah, let Chuck know and screen.
Oversight Committee
I don't know how
members
much
at that point.
the attrition was.
And I would say pretty quickly thereafter. We might even do it via, depending on when, we have applicants to the Convention Oversight Committee. That was part of this round of the last several rounds of applications. So we could do it fairly quickly. Does that answer your question, Mr. Shaw?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about convention? Okay, hearing none, I would accept a motion to move into executive session to discuss legal matters with Mr.
Oh
Oliver
God, I
Hall.
wish they'd do this at the end.
Moved by Mr. Nikela. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Okay, we will move into executive session. Mr. Secretary, if you want to go ahead and create the breakout room and make Ms. Harlos your better.
Please turn on the chat for the main room. Which should be on all the time anyway.
Pause the recording too.
Recording stopped.
I don't know if you hear my dogs bark. And so, oh, sorry, I didn't.
You're fine.
Okay.
And we can't hear your dog
Curiosity,
barking.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. Now we can.
Okay, because I've said several things and nobody's heard me, so I don't know what happened. Just wanted to check.
You're definitely good now, though.
Yay.
We just all took a vote to ignore you. We do it with a different
I was
person every
beginning to
meeting.
feel that. I was totally beginning to believe that, and I was feeling
I'm going to
really
put
like
this
insecure.
up
It was
I
almost
was getting
unanimous.
really paranoid. and
because I
yeah, it
want
was
to
really
see if I
horrible.
can edit the way these look. I want to put a different background. No, don't like
Can the
that.
chat please be turned on for the main room while people are waiting? Can you all hear me?
We can't hear you, Star Child, so you don't need the chat now.
We'd like to have the chat.
Would you amuse me by describing what your public comment would have been?
I had multiple things I wanted to talk about, and I'm kind of angry that I've been disenfranchised for no good reason except to capture.
Oh my God,
the
that's not being
time,
disenfranchised.
given to public comment, which to me, like, nothing is more important than hearing from the members. I mean, people on the committee have responsibility to be here, but everybody
There we
else
go.
is volunteering.
That
and
makes
taking
your
time out of their
comments
day when
show
they have no
up better.
responsibility to be there, and to just disenfranchise people like that is wrong. We're also
Disenfranchised
promised
means you
a
can't
link
vote,
to be
but
sent to join the meeting when we registered. The silly rule about registering an hour in advance. I registered over a week ago, but never got any email confirmation. So today I was
you
scrambling
get
trying to
an
find out
email
how to get to the
confirmation right
meeting.
away, so you should have
Eventually I did, a little bit
noticed
late,
you didn't.
but it wasn't provided as stated. The system seems to be broken.
Did you check your spam folder? 'Cause sometimes things end up in those.
I didn't, but it shouldn't have gone to that. I normally get the LNC emails.
So, yeah, it could be that some.
It doesn't come from the LNC, it comes from Zoom.
Right.
Well, I normally get Zoom emails as well, so I don't know.
In regards to the Zoom settings, they just started. They just updated this account. So it may have been that they didn't turn on something that would have been automatic. to send out that email, and then they did later.
More important, if you don't get anything, simply resubmit the application and see what shows up.
Well, then it would have been in less than an hour before the meeting, George, and so
You had a week to send it a second time.
it didn't say when the message would be sent. It might have only been sent, you know, right before the meeting or something. It wasn't clear.
I will say, at the risk of speaking out of term, I registered like 3 minutes before the meeting and I got a link right away.
Okay. Like
and
I said,
I know when I registered, I got the link right away at that time. It was obviously several days ago.
well, then what's the point of even making people register and saying it has to be an hour in advance if they're going to let people in at the last minute? That would have been nice to know, and I think they should do that anyway. I don't think there should be all this. We're supposed to be against bureaucracy, right?
I think the purpose of the hour ahead is to provide time in case there's a problem. And that's the reason they're asking for an hour ahead. But it's set up that if you do it less than an hour, it should generate a link. But if something happens, the secretary is really not in a position to be able to deal with it that close to the meeting.
Yeah, well, one time
It's also there to protect the secretary.
One time.
Okay, everyone's they give me the room because I'm the Gestapo here. So I'm going to ask people to raise their hands so we're not talking over each other. But as a secretary for 8 years, I'm going to give the explanation here because Mr. McGee is not here. A lot of you guys don't know what happens on the back end. We would have people who would register with the name of LNC members, and then there's a risk of executive session or other breaches of duty and due care that the LNC secretary has. Or we would have people sign up with homophobic names or racist names or all kinds of things that they would just get an automatic email, and it was causing a problem for the reputation of the party. That has since stopped. So McGee has it sent to automatically send out an email. If you don't get it within 5 minutes, you should be contacting the secretary. But they do it for the hour before in case they start having problems, because he reviews the attendance list, that it can be put on manual review. And if there's obscene names or people trying to impersonate LNC members, that can be handled. It's so easy to look on the outside and go this, this, and this. But I can just tell you, it's a big job for the secretary to manage this. And I don't think the requirements are unreasonable. Quite obviously, I don't. But those are the reasonings behind it. So I think Starchild was next.
Yeah. Governments also come up with lots of reasonable sounding, explanations for their restrictions and rules. Like, oh, well, the mass shootings are harming the reputation of our country and killing people and so forth. So we need more regulations. I don't think that's a good enough rationale. I think requiring people to have their cameras on would make it obvious if somebody is impersonating an LNC member. If somebody wants to register under a racist or homophobic name or whatever, I don't like that, but that's free speech. I don't think the LNC should be trying to police that. It's just what they're choosing to call themselves for purposes of attending the meeting. I don't see any need to censor that. And one time before, I did not get there within. I tried to register less than an hour before a meeting, and I was denied access to that meeting. So maybe they changed it since then. It sounds like others have had better experiences with that, but that did happen, and I'm disappointed that only one member in the committee, Amanda, the vice chair, tried to prevent me from being disenfranchised of being able to speak, even though I had my hand up for public comment. It seems like, again, too many people are treating public comment, the rights of members as an afterthought or something that's optional, or they're just afraid to speak out and say anything against the chair. I don't know, but it's not a good look.
Jonathan?
Yes, I would add that we've had some situations with corn bombing, especially with JC, and that can be quite disruptive.
George, you haven't had a turn. I'd like you to go ahead of me.
Oh, thank you, Madam Boss of the group. In any event, I strongly endorse your position on timing of people having to register. I will point out that if a computer doesn't appear to do something the way you expected, the best thing to do is to go back to the beginning and try a second time, because the most likely issue is that there's something that didn't quite set right or that you made a minor mistake. Finally, I strongly endorse the position of the National Committee and the Judicial Committee that the chats should be turned off.
Okay, just before, in case we move on to another topic, I want to say something just quickly in response to Starchild. It's a private group, and private groups, see, there's a thing that's starting to become really obvious in libertarian circles. I used to hear in the past with the platform, oh my God, how can you be against discrimination laws and things like that? And we've always said, the free market will police bigots. But we have turned that completely on its head and go, anyone can say anything you want, and you can't exercise private, not government, private associational boundaries. No, I don't think people should be able to sign up to an LNC meeting with racist or homophobic names, and that is fully within the right of a political party to say that's not acceptable. And frankly, I would just encourage Starchild to realize that constantly haranguing over everything is kind of like the boy that cried wolf. I would say a principle that we should have in this party as well is not to constantly harangue volunteers. Mr. Brown, Richard, I'm sorry. I went on mute. Richard, I'm sorry. You're on mute, Richard. You're still on mute. Can anyone else hear Richard?
No.
I guess he'll try again. Hector?
Thank you, Mrs. Harlos. I was wanted to jump in on a different topic, but I guess I'll just say one last thing is, it seems pretty obvious that an organization that's trying to appeal to the masses should use the language that reaches the masses as opposed to making exceptions. But on that note, I just would, on the new topic, I just wanted to mention, it was mentioned about alts that are being considered a new policy manual to restrict alts. I don't know what authority the LNC has to restrict free substitution. Regardless, we've seen a lot of problems with alts and how it's been regulated by the chair or the LNC generally, without instead of saying what's the rep actually say or what's the chairs of your region actually say. And the first example I've ever seen of it being abused was actually in a deciding vote. It's always typically in the deciding vote involving an out. Going all the way back to 2021, 22, with a vote to remove you, which I kind of vehemently disagree with at the time. There wasn't no indication that an alt was even going to be present, so the rep left without any further instructions. So I think this issue has been abused far too much by the LNC, and I see more rules subject to it. Just adds more gas to this fire that's been going on for years. But thanks. I yield.
Starchild?
Yeah, Karen Ann, you accused me of haranguing volunteers. Well, guess what? I'm a volunteer and you were haranguing me. And you have probably brought more drama to the LNC than 90% of the people that have ever served in that body. And that's probably an understatement. So I find that a little bit hypocritical coming from you to be saying that. George, I don't know why you think the chat should be off, but I think letting members communicate among themselves, especially right now when they're in a secret meeting, why can't we have the chat on to be able to talk to each other? That makes no sense whatsoever, except to just limit our ability to talk to each other in this forum. And Karen Ann, yes, as far as private organizations, they have, of course, the right to set their own rules and so forth. But the Libertarian Party isn't just a private organization. You know, we're a political party. We're a place where people in the freedom movement come together to work for liberty. And it behooves us to practice what we preach and to set rules for our own organization the way that we want government to behave, to let our actions and our operations mirror our beliefs so that voters can see that we have credibility and you know, deserve to be entrusted with power. And it doesn't really hurt anything to allow people to identify themselves as they want or to express racist views. I mean, we were on now, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think you actually your position on the language about repugnant, you know, bigotry being irrational, repugnant, wasn't that to support removing that from the platform?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're at least consistent then. But you know, I think that when it comes to just letting people name themselves, I mean, it's one thing, you know, putting stuff out in the name of the party, such as New Hampshire LP did. I'm very much against that. I supported the disaffiliation, but individual members having the ability to speak freely, I don't think that hurts us as a party. I think trying to censor it hurts us more as a party than to allow it.
So I'd like to just 2 points. Hector, on the thing with the alts, I did a whole show on that, but one thing to go back to 2021, that alternate vote was perfectly valid. That was within the rules. While I do think that was a regional issue because the primary was not told that the alt would show up, that wasn't an LNC issue. That would have been between the primary and the alt, and whether they were honest with each other or anything like that. The regional left, the alt could drive all night and show up the next day. Somebody might think that was a dirty move, but it certainly wasn't against the rules. That could have been an issue for the region, definitely not an issue for the LNC. And Starchild, you know, you can have your opinion on whatever things cause drama. I do pick my battles, and when I do pick them, I pick them fiercely. I'm just asking you to consider, and you don't have to, no skin off my back, that every single time you come in, and it's always something wrong with the how things are done, and you can't accept that sometimes people have a different point of view, and just go on and on at the same thing. Now, you can do that if you wish. I can tell you that it's a turnoff to a lot of people, but you don't have to care about that, because I don't care about that a lot of times either. That's completely up to you. I want to clarify on the bigotry plank. I did not vote for its removal. I was in the Mises caucus at the time. I counseled them not to push for its removal, that would be an albatross around their neck. And though I don't mind putting albatrosses around their neck at this point, that's come to be true. Now, is that pure libertarianism? Is that plumb line libertarianism? No, it definitely isn't. It probably better belongs as a resolution rather than in the platform. But even though I'm just like why I'm pro-life, but I did not vote to remove the abortion plank because I think it's a bulwark against Republican infiltration. It's Republican repellent. I think that having the bigotry plank, though it might be thick. It might be thick libertarianism, but I think political parties have to be a little thick, and you need to repel bigots. And a private organization in its meetings does not have to give place to that. That's what leads to libertarian dystopia. Chuck.
Thank you. Just two really brief points, kind of unrelated to this discussion, but just way to chime in while there's a bunch of people here. I serve on the Judicial Committee. First of all, we have JC rules coming up for approval. The rules that we put together were passed by committee. They're not perfect. I feel like some of the criticisms of these rules have been things that were even in the past rules. So I hope they're approved, even though they're not perfect. because I think they're better than the ones before. Secondly, we have a case before the JC. A number of you have submitted amicus briefs. The JC really appreciates those amicus briefs, especially to the extent that they bring forth new facts or new arguments, which will help us in our deliberations. And anyone out there who has relevant information that is not already contained in other amicus briefs, please bring that to light and bring it to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, George, and then Richard. Oh, sorry, I keep muting myself. George, then Richard. It looks like Richard's on. Richard, go ahead. I think you're unmuted. Then we'll go to George.
I'm unmuted now. Yeah. A while ago, I've got an alternate pair of earbuds that I was using, and for some reason, when I'm on Zoom calls, I guess it's if I don't use the microphone for a long time, it just shuts down. And when I try to join in and say something on Zoom, it doesn't work. So. But anyway, I'm back. I had to leave and come back. The only point I wanted to make, and it's the moment has passed, but regarding Star Child's concerns about having to register for the meetings early, you know, there's been a time or two lately when I registered just shortly before the meeting and immediately received the link, you know, was accepted. But I fully understand the reasons for having to request admission early, and I'm well aware of the problems that the LNC has had in the past. So that's all, and that's it. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Richard. George, I don't know if you heard me before.
I heard you.
Okay, thank you.
To change the topic to something that Chuck referred to, as most of you know, there is an appeal before the Judicial Committee. I am aware of 5 amicus briefs. They have all appeared on Third Party Watch. I did correct the link I dropped. I apologize to you, Karen Ann. I would point out that there is an immediate link from Mike Seebeck, who was the past secretary, which to my eyes was quite definitive. There is a completely different link from Justin O'Donnell, who was active inside the Mises Etc. group and has much inside information on how that group actually functioned in New Hampshire. I will also remind people that Justin is busy collecting signatures for the Libertarian candidate for governor of New Hampshire. As some of you may know, the only way you get major party status, the only practical way you get major party status in New Hampshire is to run a candidate who can get 4% of the vote. And this is our shot at doing this for the next 2 years. So send him donations. No, I do not have his link. Sorry.
Hector.
Thank you, Mrs. Harless. I had a question for the minds in the room. The rules that the Judicial Committee has adopted, waiting for approval from the LNC. Are they waiting for approval from the LNC, or is this or are they active now and those are what they're operating under? And then the second question I had, we're still regarding JC policy, is this question about quorum and whether what was the discussion in regards to 2 members being elected, meeting as 2 members of the JC to then, I guess, we don't count the quorum requirement of 5 for them, and that's it. Thank you. I yield.
I'd like to answer the rules question. I'm not going to touch upon the quorum issue because that may turn out to be a legal issue, and I'm not getting into that, except to say the delegates at convention, there was an appeal from the ruling of the chair on that issue of whether the 2 could appoint the others, whether anyone agrees with that ruling of the chair or not. The convention is the superior body, and I have better things to do than to get into that until it's another convention. But on the rules, that's a really interesting question. Maybe Richard could opine. I think the old rules are operative until the 90 days elapse. But I could probably argue both ways. The LNC doesn't approve the JC rules. They can disapprove them, and they have a 90-day window to do that. So I'd be really interested as to opinions on that. I could tell you my knee-jerk opinion, which I'm willing to be persuaded, is that the old rules are in effect until that 90-day window passes. It's a really interesting question. I think Star Child was next.
I'll let Jonathan go ahead actually, because he hasn't spoken yet. If he wants to.
Jonathan?
I have spoken, but not on this particular issue.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
I would agree. I would agree that the rules are the new rules are not in effect until after there has been a chance for basically adjudication of them by the LNC for adoption or rejection. If they are rejected, which I believe takes a 2/3 vote, then they would revert to the old rules automatically. But I think that the new rules will not be in effect until after the LNC has adopted, or until after the LNC has had a chance to approve or reject it.
Steve?
And I would just add to that, that I would assume that if the LNC approves the rules, actively approves them, then that would cut short the 90-day thing. In other words, they've already acted upon them. But again,
Yes.
people may have different opinions.
Yes.
Under the same rules, can the JC simply take the notes that they're getting and reissue their rules within the 90 days?
Star Child, are you wanting to talk on this, or may I answer Hector and Steve?
Go ahead. I was going to go back to some of the other points.
Okay. That's another interesting question. The LNC can disapprove them. I don't really think it's in order for the LNC to approve them. I think they have a 90-day window to disapprove them. And I think even if they voted on it tonight, somebody moved to disapprove them, that's not, even if there was a disapproval, that somebody moves to disapprove them and it fails, I still think that motion can be renewed within the 90 days. Again, I don't have the bylaws in front of me, so I'd be curious as to other things. But I think that entire 90-day window needs to elapse. I'm not certain on this, though. So this is all very knee-jerk, and I'd have to sit down and really examine it. But that's a really good question. Also, I don't think it's a one-shot thing. If they vote to disapprove them, I think as long as it's within the 90-day window, the JC can submit a revised set of rules, an entirely different set of rules, whatever it might be. I think everything's in play during that 90-day window, and any new rules are, even after a failed disapproval vote, are not in effect until that 90-day window has elapsed. Jonathan.
Just to kind of follow up, I think there's relatively large amount of agreement here. The Judicial Committee could, within that 90 days time, take the recommendations of the LNC or even the recommendations of individual members and decide to alter the rules and basically submit an updated rule set if they so wish.
Okay, Star
Okay,
Child, oh, I'm sorry, who?
Yeah. So, yeah, going back to some of the stuff we were previously talking about before the Judicial Committee, you know, I get it, Karen Ann, about the thick libertarianism. I mean, I'm probably a thick libertarian myself. As I said, I'm very much opposed to bigotry and homophobia and you know all the various aspects of that kind of prejudice. But my concern is not so much if they're able to narrowly, you know, just say like, okay, well, this person came into the meeting with a really offensive name, you know, and just narrowly deal with that issue, have them rename themselves or something. But one of the problems we know with censorship is it doesn't stop at that. You know, it always ends up leading to more censorship of other people, more controls that have a negative impact on people who are not offending in that way. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. You know, it's being used to justify this whole extra registration process and everything that ends up infringing on the rights of members. And you know, the disregard for somebody being able to speak who had their hand up in public comment. In the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, where I live in San Francisco, California, lets everybody speak on public comment on each individual agenda item that comes up. We should be at least that good as a libertarian party that believes in liberty and wants to empower individuals. And if we can't get the little things right, you know, I mean, it may seem to you and some people like, okay, I'm not picking my battles right or whatever, you know, I'm not focusing on the important stuff. But if we can't get the little obvious stuff right, then what chance do we have of getting the big stuff right? You know, it's very important that we not just sort of sweep this stuff under the rug or act like it's not important to hear from volunteers and people who show up.
Okay, Sir Child, we're back.
Time to be there. So again, I would ask to turn on the chat during the meeting, please.
I thank again the LNC for the privilege of being able to handle the room while you're gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harlows.
Mr. Chair, are we ready to
Okay,
resume
I'm
recording?
on mute for
Yes,
that meeting,
is
so we
everybody
are
back?
back here.
Let me double check.
And Mike, that's an interesting point. I'm not so sure.
Everyone but Mr. Thompson.
That you could be right, Mike. I'm not sure on this.
Can somebody message Keith?
I will.
Thank you. We're not back yet, Mr. Hanush. What do you need?
I was just going to say I'm going to be ceding to my alternate for the next couple items.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hanush.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, am I needed anymore in this meeting?
No, Mr. Hall, thank you.
Okay. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Hall, thank you.
Are you ready?
And I hope everyone understood the point I was making,
I'm
Star
ready,
Child,
but I
is
don't
that
see Mr. Keith as being back.
We'll just
when
move
you
on without
complain
him.
about everything,
He'll
people
come back when
tune
he
you
comes
out.
back.
That's just
Understood.
reality.
Recording in progress.
And it's not saying the things you
Okay,
decide
the
not to
time is
mention
8:08
aren't
p.m. and
important,
we are back
but
on
you
the
need to
main
be
agenda.
tactical if you want people to continue to listen to you.
Next item of business is a resolution on tribal and national sovereignty, long overdue. Mr. Flores, would you like to move your motion? Or resolution, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to
This
it
will
if
take
I
a
could.
2/3 vote.
Or, well,
You move it first.
Sure.
Okay, moved by Mr. Flores. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Griffiths. Mr. Flores, if you'd like to speak to your motion, your resolution.
Sure. Members of the committee, I wanted to take a few minutes to speak to the resolution before us and why I believe it matters. Not just as a political document, but as a statement of who we are as a party. I'll be brief, but I think it's relevant. I have Apache
I'm
heritage.
starting to
That's
think
part
now
of why
maybe
this
Mike
resolution
is right
personal to
on
me.
this, that the
But personal is
rules
why I'm bringing, not why I'm bringing it forward.
are in effect until
I'm
they're
bringing it forward because the
disapproved.
history
This
demands
is
it,
such a good
because the Libertarian Party
question.
has an
I can't
opportunity
say
that
I'm sure on
no
it
other
at
party has
all.
taken. What we're looking at is not a
Never
grievance,
thought
it's a
about
pattern.
it, to be honest with
The
you.
Haudenosaunee Confederacy provided the blueprint for a democratic federation. Benjamin Franklin pointed to it directly, and Congress formally acknowledged its influence in 1988. And yet tribes were never invited to the table where the framework was built. The Cherokee proposed the state of Sequoia through proper channels and were simply ignored. Treaties were signed as nation-to-nation agreements, the supreme law of the land under the U.S. Constitution, and broken almost from the moment the ink dried. This is not ancient history. Alaska Native communities are fighting for subsistence rights right now. The Hawaiian Kingdom never relinquished its sovereignty. Congress said so itself in 1993. The kingdom is trying to assert its independence right now. These are live, unresolved questions the federal government has addressed through imposition rather than respect. And it's still happening just south of where I live right now in Oak Flat.
I want to help them admit people.
Is a sacred Apache site about 40 miles east of Phoenix. And the
Oh,
Treaty of
3/4, not
1852, the same
2/3?
treaty this
Sorry.
resolution
Thank you,
cites,
Chuck.
the United States promised to protect that land in perpetuity. President Eisenhower reaffirmed that protection in 1955.
You're correct.
And then in 2014,
Messed up, sorry.
a last-minute rider slipped into a must-pass defense bill, ordered the land be transferred to a foreign-owned mining company that intends to turn it into a crater 2 miles wide. That transfer was finalized just 3 months ago. The promise made in 1852 is being broken as we speak. So it's not, that's the pattern.
I'm going
It's
to
not
need to
history.
use the
This is now.
bathroom at some point.
What this resolution asks the Libertarian Party to do is simple and radical at the same time, to refuse to repeat that pattern. Not to invite tribal nations to a table where the framework is already set, but to ask them how they want to show up and build around that answer on their own terms. This is not a departure from libertarian principle. This is libertarian principle applied honestly and completely. I ask for your support and yield the remainder of my time for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
There's no yielding. I wish people would stop that. You can't yield your time. You can yield the floor. You're
Aloha,
done
everybody.
talking.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. I
But
really
there's
want
no
to
yielding your
just
time.
thank you for bringing
People
this
do that
really
to
important
sound
issue.
fancy, but
I'd like
it
to speak in
means
support
nothing.
of this resolution. In addition to what Mr. Flores says, there's a systematic pattern in the U.S. government that goes way beyond just in how we treat this or that group, but in systematic disregard for the highest laws of the land, from the provisions of the Constitution to treaties. And we're standing on solid ground when we ask the government to follow its own law in the direction of our principles. And that's why localism and sovereignty matters. The
Routinely
ability of the
broken
community to make up its
treaties.
own mind about its political destiny. And it's why I'm happy to support this measure. And I just hope that people will understand this is not just a mere symbolic resolution that has no effect, but in fact, it's us using our voice as
That's a good point,
libertarians to
Mike.
show the way. And importantly,
Oh, I
it
need
will
to
have
make that.
ramifications,
Why is that not showing
just
the whole
optically,
comment?
but down the line for what we
Let me
can
see if I
do
can fix that.
in these areas that right now we are not effectively reaching or organizing. And I'd like to see more in that regard. So thank you, Mr. Flores, for bringing this, and thank you to those who support it.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Vice Chair Griffiths.
I just briefly would like to rise in support of this resolution, and I would hope that it leads to eventually the chartering of Indigenous affiliates as well. I'd like to see us move toward that.
Hey, Arizona.
Thank you, Ms. Griffiths. I just want to say that, thank you, Mr. Flores, for bringing this
Bylaws
resolution
don't allow
forward. As somebody
chartering,
who also
though,
has First People
about
heritage. I think it's important.
the bylaws would need to be amended. I'm
I
not
think that
saying
this
support or not support. I'm
is
just saying the
a
bylaws don't
small
allow
first
that.
step for bigger things that we should do. But while it is a small first step, it is still monumental.
I
Because
want to
we're
work
also
on
going to be the
getting
first.
this formatted.
And I think that we're going to have responsibility to continue pushing forward. So I hope that this isn't the stopping point, that the foot now is on the
No.
gas and pressed firmly to the floor, should we pass this resolution, which I hope we do. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but tough. You can censure me if you want. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Ricciurio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this particular resolution, even though my my general inclination is just to not be in favor of resolutions, just because they sometimes, they just sometimes do weird things or say weird things or don't have any action. But this is this really means a lot to Alex, and he reached out to me and we had a conversation about it, and so the more and more I've thought about it, it makes sense. And everything you just said too, Mr. Chair, also really, makes sense. So I'm actually happy to support a resolution for once. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vicario. Ms. Robson.
So there had been some discussion in my regents group about this, and saying that possibly we should have more discussion before we do this resolution. After listening to Mr. Flores and others, and reading through it more carefully, I think that this is a good first step because it's going to start the conversation. So I will be voting yes for this. I support this resolution. I think that it's something that is a great thing for the Libertarian Party to do. Thank you.
And bylaws committee should consider the issues of First Nations affiliates,
one more
because
time
right now
before we wrap up.
territories are allowed to
Mr.
be
Flores.
affiliates.
I will say in response to noticing this resolution that I have had a wide variety of responses, and I do appreciate participation from membership and those who have both thought that we should maybe pause a minute and both who thought that this didn't go far enough. And so I appreciate all of the input, and I look forward to working with everybody on taking the next steps and opening these conversations. Thank you.
We used to have a plank, by the way,
Brief point of
regarding Native
privilege, Mr. Chair. I
Americans
just want to make sure that
in
Keith
our
Nicholson got back.
platform.
Sorry. Okay.
He did. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, we can move to a vote.
All right. Mr. Koffel.
Hold on one second. We're not seeing your screen yet. There you go. Okay.
Mr. Koffel.
Enthusiastically, aye.
Yeah, I think this is going to pass unanimously.
I'm sorry you cut off.
He said aye. Enthusiastically.
Ah, thank you. Mr. Danke.
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Flores.
For this vote, I will defer to my alternate, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips.
I don't know if is he there? I would assume he's there if Alex deferred to him.
You're muted, Mr. Phillips.
Vote for yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Aye.
Vote for yes. Hopefully my connection's working.
Yep, we heard you, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Requero.
I vote aye.
I think I'm having
Ms.
I think
Hayes.
I'm having a connection slowdown, so let me hold on to it for a while and see if I can say yes to voting on this.
You did. We heard you.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Nepple.
Aye.
Yeah, I think this is going to be unanimous.
Mr. Longstreth.
Unanimous.
Yes, great job, Mr. Flores.
Mr. Martin.
Aloha, on behalf of Hawaii and Region 1, I vote yes.
Showboating during votes.
I
I
also
know it
vote
feels
yes.
good,
Mr.
but
Michaela.
I vote aye.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Ms. Robson. Ms. Robson.
100% yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you hear me now?
Yes. Mr. Shaw.
It's so weird.
you don't talk during a vote.
On behalf of Region 6, I am proud to vote yes.
Showboating
Mr.
during a
Thompson.
vote. Come on.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 17 in favor, no opposed, no abstentions.
I will vote yes as well to make it fully unanimous.
The vote is unanimous.
The resolution achieved its 2/3 majority.
It
with a
needed
unanimous
3/4.
vote, so the resolution passes.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Next item on the agenda is a resolution on surveillance. Mr. Martin, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, so moved. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Martin, seconded by Ms. Hayes. Would you like to speak to your resolution, Mr. Martin?
If I may, Mr. Chair, thank you, first of all, everybody who helped and expressed an interest and contributed in the workshop for this. I'm really, really thankful for everybody's hard work. And I really wanted to give a shout out to the Arizona Libertarian Party, who has done a really good job leading the charge on this. There's other state parties who've also done a great job. And I just want to thank the people who are leading the charge. It makes it really easy to pick something up like this. I hope this will be a tool that we can use in legislative and county level activism to force on the
I'm not
record
a
who
big
owns
fan
these
of
machines
endless
and the
resolutions.
information that the public needs in order to
Key
mount an
target ones,
effective
yes.
defense. And in order
Our
to do that, we
platform
need to spread kind
adequately
of the
deals
word on what
with
the
what
problems
Austin
are
is
and
bringing
present
up.
this as an
It does
issue that we
not
can unify
adequately
around. That's my
deal
hope
with
with
the
this
last
resolution.
resolution.
It can lead to more action, but the first step is kind of naming the problem. So I hope that you guys will vote yes. And again, thank you everyone for your support.
Any discussion?
Seems to be a very well-behaved LNC this time, which is good.
Mr. Nicola.
Thank you. I read the resolution. I think it's a timely resolution. I know flock cameras are a big hot topic right now. We've actually got a few in the Keys, which you really can't avoid because there's only one road in and one road out. I will remind folks that in Florida and in other states where we're within 100 miles of the border, the federal government can actually pull somebody over if that vehicle is not registered to a U.S. citizen and use that as probable cause to check their papers, amongst other things that flock cameras have been used for. So it's an easy way to get into people's to violate our Fourth Amendment, just like canines and other methods of pulling people over. So I think that the Libertarian Party should absolutely be very vocal on the flock camera issue, and they have been around for some time, but the prevalence in their existence is becoming much more of a hot topic recently. So for those reasons, I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicola. Ms. Hayes.
Yeah, I'll just speak to since I seconded it. So living where I do outside of Wichita, Kansas, I mean, the surveillance state and what WPD has been able to build quietly over the past few years. I mean, we started with just a test program of drones. Now we have entire drone nests that are put up all over downtown. You cannot escape these. They're putting the poles on the cars where they're able to track our cell phone data, not just our locations. I live like outside of the city limits on purpose, and they just put a flock camera out in an unincorporated area for no reason, right? The county did. So yeah, we also just passed that they just bought a robot dog because it's not bad enough in Wichita, right? So this is the forefront. This is even like the gunshot detecting technology. They are targeting, in my opinion, Black and brown neighborhoods, and it's a problem, and it's been a problem. Not only that, but we have more than one officer who has already been proven guilty for using just the flock, just the sorry, not the flock, just the license plate technology to track ex-girlfriends that they didn't want to be dumped by, right? And so it is a problem. It's something that's very real for us every single day, which is why I was happy to second this, and I do hope we pass it. I think this is just the beginning of how bad it could get, and it's important that we take this stand early.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin, I'm going to come back to you because there's other people who want to speak, and I'll let you close out. Mr. Flores, Mr. Longstreth, please keep it brief, guys, so we can let Mr. Martin close out.
Yeah, briefly, I just wanted to rise in support of this resolution. The AZLP.
When you see there's nearly universal support,
we've been
it's always courteous just to get to a vote.
Getting some of these cameras removed in communities around our state, and we highly encourage other state affiliates to take up this cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Longstreth.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I really like this, except for one small piece of it. So I'm going to move to amend in the second "be it further resolved" paragraph that we remove two words. Those two words are "and affiliates."
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
May I speak on behalf, Mr. Chair?
You can. I see where you're going with this. We can't direct affiliates to do anything.
Thank you, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and speak on it.
Yeah, you've kind of previewed my argument.
Actually, was there a second to your amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you've already kind of previewed the argument, Mr. Chair. I like the spirit. I think that we can absolutely push the message. I think that as national, we can send out all sorts of communications, make resources available. But in the spirit of state autonomy, I'd like states to be encouraged to take this up, but I don't want us to direct the states to do anything. I want them to take our lead and hopefully take this up, and they are encouraged to do so. So for that reason, I urge fellow members of the committee to support this amendment and then support the resolution.
I would like to see an amendment to your amendment that says and encourage affiliates.
So moved. Thank you. I appreciate the point. You're right. Directed is way too strong of a word, and maybe it would just be a little easier to say encouraged, and then that way we can transmit this and encourage our affiliates to do that. Thank you, Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Danke, for catching that.
I will support that amendment to the amendment as a second if I can, or if we can do this a little cleaner way.
If not, I'll
Flores
second it.
seconded it. Is there any objection to the amendment of changing Mr. Longstreth's amendment from striking and affiliates to instead being adding encouraging in front of affiliates? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, that becomes the main amendment. So the amendment now would be
It was a substitution.
To change the line to read that the Libertarian National Committee directs its communication staff and encourages affiliates to educate communities about surveillance threats. That's the amendment. Is there any objection to that amendment? Hearing no objection, that becomes the main resolution. If I can be so bold as to speak for a second towards this, I think this is great. I had a gunshot detector put in the house and right next to mine because I live in a fairly marginalized community. And the police came for fireworks, which they said fireworks would not trigger it, and it did. And they used that as pretext to stop people in the neighborhood. APRs, automatic plate readers, are now being joined with cell phone data companies that are looking at, now we see your plate and now we're pinging all of the cell phones near it so that we can lock onto your mobile ID information so we can track you even more places. It is a crime to frustrate automatic plate readers, even though the automatic plate readers are being managed and controlled by a corporate entity and not a government body. The Supreme Court did just rule that a Fourth Amendment search, including our data, still requires a warrant. They're getting around it by partnering with a third party. And it's disgusting. It's abhorrent. It's a violation of our Fourth Amendment. It's monitoring. It's spying. As a side note, there are a few states and a few of us in the party who have set up deflock websites for individual states that list the map. I set up the one for deflock Indiana, deflockin.org. If you would like help setting one up for yourself, both myself and I'll give a shout out to Mr. Rob Yates, can point you in the directions of doing those resources. With that, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all your comments on that 100%. One thing I should have just said in my opening, I learned something while we were crafting this resolution, that when they issue a lookout for this person alert, right, that they have a error rate that seems really low. It's like 0.02%, right? When you look into what this means, it means that like if one person is suspected, then 0.2% of the 100,000 people pool you know, might result in an error rate. So you end up with like a pool of 200 or 300 people that end up with unfair warrants to stop them when they've done nothing wrong, because that's the error rate. So it's not like, oh, they only get the wrong guy 0.02% of the time. It's actually like that 0.02% is like a 200-person pool of wrongly identified targets that could have law enforcement action initiated against them. So this is like it's an absolutely terrible situation as far as what
He
I've
seems
understood about it.
unusually
And I
sane
just want to
today.
thank everybody again for contributing, including the most recent amendment. That was a really good catch. And I feel like the resolution is better because of it. I'll stop talking and thank you guys.
This is a subject that I'm very passionate about. I won't give you more points of information right now, but I think it might end up being my first X live space. Might be a video about the surveillance state. Okay, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we can move to a vote.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
Awesome. Mr. Koffel.
Aye.
Mr. Danke.
Yes.
Mr. Flores.
This will be unanimous as well.
Vice Chair
So
Griffiths.
this is going, well, I hope I'm not hexing it, but this seems like it's going to be a very congenial meeting.
will
That's
vote
very
no.
good. He voted no?
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth.
Why?
Yes.
I wish I had
Treasurer
pearls
Neville.
to clutch. Why?
Mr. Longstreth.
I vote yes.
Mr. Martin.
I am confused.
Aloha, I vote yes. Thank you.
I also vote yes. Mr. Nikalo.
I vote yes.
Make it make sense.
Ms. Swin.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Okay, Chuck, I don't like resolutions in
Yes.
general anymore either. So let
Ms.
me put this
Robson.
up.
Yes.
So I get that.
Mr. Shaw.
And I didn't used to.
Yes.
Alicia was the same way.
Mr. Thompson.
I think the LNC wastes far too much time
Mr.
on
Chair,
resolutions.
the vote is 16 ayes, 1 nay.
And Austin is
I will
really
cast a
bad
vote.
at that.
I'm going to vote yes.
But this one, I would have
All right,
voted
then the
for.
final
But
vote
I'm
is
starting to feel like Omar.
17 ayes and 1 nay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Martin, would you like to cede to Ms. Fintish for the next item?
If she wishes to take it up, yes. Otherwise, I will happily do so for her.
Okay.
Ms. Fintish?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Hold
That's
on.
fine.
So the next item on the agenda is motion to set the place and date of the next in-person LNC meeting. Mr. Danke, would you like to move your motion?
I move that an in-person LNC meeting take place the weekend of December 4th through 6th, 2026 in El Paso, Texas.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, I'll let you speak to your motion.
I believe that we should be having our budget meeting in person. I also believe that we should not specifically tie our in-person meeting to one specific candidate, but be a organization that has many candidates.
Just speak to your motion.
Yes. I think we should meet in December for El Paso.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Danke. Ms. Fintesh, would you like to motion your amendment, substitute motion, motion/resolution?
Yes, I have a substitute motion. So I'm moving that the LNC hold its next regular meeting the weekend of October 9th through 11th, 2026. I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud.
We've got it all.
I can summarize it though. This is in response to the El
Hold on.
Paso.
You move it first. Is there
Okay,
a second?
that's
Move it
that's
and
my
then we
motion.
second it. Is there?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now you can speak to your amendment.
Okay,
Briefly.
awesome. Yes, so yeah, I really appreciate Mr. Danke wanting to have an in-person regular meeting, especially for the budget in El Paso. I'm glad that that he was moving that, but it gave me the opportunity to look at how reasonable it is to go to El Paso. You know, typically we go and visit the site 6 to 12 months before.
No, it's
We have our
usually a year
convention,
before.
and also
It's usually a year
right now our
before.
budget's like a little bit prohibitive. Right now we have a $0 line on that, which is also why
But they
I
do
brought up
need
that
to have
other
in-person
motion that we'll get
meetings.
to after this one. And so for the sake of finances, like when we go to El Paso, it should be something that we can really explore the convention center and have the full experience there and really vet the place for our next convention. So with that understood,
Yeah,
I
so
said,
it would
well,
make sense to have
in
the spring one
October
there.
would be a great time to be able to support a candidate. We have like a massive congressional run with Jeremy Todd. It's a great opportunity to support someone. We can also fundraise off it.
I actually
and so we
don't
can
have an
use that money
opinion
with our limited budget right
on
now to
either
help
of these
pay for
motions,
this
except that
meeting,
they
but then
need an
also be able to
in-person meeting.
budget, not have a $0 line for next year's meetings as well, so that those can all be really, really productive. October, in speaking to Libertarian Party of Kentucky, as well as Jeremy Todd's campaign, I proposed the 9th to the 11th because that was a weekend that worked for all of them. You know, and it can just be a fundraising event. I also have in there that we could explore a JFC if the LNC so wishes, but there's a lot of opportunities with this. We could just make it a meeting.
At least it's our
and support
candidate.
Todd and go to
It's
one of his
perfectly
events, or we could
fine
also
with
help
our
fundraise.
candidate.
Like, it kind of opens us up for a lot of opportunities.
But
It feels
now
like it
we
would be
can
a
do
missed
coordinated spending
opportunity to just
with our own
disregard
candidate now. Not
a big opportunity for
not
the
RFK
LNC
Jr.,
and
not a
engaging with one of our
candidate that's
candidates.
not our
And I don't really
candidate.
see the use for going to El Paso right now. We should go to El Paso, not right now.
Hands raised for speaking towards the
But having an
substitute
in-person
motion.
budget meeting,
Making sure that's what
Mr.
everybody's.
Chair, I
on.
object to the consideration of the question, actually.
it's not an original wait.
Objecting to consideration is not debatable and would move directly to a vote.
Point of order.
I would encourage you not to do that, Mr. Danke.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, point of order.
Mhm.
Point of order. Objection is only for main motions.
That's true. That is true. It's not for amendments. I thank you, Mr. Secretary.
That was an amendment by
I have on deck
substitution.
to speak to the amendment, and do remember we have a time consideration here.
That
Mr.
is a
Nicola, Mr.
subsidiary.
Martin, Ms. Hogarth, Actually, I'll have to come back to you, Mr. Martin, Mr. Nicola, Ms. Hogarth, Mr. Hanush, Mr. Jacobs, you're not going to be recognized, and Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Ms. Fintish's desire to have us go meet in Kentucky. However, there's a few reasons why I don't think it would be the wisest course of action for us this year. I know that we're trying to minimize our budget meetings or meetings in general, which means we only meet once for an LNC meeting this year, and it should be in December at the end of our 2026 financial year.
It's not my concern, it's the FEC's concern. They need to be running as a Libertarian candidate on the Libertarian ballot
line.
line.
Do 2 meetings, that means we have to spend twice. I also know that by the time we get to December, February 2027 is only 2 months away. So either we have a third meeting or a second meeting then.
Steve's right.
To get into Texas and figure out the space. But I know it's the chair's desire to want to start selling tickets and packages by the end of this year. So I think we should meet in El Paso in December.
I think Steve has the better argument here.
Support is for the LNC to sponsor a fundraiser or a joint fundraiser of some type or some kind of event in Kentucky with Jeremy Todd and his team, and to support the amazing work that they're doing there. They have so much momentum, and I think that would be a better use of our time and resources if we were to support Mr. Todd that way, rather than having our LNC meeting in Kentucky. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this substitute, but I would support doing something Kentucky during that same time period.
Thank you, Mr. Nicola. Again, members, briefly, Ms. Hogarth, Mr. Hanush, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Shaw, and then Mr. Martin, then Mr. Danke.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I have a point of information.
Yes, sir. Mr. Arcario.
Is this being treated like a substitute motion?
It
Yes.
is.
Aren't you allowed to speak to either or? And then the question at the end is, shall the committee adopt the substitute motion?
The chair can
Yes, because it
decide.
happens like an amendment. So yes, technically.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because specifying we're only talking to the substitute. I didn't want to raise a point of order, but I was like in between.
I think you are technically correct. Yes.
The
Michaela, put your
chair,
hand down.
the
Ms. Hogarth,
the
Mr.
chair
Hanush, Mr. Redpath,
can
Mr.
say you
Shaw,
do one then the
Mr.
other,
Martin,
but
and then Mr.
in this
Denke,
circumstance,
and then
it's
Ms.
probably better to
Fintish
speak to them
to close
both.
out. Ms. Hogarth.
I do think a budget meeting is vital. So, and while I like the idea of supporting candidates, I don't think an LNC meeting is very
It's
exciting
correct.
press for supporting a candidate. And the idea of trying to fundraise
Meetings
for a
need to be
candidate and
meetings.
fundraise for the national party at the same time, I think is a bad one. So I'm against the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. Mr. Hanush.
Yeah, thank you. I think in-person meetings as in general are a waste of our money and a waste of our time. So I'll
Interesting.
be voting no for that reason.
I think they're
Further,
vital,
I believe we
particularly
tried to
the
do
budget
LNC
meeting.
meetings / fundraisers, and they don't really work out. So
They
do
did
fundraiser
under
all
Nick
we want. It doesn't
Sarwark,
have to
by
be
the way.
connected to the
They haven't
LNC
been
meeting.
done
So I would
right.
suggest doing a fundraiser anyway. but it
Nick
doesn't have to be
raised 80
connected to the
grand
LNC meeting. Thank you.
at an LNC fundraiser that was on a Friday night before an LNC
Yes, I will
meeting.
vote no on the amendment. I am the U.S. Senate candidate in Ohio this year. And please don't put me in a position of having to choose between going to an LNC meeting and campaign
Oh, that's a
activities
good
in a
point.
toss-up U.S. Senate race. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath. Mr. Shaw, and then Mr. Denke, then Mr. Martin, and then Ms. Fintish, if you want to close out. Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I guess my thinking on this is that, due to the circumstances surrounding that particular campaign, there's a lot of eyeballs on that.
Doesn't need to be an
The idea
LNC
of us
meeting,
supporting
though.
Mr. Todd is one thing. The idea of us gaining a little bit
I'm
more
getting
notoriety by
splotches.
going
Every
down
once in a
there
while I
and
do that.
being near something that all those eyeballs are on, it has a certain amount of value. So
It's not going to have any value,
I would like to
honestly.
see us go to
Supporting the
Kentucky.
candidate has value,
Thank you,
but
Mr.
it's not
Shaw.
going to have that much
Mr. Martin.
value to the
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let
broader
me really
media.
quickly clarify some things because there appears to be a little bit of confusion on the committee. Number one, this would be the budget committee. We would just be holding it, or the budget meeting. We would just be doing it a little bit early. I realize that may be problematic, and if it necessitates another meeting, I think that's okay. I think
You're
we can
not
be
paying
flexible.
to get your ass
Second,
down to the
this
U.S. or up to the U.S. do you?
substitute proposes a way
Comes from
for
the
us to
Hawaii
make
Party.
money.
At least that's my
And
understanding.
there
I could be
are
wrong.
actually viable ways for us to turn what would normally be an expense into a net positive for us and for a symbolic candidate. For those who don't know, Massey lost the primary in this race.
I think
There is
everyone knows
money
that,
is
Austin.
seeking Liberty candidates that will not donate to the APEC crowd that would love to have another option.
Do you think
And
anyone
that
on the
district,
LNC does not know
that's a
that
place that
Massey
we should
lost the
be collecting
primary?
from, right? It was one of the most funded races in US history, right? And it's sitting there right now in the middle of this incredible historic defeat. And if we step in, we have a moment to seize. So I
The
think that
LNC
doing this
can
is a
still
really
do a
good idea. It
fundraiser.
gives
It
our
doesn't need to
candidate
be an
a little
LNC
bit of extra
meeting.
visibility, gives us
In
incredible
fact, it's a
fundraising
distraction from an
opportunity.
LNC
And
meeting.
there are opportunities in
Everyone
this. It's not a
traveling
bad
there,
idea
it's
at all.
for
And coordination
business.
and collaboration between national and state parties to support each other, especially in key races, that's a formula for success. And I strongly
Whatever happened to
urge
Austin
members
Martin's
to
pay
seriously consider
members
that we could
$2
go and
each for
spend money in El
petitions and
Paso
that
doing
network
a
thing
survey
he was
trip
trying
too
to push
early,
when he was
which we're
first
going to
on
need
the
another
LNC?
one. And we normally don't do that right away. Or we could go to Kentucky and we could actually make money and get business done and make it a lot more productive for the party. I totally support this substitution. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The
Mr.
alternate
Secretary,
and the
make
rep
sure
should
you
not
have
both be
ready
speaking.
a vote. Shall the substitute motion be adopted? That's the thing. Mr. Denke, I'm going to come back to you. I want to let
DCH,
other members
no.
speak before we do the closeouts.
But it
Ms.
will
Hayes.
be a significant race.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I like either idea, honestly. But I think that no matter where we go, we should always be turning it into some kind of a fundraiser, right? Whether it's for the party or a candidate. I've just been speaking with my alt, and El Paso is a pretty strong chapter or a pretty strong affiliate in Texas. So, I mean, I think that they'd be willing to help. And if we wanted a fundraising option at that meeting, I think it could be doable with some help from the state party.
Just as a point of information for you, Ms. Hayes, since you're new,
She's so
we
pleasant
do always
to
have
hear.
a fundraising component to every in-person meeting, just FYI. Doesn't mean they're always successful, but we always have one. Mr. Denke, and
She's
then
a very
Ms. Fintish,
pleasant person.
because you don't have your hand up, but I figure you want to close out. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Denke and then Mr. Fintish. Miss Fintish.
Ms.
I apologize.
The alt
So I think
and
it
the
should
rep
be
should not both be speaking.
clarified, spoken out that this has a be it further resolved that the LNC expresses its intent to explore participation in a joint fundraising committee. So this does not only substitute where we have it or that we have this with a candidate.
I'm not
but
so
it
sure the
also
value.
declares an intent to
Well,
do a,
yeah, the
enter into a
individual
joint finance
donation.
committee with this candidate.
You can move to
And,
divide. They're completely
I-
separate topics.
I, as a libertarian, believe that laws
It's
should
divisible.
be one issue at a time. I also believe our resolutions should as well.
It's divisible
thank
upon
you.
the demand of one member.
I will say two points before moving to Ms. Fintish. One, the very last line of it does say this expression being non-binding and committing the LNC to no further action. So it would be, I think it would probably fall to the executive committee to explore and decide to do something like that with council. The second thing is it is perfectly legal for us to form joint fundraising committees with our actual
With our own
nominees,
candidate.
and that includes
Yeah.
federal candidates as well.
Yes,
It's a little
correct.
dicey since we don't have a congressional campaign committee or a senatorial campaign committee, but we still can do it, which is something that I think we should explore more often, honestly.
Mhm.
Ms. Fintish.
But there is
Yeah,
actually
thank
the
you everyone for your input on
LNCC.
that. Yeah, I just want everyone to know that my main motivation for this was one, that El Paso, I think it's way too soon to go to El Paso. I think it'll be a little bit of waste of money and time. And I know that we have a $0 budget right now for in-person meetings. And in a past meeting, it was brought up that we had effectively eliminated those. It sounds like maybe that was something that was said incorrectly because they can't be eliminated without, changing the huge section of the policy manual. So this was in response to that, wanting to make sure that we did something that was going to be viable for the LNC and not jumping the gun too soon on El Paso. What Mr. Martin said is correct. We will have to go back there probably. And while it sounds like we have a
No.
robust, affiliate
The
in El
convention.
Paso, that's awesome. I just felt like it was a little bit too soon. It needed to be, a better option. And this is a really special opportunity with the Jeremy Todd campaign. That
But we
I
do
wanted to work out
have
with them.
an
So I
LNCC,
appreciate everyone's
which is the
input on
Libertarian
this,
National
and thank you.
Congressional Committee.
Thank you. So, Mr. Secretary, the
Surprised
process
nobody
will be
brought that
we'll move
up.
now to a vote, and
Look it up.
shall the substitute motion be adopted? If it fails,
No.
we move to a vote on the
Shall
main
the substitute
Denke
motion
motion.
be
But we
the
would not have
primary?
any further
I'm not.
discussion
I'm not going to get
on
into
it.
it.
Understood.
Thank you.
That's
So,
not the proper form, but okay.
please go ahead and go to the roll.
Nobody's rights are being violated. Everyone understands what's going on.
All right.
I think.
Mr. Koffel.
No.
Mr. Danke.
No.
Mr. Flores.
No.
Vice Chair Griffiths.
No.
Mr. Hanush or Mr. Requero, who is voting on
You didn't
this?
see the seat back prior to, so it'll be Mr. Requero.
Well, prior to that, I set it for the next two resolutions. So I did set it in time.
Okay.
So in the future, so that it's more clear, make it clear when you're taking the seat back, because both you and Mr. Requero engaged in debate.
I did raise my hand and I was not recognized prior to the motion anyway. So,
But so is
regardless,
Austin
I'm
and
voting-
Sonia. They both engaged in debate.
Whatever you want to do.
Point of order. Both
Oh, good
members
point,
of a
Mike.
regional team are entitled to engage in debate and be
No,
recognized.
they're not. No, they're not.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
No, they're not. No, they're
Ms.
not.
Hayes,
I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Hogarth,
Oh,
Treasurer Nepple,
Nay.
Mr. Longstreth,
No.
Mr. Martin,
I believe it's ceded to Ms. Fintish. Is that correct, Mr. Martin?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank
so
you.
Ms. Fintish.
I vote yes in support of my motion.
You need to, yep, good job. Thank you.
I will pass. Mr. Nikela,
I vote no.
Ms. Nguyen,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
No.
Ms. Robson,
No.
Mr. Shaw,
I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
People are going to make this a factional
I will
thing.
abstain.
It's
Mr.
not
Chair,
a
the vote
factional
is
thing.
2 ayes, 14 nays, and 1 abstention.
I will abstain as well. So the substitute motion is not adopted. We move on to a vote for the main Denki motion.
All right. Mr. Koff,
Aye.
Mr. Danke,
Yes.
Mr. Flores,
Yes.
Vice Chair Griffiths,
I'm sorry, I was muted. I said aye.
so is that
That was an
Yes.
aye. Yes.
thank you. Mr. Hanush,
No.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth,
yes.
Treasurer Nepple,
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth,
Yes.
Ms. Fintish,
I abstain.
I vote aye. Mr. Nikela,
I vote aye.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 14 ayes, 1 nay, 2 abstentions.
I abstain. So the vote is 14-1-3. The motion passes. I would, as a point of personal privilege, ask Mr. Shaw in the Jeremy Todd campaign, I would like to organize a fundraiser and do something to come and help. And I would also like to explore joint fundraising committee with our congressional candidate in the 4th District of Kentucky. I will, because time was of the essence of that, I will let you bother me with it while I'm at Freedom Fest. Let's see if we can schedule some time this week to have a discussion and see if we can get the ball moving as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next item on the agenda, Mr. Martin, do you want to stay out of the room, allowing Ms. Fintish to bring the motion?
Yes, unless she prefers me to do otherwise, I will let her remain in the seat.
Okay. Next agenda item is motion to amend LNC budget regular meeting funding. Ms. Fintish, would you like to move that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the current LNC operating budget by increasing the administrative LNC meetings budget from $0 to $8,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year. I don't have to read the rest of it probably.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Shaw. Okay, Ms. Fentish, if you'd like to speak to your motion.
Yeah, so I think this, it's very relevant to the motion that just passed, going to El Paso. Currently we have $0 in our budget for regular meetings, and we need to have a budget meeting, and it really should be in person. And so typically it does seem like the budgets, I could be wrong, I could be corrected, but like 12 to 15,000 for a fiscal year. This is one meeting for the very end of the year. I think we could get by with something under $8,000. In reviewing the budget, we do have the 3,000 from voter gravity. And then there is 5,000 that could be freed up from general fundraising. I'm open to changes for where we get the funding from within our constricted budget. However, in order for us to go to El Paso at all, we need to free up money. It needs to be in the budget. So that is the rationale for this entire motion.
Thank you, Ms. Fentish. I have on deck Mr. Nikela, Mr. Koffel. One point of clarification that I'd like to give Ms. Fentish is, and I know you said you're open to where it comes from. The voter gravity budget was only for the first 3 months of the year and was exhausted. And so that wouldn't be the proper, but I don't consider that to be part of your motion.
Understood.
The quoted part, unless you want to correct me that it's the entirety of it, the funding and everything. I think it was just the.
No, yeah, that was more of the
part. Okay.
Yeah.
It was Mr. Nikela, Mr. Hanush, then Ms. Robson on deck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I have a question for the treasurer, Mr. Neville, and perhaps Mr. Redpath.
I think you would ask the question to the chair, and the chair would.
Mr. Chair, I have a question you might be able to direct, which is, do we know what we
Bad Evan comes out
average on these LNC meetings plus a fundraising component?
I can tell, I do know, and then we can defer to the treasurer to correct me if I'm mistaken on this. For the previous meetings, we'd allocated $10,000, mostly for staff, travel, and hotel accommodations, plus their labor for being there. The fundraising components tended to break even or make money. So I don't know that would be factored into that cost for it, but historically it'd been about $10,000 for participation by staff, to have staff there.
And as a point of parliamentary inquiry, I believe if we didn't decrease some part of the budget, it would require 3/4 of the LNC to amend the budget upwards $10,000 on that line item for expense.
I think it's 2/3. I don't know that it's 3/4. We'd have to look at it.
Okay.
It's 2/3.
But yeah,
it has
to have an offset built into it. But you would be correct that I think it does require 2/3. I'm going to ask the LNC secretary to look at the policy manual real quick on budget to check me on that, but I think it would be 2/3. Is that the end of your inquiry? Okay. I'm going to ask the treasurer, is there anything that I needed to be corrected on with that?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chair. No, maybe Mr. Redpath could.
No, I have no corrections either.
Okay, thank you both. I have Mr. Hanush, Ms. Robson, then Mr. Shaw. Mr. Hanush.
Thank you. As I stated in the last motion, I think this is a waste of time and a waste of money. And I'm going to say it again. $8,000 could pay for the qualifying fee for a U.S. Senate candidate here in Florida, which we don't have, which we could have had we had the money allocated to it. We could have had a second statewide Libertarian on a ballot here in Florida. It could buy 1,000 or so petitions that could get other candidates qualified on a ballot across the United States. $8,000 goes a long way towards ballot access and helping candidates out and getting our name out there. I don't think we should blow it on a weekend budget where we could just do it over the phone. I know it's not a popular opinion. I'm probably going to be the only no vote on this, but I don't care. It needs to be said. Thank you.
I have Ms. Robson, Ms. Shaw, and then Mr. Boss. Ms. Robson.
Okay, so I don't know that we need this motion now because we don't know what it's going to cost. I think that we can do it for less than $8,000 because I don't think that we need staff there.
She's so tired.
We can do it for far less. I don't think that we need to do this at all until we know how much it's going to cost. So my opinion is that we don't there's no, we already have said we're going to do it, but there's no reason to do anything with
Can't
the
do it without the
instead of
budget.
taking it from one place, putting it to another, saying we're going to spend money, because we have no idea how much it's going to cost. So I'm going to vote no to this because I want us to have this meeting, but I don't think we need to do this now.
She is so
Thank you, Ms.
sleepy.
Robson. Mr. Shaw, then Mr. Boss, then Ms. Fintish.
Yeah, so I mean, we committed ourselves to a meeting.
Yeah, you
And
got to have the money
of course,
for it.
whenever that happens, people like myself that are on the other end of the country need to be able to make plans. If for some reason we vote this down and there's no funding for it, then could the plans change when I've already, committed, bought plane tickets and everything? I guess I feel that we've committed ourselves to the meeting. We need to fund it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Just as a point of clarification, a meeting could technically be canceled at any time.
Yeah, but he's
Budget,
bought
no budget.
tickets.
If something catastrophic happened,
Yeah,
it
but
technically
still,
could be canceled.
catastrophic's
Mr.
different
Bost,
than
and then
planned
Ms.
failure.
Fintish. Mr. Bost.
Yes, I believe $8,000 is just a set aside. It is not saying that we are going to spend $8,000. We might spend $500.
Thank you, Mr. Bost. Ms. Fintish and then Mr. Martin. Actually, Mr. Martin and then Ms. Fintish. That way you can close out Ms. Fintish. Mr. Martin.
Alternates.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Only one of them should be debating.
I appreciate Region 4 very much, but I'm pretty sure I heard the Region 4 representative say something very Californian, and this reminds me of why I tried to censor them for being Californian. Why should we budget for a meeting when we don't know how much it's going to cost? And I think that Ms. Fintish did a pretty good job of putting together how much it's
Only
going
one
to
of them
cost,
should be
what we can live
speaking.
within, and giving us a little bit of padding that we can try to come in under. I think it's just responsible
Yeah.
fiscal planning. It's not
Bylaws need
smart for
to
us to just
eliminate
do this with
alternates.
no budget. If we need to change it, or if there's a reason to make it, go up, I'm sure we can do that. But it's just it's responsible governance. So, motion to censor Region 4 for being Californian. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I withdraw.
I was gonna say, he's joking, by the way. Everybody calm down. I'm gonna go Ms. Vice Chair Griffiths, and then Ms. Hayes, did you have your hand up in the lower? You want to have your hand up? Okay, so Ms. Griffiths, then Ms. Hayes, then Ms. Fintish to close out.
I suppose I'm wondering whether Ms. Fintish would approve of a motion to amend to a lower number, and then potentially it could be increased if it was found to be insufficient. If we were to just do 1,000, say, if that would be adequate.
You're wanting to amend it to a maximum amount of $1,000?
And then it could be amended if that were found to be inadequate. But if the desire is to have something in the budget, I find that reasonable. I'm just I'm reading the room and seeing that it doesn't look like 8,000 people are approving of. So if we wanted to have a lower number and then build up if that were necessary.
I don't think I would be opposed to that.
All right, I'll
something
move.
higher than $1,000.
All right. I will move to amend to 2,000 then.
Second.
Okay, the amendment's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
I was just going to move to 5, but I don't know if that's
Mr. Martin,
proper.
and then Mr. Hanush, Ms. Hayes, because I figure you wanted to talk to the full motion, correct?
Kind of just like in general on this one, so I can go now or I can wait a few seconds. I don't think it matters which.
I'll be super brief.
If it's not on the amendment, we'll wait. Mr. Martin, Mr. Flores, then Mr. Nikela on the amendment. Mr. Martin, very brief, please. 30 seconds.
Really simply, just FYI, I'm not against the motion. If the amendment passes, I'd still support it. But the thing is that there was work that was done consulting with our previous budgets and receipts from previous years. There's costs. We got to get staff out to the meetings. We look at what this costs. Things like coffee. These are non-negotiable essentials that we all need to factor in. So I would just urge you all to think of the coffee and be reasonable.
LNC
please.
members can buy their own coffee.
Mr. Flores, then Mr. Nikela.
I think he thought that was going to land
I was
better
gonna
than it
motion
did.
to amend to 5,000. Motion to amend the amendment. to 5,000. I think that sounds
Okay, is there a second?
reasonable.
I second that.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So now we're moving to, is there any objection to the $5,000 amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is for 5,000. Let me ask this. Is there any objection to the $5,000, the number being changed in the main motion from 8,000 to 5,000? Is there any objection to that? Hearing no objection, the main motion is amended to 5,000.
I'm glad to see
So
Evan
back
moving
on the
that
main
along.
motion. I'm going to recognize Ms. Hayes first because she wanted to speak on the main motion, then Mr. Nikela, and then Ms. Fintish. Ms. Hayes.
Okay, yeah. So, and this could just be me, like you said, being called out for being new, but it's strange to me to see a budget item request without a plan for the budget. So is this primarily for like staff and tech and like coffee, which I agree is important, or is this for different costs that I'm just not aware of? Like what actually are we doing with this money?
So I'll answer your question. It would encompass the entire thing. It would encompass staff travel, hotel rooms for the staff, any incurred overtime for the staff. It would include the muffin bar, and the food and beverage for the meeting itself, which they are 2-day meetings, by the way. So it would encompass all of that would be in there, and typically staff deals with that and tries to stay within the full budget for those meetings. With this example, we would probably get a budget request from staff. Mr. Nikela, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Hanush, and then close out with Ms. Fintish. Mr. Nikela.
I think 5,000 is the floor. I would have liked to see 8 or even 10. Hopefully we don't go that high, but I think 5,000 is a good number. That way we can at least start planning and locking a date. Thank you.
Mr. Redpath.
I move the previous question.
He has a right.
Has been called and
He
seconded.
has a right to do that.
Any objection to calling the question? Okay, hearing no objection to calling the question, we'll proceed to a vote.
Ask if
Point
there's
of
an objection to the
clarification, Mr. Chair.
motion.
Yes, Mr.
Calling
Webb.
the previous question calls the $5,000 amendment to vote, correct?
The amendment was already adopted. It was
Without
the main motion.
objection.
Okay.
So this
Thank
moves,
you.
this moves to the vote, to the full vote.
Yes, sir.
But
Thank you,
for
Mr. Chair.
clarification. Mr. Secretary, is it amended? Is it everything is correct? Yes. Okay. I would request that you remove the funding and the rationale because that's not part of the motion.
Understood.
Okay.
Mr. Koffel.
Aye.
Mr. Danke.
Yes.
Mr. Flores.
Aye.
Vice Chair.
Aye.
Mr. Hanush.
I don't drink coffee. No.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth.
I'll drink Joe's coffee. Yes.
Treasurer Nepple.
I vote aye.
Mr. Longstreth.
Aye.
Ms. Fintish.
I vote aye, and I will cede back to my rep.
I also vote aye. Mr. Nikela.
I vote aye.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Robson.
I'm gonna vote no.
Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 14 ayes, 3 nays.
I'm going to abstain because my vote wouldn't matter and I don't feel passionately about this.
Shouldn't vote
Understood.
unless your vote makes
So
a
the vote,
difference
the
anyway.
final vote is 14 ayes, 3 nays, and 1 abstention.
The motion passes. Okay, Mr. Hanush, I saw your hand was up. Were you wanting to do something?
I was going to speak on the previous question.
Oh, okay. Then no.
It was really
Okay.
good, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm going
Wait, so
to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Griffiths for a moment, unless somebody just wants to make the motion for me.
What's the motion?
I don't plan to debate on this, but I need
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, I'm pulling up my agenda on the screen. Which motion are you about to move?
the JC.
yeah.
The
I'm
JC
making
ad
that
hoc
motion.
committee?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm making the motion. Is this the motion about? Sorry.
Yes, this is the motion.
Yeah.
On the
About the
Judicial
thing.
Committee.
Yeah. So I'm moving that. Right now, we have a motion to accept it, which is against bylaws.
Hold
So
on.
I
So
move
you have to make the
amend-
motion.
wait.
Hold on. So you would have to make the motion, it be seconded, and then somebody could amend.
Right.
If
So
choose.
I want to move that the
Mr. Chair, point of order.
that
Would it be proper for her to amend her own motion if introduced?
No.
No. Okay. I would move to accept the Judicial Committee 2026 rules and appellate procedures as submitted.
Moved by Mr.
Thank you. That was the
Longstreth.
part
It's been
that I was getting
seconded.
confused by.
Okay.
Okay, I move to amend that motion to instead, per our bylaws,
Disapprove.
by a 2/3 vote, in not accept those rules.
To disapprove.
So it'd be
I'm not
moved to
speaking one way or
reject
another. I'm
the
just
Judicial
talking about
Committee
form.
2026 rules and appellate procedures as submitted.
Correct.
Okay. And there was a second. Is there any objection to that amendment?
It's the only thing
I
that's
see hands
in
up, so I'm going to
order.
assume that there's an objection.
I'm not sure I want to phrase it as an objection, Mr. Chair. Maybe just I would raise the propriety that we have two motions here that are dealing with the JC rules, and one of them takes, they're not really, they're pretty mutually exclusive.
No,
and
they're
just
not.
considering the stakes,
You can
and
make a
everything,
motion
maybe,
the opposite of the other.
I don't know. I'll let
It was an
somebody else lead
amendment.
the way on this. I don't want to taint anything here with like partisanship or whatever, but I am concerned about this. I'm not necessarily objecting.
It was an amendment.
Um,
The move to approve
Okay.
should have been ruled out of
Mr. Shaw.
order.
Yes, Mr.
The
Chair, I would
LNC
like to
can
move
only
to
disapprove.
commit the JC rules to a committee for examination. Committee composed of myself, Mr.
That's out
Martin.
of order. That's already on the agenda. This is the motion to reject your.
In that case, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to substitute my motion for this one.
Oh, Chuck. Okay.
Okay, that's in order.
Okay,
Point of order,
Chuck, I
Mr.
didn't
Chair.
realize that. I didn't look at
It's
the
within
agenda,
order.
to be honest with you.
Are we not in the middle of considering the amendment that Mimi introduced? And I don't know that in order
That
to
is actually
substitute
you are
overrules.
correct. We do have to dispose of the
No, you don't.
the amendment.
You
before
no,
do
you
the
can move to
substitute.
substitute.
The
You
amendment
can
is
substitute
disposed
an
of.
amendment.
I will
No,
recognize
you're
you again for the
wrong.
substitute.
You're wrong.
Is that fair,
No,
Mr. Shaw?
no. A substitute
Sounds
is
good.
absolutely in order at this time.
Is there
No.
objection to the Mimi amendment to change it from accept to reject?
It's fine to
Is there
substitute
objection?
later, but it is in order now.
1, 2, 3. Hearing no objection, it is amended. Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I would like to move the substitution I just mentioned.
It was in order
And for
before.
those kids playing at home, it would be moved to substitute with item J. To find my, there it is. Okay.
Point
No,
of order,
I'm
you
sorry,
mean
it's
item
not Mr.
M.
J. I'm sorry, it's not item J. It is Item
M.
Or
Secretary, help me out. M.
how many items do they have on this agenda? Lord
Yep.
have
Okay. Agenda
mercy.
item M. Motion to create ad hoc JC Rules Committee.
Lord have mercy.
I'm actually going to recognize Mr. Shaw to speak first on his substitute motion, and then Ms. Robson, and then
But Shaw
Mr.
was gonna
Longsmith.
name
Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I would start by saying, you know, we should be very careful when we approach important things that can affect the organization over a long period of time. I think that we need to be very careful at taking a look at these rules. There have been 2 analyses that have been presented that show some issues. I mean, there's a great amount of discretion and lowered transparency in the new rules, and I think it would be important for us to at least make an effort to look them over properly and return with a recommendation for the LNC.
Ms. Robson, then Mr. Martin, then Mr. Longstreth. Okay.
Okay,
Ms.
so
Robson, then Mr. Martin.
Okay, so I had originally been in favor of having like this ad hoc committee. However, afterwards, I started looking into our rules and I realized that that's not something this committee can do.
Yes, it is.
The thing with the judicial committee is the judicial committee is there to make sure that this committee, the LNC, follows our bylaws. The other thing is that the way that
the LNC could have a committee recommend approval or disapproval.
We have the judicial committee rules from the last judicial committee. This judicial committee can decide to create their new rules or not, and we can deny those. But what we can't do is we can't amend them. We can't make them do anything. And
well, that part's true.
Once they have submitted their rules,
but you could have a committee that says why they recommend disapproval that gives guidance.
If we don't deny them, it goes to these rules. But once they submit them, there is nothing that makes them change them. And I don't believe that there's even a way that they can change them once they submit them.
Yes, they can. They have 90 days.
What we're doing right now, unfortunately, is silly.
They have 90 days.
But it is our bylaws. I think
from convention.
There were parts of them that could have been better phrased. Just like any rules, you know, we can all decide that it should be better. They don't have to listen to us. They don't have to change them. And not only that, I don't think they can change them. So I think we have one of 2 options. We can deny them by
they could submit a different one in 90 days,
or we can
within 90 days from convention.
Those are the 2 things in the bylaws that we have. So that is why I'm
respectfully disagree with Mimi,
which I would have been totally for if there was a way we could do it.
Respectfully disagree with Mimi.
I'm like you know, a Ronar bylaws wonk person. I don't think we can change this. So sorry, but I'm against.
No, I think you're wrong, Mimi. I think you're right on some of what you said, but you're wrong that they can't submit a new set.
Recognize Mr. Martin, then Mr. Bost, then Mr. Shaw to close out. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
How many scenery changes is he going to have?
First of all, I'd like to speak to the intent, as I understand it, of this committee is to review and evaluate the rules and provide feedback mainly to the LNC on whether they
Martin's
should be
correct on
accepted
this.
or rejected.
Yes, Martin is correct.
Some of the issues and looking at them comparatively to the old rules.
Yep, Martin is correct.
This would give us a chance to review them a little bit more before we rush to a decision either way and prevent the issue from potentially being raised twice. So it just gives us a little more time to consider. I think it's a good idea, and I don't think it's moot. It's not to tell the Judicial Committee what to do, and of course they're under no obligation to listen to us, as Mimi correctly pointed out. So that would be my kind of 2 cents on that, if you will. I do think that the rules that are presented seem to present some pretty clear problems that
Martin is correct
I
here.
think it's worth exploring what the consequences would be if that were to affect things
I'm saying
like
on the procedural
ongoing
stuff.
litigation, which it very well could. So those are my concerns about
It has
just
no effect on the
making a snap
ongoing.
decision
What
on
do you mean
this.
ongoing
It's something that
litigation?
really we should look at
Ooh,
through a
he
nonpartisan lens.
slipped.
What are the rules that
He
that we want to
slipped.
live by, and are these really
There's no
acceptable?
ongoing litigation
And I think
over
that's a
the JC.
conversation worth having, and
Ooh,
an ad hoc committee is an easy way to do that
what did
without
he
putting it
just
all on
let
the
slip? Did you all
in the
fucking
big committee.
catch that?
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Going to recognize Mr. Denke and then Mr. Shaw to close out.
Did
And I
you
do have a
catch
question for you
that?
after Mr. Shaw. Mr. Denke.
I believe that this committee would not be a proper way to follow our bylaws as far as how I don't believe we have the ability to impact amending it. We can
It's
either
a scandal,
get the
girls.
old rules or get the current proposed rules. And I speak in favor of the original motion, not the substitute.
Austin
Thank you,
let
Mr. Denke.
something
Mr. Bost, and then Mr.
slip.
Shaw. Sorry, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, I apologize. I put my hand back down and back up again, but just briefly,
He let something slip.
the original spirit when the idea of an ad hoc first came up was to recommend whether the LNC should reject them, not whether we should tell them what to do with their rules. So that I'm ambivalent. I don't personally care either way, but I think the idea of deciding whether or not we should reject them and then doing our only mandated thing, which is to reject them or not, based on that recommendation, would be fine and in order.
Thank you, Mr. Bost. Ms. Robson and Mr. Shaw.
Oh, I was just going to say that I've listened to them and I agree. We can't tell them, they can't amend them at this point. We can't tell
Yes,
them
they
to amend.
can.
So we
Yes,
only have
they
two
can.
choices
This is where you're wrong,
to
Mimi.
deny or not to deny. I understand the point that they're saying now of, some kind of a committee to decide if we're going to deny or accept. I get that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Martin
we can't
really,
make them change
he
it no matter,
let
and I
something
don't think they can change
slip.
it no matter what. So it's either accept or deny, but we don't have to do that today.
Mr.
I
Chair,
mean, we truly don't.
I think we're at time, aren't we?
I'm going to recognize Mr. Shaw, but I'm going to ask him a question. I'm going to recognize him to close out. Actually, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Longstreth as the original mover. He doesn't want to. Okay, Mr. Shaw, I do have a question before I let you close out. Appointments to this committee include the two members who presented the analysis and other LNC members who wish themselves to serve on the committee up to a maximum of 7 members.
Yes, there were a number of people who mentioned in the thread that they wish to be part of it.
Who are the two?
The first two?
The two members who presented the analysis.
That would be myself and Mr. Martin.
Okay. And then do we have a mechanism for adding in this ad hoc? Because it's up to 7.
Yeah.
So that means that there would be a choice. Like if 11 members right now decided they wanted to be on there, it would only be 7. How do we choose?
I would imagine it would have to go to a vote.
Okay. So this would
I don't know how many people on the LNC caught
that. We would
that.
have to hold an election for.
And because he said that, Martin should
originally when I
not
put it
be
up
on
there, I
any
figured some people
committee.
would put
This
their
isn't
names
going
up
to
and we'd just
pass,
go forward. I
but
mean-
Martin should not be on a committee.
That's
He
a
let something
discussion
slip.
for, if it passes, then we can discuss, maybe not tonight, but maybe over email, we can discuss nominations to the committee.
Now, in closing out here, there have been a couple things that came up. One of them is, we can't tell the JC what to do. Well, we can reject the rules if we so choose, if we decided that they were unacceptable, and they could write another set and present them if that path were taken. Now, as far as whether or not we are empowered to do this, my belief is that the LNC is empowered to form a committee to investigate anything it's making a decision on. So, again, I will urge everyone, when we're making decisions about things like this, maybe we should start using thorough processes. It is entirely possible that we could end up stepping in all kinds of stuff that we didn't anticipate unless we go through the, processes to show that we actually did our work, So if down the road, a year and a half from now, you know, we have the ability to pull out, you know, a folder and say, we did our work. We can show you our arithmetic, you know, and that is the spirit that's behind this motion.
I will say that I do think that it is.
Somebody
Having
needs to
reread
ask
your motion, I
Martin
do think it
what
was in
the
order. I think the way it was
fuck he
originally
was
presented, it was
talking
not in order because it
about.
was going to be a recommendation back to the JC, which is not in order. It would not even be appropriate for us to send such an email to them. But this does appear to be just an ad hoc committee of the LNC reviewing it to make the recommendation as to whether or not it should be rejected and instead use the previous JC's rules or to adopt it. I will say that I think that absent an ad hoc committee doesn't necessarily mean that members haven't done their due diligence and done their work to review it.
Correct.
I
Evan
don't
is
think
correct.
that the two are mutually
The
exclusive.
fact that there was two analysis
I
show
would
that.
say that a lot of times there is a saying that if something is not documented, then it didn't happen.
And there's also a saying that there's a camel?
Standard, though,
It's a
that
horse
members
designed
read
by
the
committee.
thing. And absent evidence that they didn't read the thing, the conclusion is that they did read the thing.
Evan, I like your pushback.
Okay. We were out of time, so Mr. Chair, we will move to a vote, and this is a vote to substitute with item M, the motion to create an ad hoc committee.
Someone
So
needs
shall
to
the
hold
substitute
Austin
motion
Martin's feet
be
to the
adopted?
fire. What were you talking about, Willis?
And if that fails, then it moves to the main motion, which was the amended version.
Does this work?
Hello.
Yes, actually, I can't amend it for you. I'm sorry. I was going to have the two names put in there, but we can't amend it. Yes, proceed to a vote, calling the roll, Mr. Secretary.
Understood. Mr. Koffel.
I wouldn't vote for this just because Austin Martin can't be on the committee with what he said. But this isn't going to pass.
Mr. Dank.
Sometimes, like I
No.
was saying to Star Child during the intermission, you got to read the room and move on.
Mr. Flores.
Not always.
Vice Chair Griffiths.
No.
This
Mr.
isn't going to
Hanoush.
pass.
No.
Ms. Hayes.
No.
Ms. Hogarth.
No.
Treasurer Nepple.
Nay.
Mr. Longstreth.
No.
Wayne coming down?
Mr.
Thought I heard someone. Oh, yes, food.
Yes.
Food. Cut up as you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Mr.
You go get your drink.
I vote
Oh,
yes.
I'm good. Thank you. Pizza.
I will also vote yes. Mr. Nikela.
I vote yes.
No.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll vote yes.
Interesting.
Ms. Robson.
I vote yes.
Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Interesting.
No.
Mr. Secretary, I changed my vote to yay.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 7 ayes, 10 nays, 0 abstentions.
Fails.
I abstain.
The final
So
vote
the
is
substitute motion.
So now they're going to
fails.
the disapproval
We'll
vote.
move to the main motion as amended.
Mr. Chair, if it's in order and I may be recognized, I would suggest a motion to postpone this decision until the next meeting when it's a little closer to the deadline and we have a little more time to consider these.
We technically are into a vote now, so the motion would be out of order, Mr. Martin,
Understood, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
but I appreciate it.
Point
Yes,
of
sir, no
information.
worries.
They're congenial this meeting.
Mr.
It's
Boss,
nice.
point of information.
Yes, if we were to fail to reject them tonight, could we revisit it at the next meeting?
That's a question.
It would have to be a member of the prevailing a motion to
No,
reconsider.
no, 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 no. That's not how reconsider works. No, 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 no. No, that's not how reconsider works. That is not
To be
how
clear,
reconsider works.
Mr. Koffel, is this a
Reconsider is
I
just
think
during
you're
this
about
meeting.
to say exactly what I was going to ask.
Yep. So this is a motion to reject. It requires 2/3 to reject the JC's submitted rules for appellate procedures. So if you wish to reject them, you would vote yes. If you wish to not reject them, you would vote no. Is everybody clear?
Yeah, one further clarification.
Yes, Ms. Hogarth.
If they are rejected, the current rules of a procedure apply?
The previous term, yes.
Right. And they can also be reworked, or they
No.
could offer again?
Yeah, they
No?
can.
Okay.
Yeah, they can. Within the 90 days, yes, they can. Somebody needs to raise a point of order.
Any other point of informations or clarifications needed before
Nope,
vote?
that's incorrect.
Okay, hearing none. Mr. Secretary, please run the vote.
Mr. Toffel,
I will vote no.
They're going to be accepted. Or they're going to be not rejected.
You cut out. He didn't hear you say his name, Mr.
They're not going to have a 2/3 to reject.
I would like to see
And
to
again,
my my alternate.
I'm not offering an opinion here.
So,
Sorry,
Ms.
Mr.
Leatherman,
Danke, I didn't quite catch.
he wants to cede to his alternate. Ms. Leatherman.
I will vote no.
Oh, I see. Miss Leatherman,
She voted no. She voted no.
I
thank
think
you.
the secretary is like really having
Mr.
a problem
Flores.
in and out.
Mr. Flores.
Sorry, it cut out there on my end. I abstain.
Vice Chair Griffiths,
No.
Mr. Hanu,
No.
Ms. Hayes,
No.
Ms. Hogarth,
No.
Treasurer Neville,
Nay.
Yeah, they don't have the 2/3. They're going to be approved.
Mr. Longstreth,
No.
Mr. Martin,
We'll pass.
What's up? Can you hear me?
I will vote nay. Mr. Nikela,
I'm going to vote nay.
Miss Nguyen,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
I'll abstain.
Miss Robson,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Shaw,
I will abstain.
Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Martin.
I'll state the reason for my abstention. This
That's not how it goes.
is,
You know, you're going to vote. This isn't how it goes.
I think we're breaching contract
It's debate.
by
You don't do
accepting these
no.
rules.
You
and I
don't
think
do that.
it's a very serious
Evan, call
problem.
him out of
and
order.
I
This
really
is
wish that we had had more time to consider it. And I feel like this is partisan. And so I'm abstaining from this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 0 ayes, 12 nays, 5 abstentions.
so they're approved.
I abstain. I abstain. Mr. Secretary?
I think he's frozen.
What is your vote?
I abstained for the 9th time.
Bad, Evan.
So the Judicial Committee 2026 rules and appellate procedures are not rejected. Thank you, guys. Would there by chance be an appetite and a motion to recess for 10 minutes?
So much. Yes, please, please.
Is there any objection to recessing for 10 minutes? Okay, we're going to be at ease for 10 minutes. We will come back at 9:45. If you can pause all of the things, Mr. Secretary.
Since we're at ease, can I request that we stick a little closer to the times on the agenda for debate?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to use the bathroom.
I think there's a way that we can do a thing where there's like a time clock thing.
Okay, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh,
There's
are we
these beautiful
recessed, right?
There's these beautiful time
that's
clocks that have like for $40. Somebody could have behind them on their wall a time clock running, and they're
Yeah,
fantastic.
Zoom has a
I
feature
seriously-
where you can put a time clock and it'll show in the window of your screen. I think it's only available to meeting moderators, but it's there. I would encourage it to be used. I think it would be useful.
Yeah. Well, and also
I've
people
used
need to
it on
understand they're
the-
not obligated to speak on everything when there's clear agreement every time.
Right, but there's a thing, like if we're talking about like time clock things for how long you get to talk, if you're the person that's running the meeting, because I've done this, there's like this thing that's like a little time clock that tells you when you're done with your 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever minutes.
Yeah, it just counts down.
We should look at that.
Yeah. We can chip in and get an hourglass
here it is.
for Evan. An egg time.
Well, I mean, can you guys see? Okay, so I just did a thing. You guys can't see it, though, right? On the side.
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, there is like a time clock feature for Zoom to like say, you know, if you only have so much time to speak or so much time on an agenda item, you can see this like time. So whoever wants to keep time, they could do it. I mean, I could do it. I probably won't pay attention
Yeah,
to that.
I don't think anyone thinks it's really a technical question. It's a question of people shutting the F up and moving on.
Well, for
Well,
me,
there is
Susan,
that,
it's
is
it
correct.
is a valuable thing to see that, so everyone can see that everyone is being given the same amount of time.
Yeah, it would be
The-
nice. I love
the-
clocks.
the
If we had a
attitude
nice
of,
wall
of
clock,
telling other
I'm
people the attitude of telling other people to shut the hell up and move on is a problem. Like we are
I didn't use the word
representing
hell.
people who are not like our comfort on the committee is not the most important business of the committee. We don't need a rule for every inconvenience that inconveniences us as leaders. Our job is to listen and care and not micromanage, gatekeep, and shut everybody up.
I'm not
I'm sorry.
micromanaging, gatekeeping, or shutting everyone up. I'm suggesting that some
I
of us
yield.
need to shut the fuck up a little sooner and a little more often.
Well, you can lead the way.
I have.
On a different topic, I wanted to thank the committee for passing the 2 resolutions. Even though I did unfortunately not have a chance to speak during public comment, but the resolution on Indigenous rights and everything, I think ideally would have not recognized the Hawaiian kingdom. You know, I think people have a right to democracy and representation, and also the word national sovereignty was problematic because really nations are not sovereign, governments are not sovereign, only individuals are truly sovereign. Nevertheless, I think the passing the resolution was the right thing to do, even if the wording could have been slightly improved. And I hope that these and other resolutions will be put on a special page on the LP website, prominently featured, so that, you know, your time and passing these and debating them and everything is get some return in terms of visibility for the party and our ideas and so forth.
I appreciate you, Star Child. I will say the portions of that were included the Hawaiian Kingdom were input that was given from people both either working with groups in Hawaii or in Hawaii. So
I understand that a lot of people feel a historic attachment to that because, you know, the country of Hawaii was wrongfully, you know, taken over and the government usurped by the U.S. government. It's kind of like what you see now with regard to Iran. There's people lobbying for the Shah's son to come back as the leader, you know, if the current regime there is overthrown. But I think libertarians should always stand for representation. We're not monarchists, and there's unfortunately too much of that.
Okay, I'm putting that on mute for a second. So, you know, it obviously is a matter of bylaws interpretation. If they could have submitted another set of rules, if those were disapproved. Well, I was really strongly saying they could. I don't know. It's such a matter of interpretation, and Evan interpreted it, and the rest of the LNC was fine. Not that it matters because they didn't get disapproved. But this revealed some holes in that procedure. Very, very interesting questions. So we're gonna come back now.
There are very few Hawaiians left, and their only mode of authority in the treaties that they had with the United States that we broke recognizes their kingdom.
Well,
right?
we didn't break.
And so
Star Child,
we did. We
just,
actually had treaties with them that we broke in order.
Star
to
Child
annex them.
monopolizes every conversation. I've lost like
fair. And the idea here
I've
is that
lost
the U.S.
complete
government
patience
isn't
for it.
following its own law.
It's
the Hawaiian
narcissistic.
people would probably figure out their own way. I don't think they would really love the idea of having a full king, but maybe. I think we Westerners sometimes get interesting notions due to our heritage about, you know, how monarchy can work, you know, versus historically how it usually works. And I'm not trying to say it's a good thing. Government sucks usually in all of its forms. So
yeah,
the
Chuck,
point
I
here
don't
is
know
that
if
the
they've
more
been
local that power is based,
controversial in the past.
usually
I don't think
speaking,
so.
the less oppressive it can be and still get away with it.
You know,
right?
I had some strong problems with the current
Getting it
ones.
in the hands of individuals in terms of having a vote is decentralizing it and getting it to the local level more than having a monarchy.
To some extent,
so
and these breaks, I think you see why
look at us.
people lose patience with
You
Star
guys
Child
vote
being on
us
the
up here,
LNC.
and we don't listen to anybody, right?
But him and
your
Austin Martin,
votes,
they
by
deliver each
delegating
other.
it to somebody who's not vested in a long-term interest in the thing that they're managing, they have every incentive to abuse your trust, right? So voting is a double-edged sword. It works if people are really well keyed in and paying attention. It doesn't
Don't
work
be
very
so
well
hard
if
on yourself, Austin. I'm sure you listen to lots of people.
And
no, really, like think about it.
Austin, I'm so glad that you're there on the committee and not just the chair being the only representative. I'm glad there's other people with different views. You know, maybe I wouldn't vote for you to be on the committee specifically necessarily, but you know,
okay, no worries.
It's good to have a variety of views and not have a top-down monarchy of one person controlling everything. So
I totally agree, and I appreciate the candor big time. Like, thank you.
You're welcome.
Someone with a computer screen. About how many items do we have left?
1, 2, 3, 4.
At least 5.
5, 6, 7.
My God.
I just beg that we don't.
I had a
Can we
feeling
move
this would
this
be a
shit
long
along?
I beg that we don't continue debating on things we agree with is the main thing.
Right?
I know
Susan's
everybody
right.
agrees on this resolution, but I want to talk about it for 45 minutes.
Right, because
We
of
don't need to do that.
showboating.
Well, we haven't done that. We've
Hey, I know
actually
I'll
been very
tag
good
in
on
twice
time.
to agree with you guys, but I'm going to speak full time to agree again.
Okay, we're going to be coming back to order in 1 minute.
I hope someone
I
also
didn't
direct,
see the rules,
staff
Chuck,
to look
before
for
the
free meeting
JC voted on
locations so
them.
that you don't unnecessarily waste $5,000 on that. And there's no reason to fly staff. or
I
pay
wish I had seen them before
El
the JC
Paso has
voted on
been
them.
extremely on top of things. I think that the town itself or whatever committee commission we're working with, and I think they might be pretty
Okay,
big on that.
we're going to come back to order now. Ready when you are, Mr. Secretary?
Ah, shoot. I never
You didn't
paused the
stop
recording.
in the, yeah, I didn't think you did.
My goodness.
Okay.
I've been open about my problems with last term's rules, Chuck. I've been saying
Please
them
open
all year, all the past year. The problems
going
with
to
this
assume
term's
everyone's
rules I didn't see
Speak up if you're
till
not back.
after they were voted on.
Yeah, could you raise your hand if you're not here? Mentally vacant doesn't count.
I'm not here.
We got 5
Okay,
items
it
left.
is 7:45 p.m. Eastern time, and I'm calling us back to order. The next item on the agenda is nomination and election to Affiliate Support Committee, Candidate Support Committee, and Audit Committee.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair?
3 elections.
Yes, Mr. Ricciario.
9:45,
What did I say?
7:45.
Wishful thinking.
It's 7:45
We're back
Mountain.
at 9:45 p.m. Thank you. So the process would be to open nominations for one committee at a time.
I move to
Hold
open
on one
for
second,
audit committee
Miss
first.
Robson. Hold on one second, Miss Robson. Please wait to be recognized. So we would open nominations one at a time, one committee at a time, and then move to close nominations. My recommendation would be, if the body would allow it, assuming that there's more people nominated than there are seats, that we then move to an OPA vote for those. That would open Monday morning at 9 a.m. and would
I had a
close
vanilla
Friday
wafer on my
at
boob.
11:59
I dropped
p.m.
one.
Pacific time. Is there any objection to that process?
I was like, what's that on the screen?
Okay, hearing none, we'll move forward. It's Mr. Shaw first and then Ms. Robson. Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Dane Cortas for affiliate support.
Okay, so we'll start by opening nominations to affiliate support. And
who?
I moved to open nominations.
We already did. I implicitly took that into that. So we're on affiliate support. And Mr. Shaw, was this someone who submitted a application?
Yes.
Okay. And it was, what was the name?
That's Dane Cortas,
Don't know who that is.
Courtois.
Secretary can get it from that. Miss Robson, then Miss Hanoush, Mr. Hanoush, then Mr. Longstreth, then Miss Hogarth. Miss Robson.
I nominate Amanda Griffith.
I'm sorry, what is this for? I just walked away from my computer.
Everything.
You'll find out later.
Oh gosh.
It's for all the things.
All right, that's cool. I like that one.
Mr. Hanoush.
I nominate Tony DiRazio.
That's a good one.
And Tony submitted an application.
You don't have to submit an application to be
Just
nominated.
double checking. Mr. Longstreth.
You do not have to.
Mr. Hanoush stole one of mine, so the other one I'd like to nominate is Valerie Sarwark.
Yep, that's another good one.
Okay.
She did very good on that committee before.
Did she submit an application?
She did.
Okay.
You don't have to submit an application. Maybe that's not what he's saying. I'm being maybe a bit cranky. I want some more vanilla wafers.
Wait, I nominated.
Okay, then your hand was still up.
Your hair was up.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Secretary, can you also remind me how many seats there are?
I think there's 5.
How many we elect and how many have to be LNC members for the affiliate support?
Aren't some recommended by regions?
Can I tell you that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so for affiliate support, it is 3 people that are on the LNC and 4
That's
others
too many.
for a total of 7 members of this committee.
Too many required LNC members.
Ms. Griffiths.
I nominate Mimi Robson.
Thank you. Mr. Redpath.
I'd like to nominate Omar.
Okay. Omar Mercurio. Mr. Koffel, your hand was up.
That was a mistake. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Griffiths.
Do I just nominate one at a time? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Then I nominate Tim Krenz as well.
Tim Krenz.
Yes, Krenz.
Thank you. Ms. Fintish.
I nominate Charles Essner.
And actually I should have asked this for Tim Krenz too. Charles submitted an application.
Yes.
And Tim Krenz did as
yes.
well. Thank you. Ms. Robson. Mimi.
Sorry, I nominate Omar Requera.
He's already been
He already
nominated.
was nominated.
Okay, then instead I nominate Susan Hogarth because she's been nominated. No?
Susan
Okay.
Hogarth. Okay. For those playing at home, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 LNC members nominated, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 non-LNC members nominated so far. Mr. Martin and then Ms. Griffiths.
I can only make one nomination at a time, correct, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, it was
Correct.
already asked, for fuck's sake.
I would nominate Travis Laryl for ASC.
That's chair of Maryland, is that right?
So, I believe that is correct.
Yes.
Okay. And
I think he's the
He's
treasurer.
not the chair of Maryland.
He's the
He's
treasurer of Maryland.
Treasurer of Maryland, sorry.
Treasurer, yes, sorry, that's correct.
Did he submit an application?
Yes, I believe he did, somewhere in the 92 pages.
Yeah, it was a lot. Ms. Griffiths, then Ms. Fintish. Ms. Griffiths.
I nominate Connor Plonka, who yes submitted an application.
Ms. Fintish.
I would like to nominate Bryce Tone if he wasn't nominated already. I might be wrong.
Nope, he had not been.
And
Okay,
he's on the
so-
list.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
I would nominate Josiah Baker.
And he submitted an application. I believe he did. I think I remember seeing it.
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay.
I tried rifling through the pages, but I admit I'm struggling.
Okay, I'm gonna put.
That's
your
an
hand
interesting
down.
question. Is it rifling or
And once you
riffling? I
can, we'll pick it
never
up if you
knew
need
the
to.
pronunciation of
Madam
that.
Vice Chair.
I nominate Brittany Cozen.
That's a good
Did
nomination.
Brittany.
Yes, she did.
It might speed things along faster if you just say if they're not an LNC member.
Oh,
If
yep,
you know for sure that they submitted an application, that'd be great.
yes.
See no other hands up. Is that it for nominations? Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin.
Sorry, I was muted. My bad. You know what? I'm sorry. I think he already got nominated. My bad.
Who? Say the name, just in case.
Courtois. I think Mr. Shaw already nominated him.
Dane Courtois. Yeah, he was the
Yes.
first. Yep.
Cool.
If there being no other nominations.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I do have one more.
Okay.
Let me nominate Kat McElroy.
Kat, gotcha.
I don't believe that she actually put in
She
the
submitted
thing for
Oh,
that.
she didn't submit for
She
affiliate
only
support
wanted-
committee. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she
No,
submitted
she
for
only
audit
wanted to
committee.
be audit committee,
Miss
and I
Robson?
will be nominating
Rob-
her. Yeah, no,
I'm
gonna
sorry.
be
I'll put the
nominating her
papers
for
down.
that.
No, but wait to be recognized, please, Miss Robson. Because that one I did.
My
Sorry.
apologies, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I'll put the papers down.
You're fine. Okay, so I'm gonna go through this. I'm just kind of wrote the names down. Please don't anybody scream at me. LNC members, I have Amanda Griffiths, Mimi Robeson, Omar Mercurio, Susan Hogarth, and that I believe is it for LNC members. For non-LNC, I have Dane Cortez. And again, please, I know I'm going to butcher these. The secretary will fix it with the applications. Tony DeRazio, Valerie Sarwark, Tim Krenz, Charles Esther, Travis Laurel, Connor Plumpkin, Bryce Tone, Josiah Baker, and Brittany Cosin. Am I missing anybody? Mr. Martin, am I missing anyone that you named?
Did you mention Travis Laurel?
Yes.
Okay, then I think you got them all.
Ms. Robson?
I just have a question. So we are nominating, or we have to have a certain number of LNC members
They'll
versus
be
the others.
separate. There'll be separate votes. So there'll be one
Okay,
vote
that was
for
my
the
question.
LNC members
Lucy.
for the affiliate support, and one for
Lucy,
the
stop it.
non-LNC members. So there'll be 2 votes for the affiliate support committee. 2 separate votes.
Okay, but my question then is, we can have at least 3 LNC members, but we could have more than 3. So there's 4 LNC members that have been nominated at this point, correct?
Correct.
So
What
how
does
does
the
that work?
actual policy manual say? Does it say 3?
It says at least 3.
Right.
At least 3.
In other words, it could be 4.
But it's up to 7 members?
Yeah, it's one
It's 7
ballot.
members total with at least 3 LNC members.
It's one ballot. You look at the
Point
top
of order.
7.
With the open vote.
Point of order. That is not what the requirement is for the affiliate support committee. Actually, this is one that was missed by the previous multiple previous secretaries. At the LNC meeting in Miami in 2024, a policy manual amendment was made to that section.
Did I miss one?
So it says a minimum of 7 members, not up to 7 members.
Ah.
Okay, what does it say for non-LNC members?
A minimum of 2.
No, I believe, well, on what I saw, it's a minimum of, okay.
For non-LNC.
For affiliate.
Okay, so the vote for this, and everybody please be quiet. So the vote for this, there's a minimum of 3 LNC and a minimum of 2 non-LNCs. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't get us
No,
to
it's
7.
not no, he said it's at least 7 total, which sounds like it could be more than 7.
Ms.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
So the minimum of 3, minimum of 2 doesn't mean.
Hold on one second. Mr. Secretary, I accidentally muted you trying to let Addison in. Sorry.
Minimum of 3, minimum of 2 doesn't mean minimum of 5. You can still have minimum of 7 with it because it could be minimum of 3, which would then require at least 4, or you could have minimum of 2 non-members, which would require then at least 5 LNC members. So there's a minimum of 7, but of that 7, at least 3 need to be LNC members and at least 2 need to be non, but it can be 4 and 3, 5 and 2, etc.
How about this? For the vote, we put all of them together in one vote.
And you look at the top 7, and if that meets the requirements.
You're getting there. You want some help the rest of the way?
Mr. Hanush, I recognize you.
All right. So you got that right. We put them all on the same ballot with the minimum of, regardless of how many votes they get, the top 2 of the blah, 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 LNC, I think, get on no matter what. And then the top 3, no matter what, the non-LNC get on.
You flipped it, Mr. Hanush.
That's what I meant. I did
You
blah,
can
blah,
do it
blah
that way
for
as
everything.
well. Yeah.
That's what I meant.
So we take the top 3 LNC, the top 2 non-LNC.
And then the rest would be whoever has the most amount of votes of
Yeah,
of
we could
who's
do it that way
left.
too.
Yeah. So whoever's at the top at
2-7.
that point. So let's say you have 7 non-LNC up at the top. Well, you
Mhm.
got to take your LNC. They're 8 through 10, right? So we got to take them. But then of the remaining positions, you would take the top, top vote getters from there.
Well, and so it'd be the top 3 LNC, top 2 non-LNC, and then the top vote getters after that up to 7.
Yes.
As long as they have a majority, yes.
Does everybody agree to that?
No.
No.
So I have a question about OPA Can
Mhm.
everybody hear me?
Yep.
Does the interface on OPA does it have a limitation, or is it like an at-large election?
It can be
Are you-
run an election almost virtually however we want.
Okay.
It's what we always use to run votes where there are more than when there are a bunch of people running.
So, in my opinion, the LNC votes need to be separate and not have a limitation. And then for the non-LNC votes, there needs to be all the names and then a limitation.
See, the problem is with that is that would unduly heavily weigh the LNC seats. So we could end up with all 4 of the LNC seats when one of the LNC members maybe got less votes than the top 5 of the non-LNC.
Okay.
That would be my concern. Ms. Robson, then Mr. Ricciuria.
We're going to spend all night talking about
I'm
this.
still a little confused because I think I read it wrongly. So the secretary said that it's at least 7 members total. Does that not mean we could have more than 7 members if more than 7 members got a majority? So long as we've got at least 3 people that are LNC members, and we've got these other people that aren't LNC members, and everybody got a majority vote, we could have a whole bunch of people on the committee.
So the way that I would phrase it is that it's majority vote with a minimum of the top 3 LNC vote getters, the top 2 non-LNC vote getters, which would also include anyone who had a majority.
Right, but we could also have more than 7 members total.
Right, but then they would have to have a majority. So they'd have to have a bunch
Correct.
of people.
I'm saying so long as
Oh my
everybody has a majority, we could have a whole
And
bunch
this
of
crosstalk.
people. So how many people do we get to vote for?
Mimi, you really are cross-talking.
Question. Okay,
As
cool.
many as you want. You could vote for the whole list.
Okay, cool.
Mr. Ricciuria and then Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me because I was just gonna sit quietly. But it's still a little confusing.
No,
but I think I'm
unless
starting to
it's
get it now. And I just had it on my screen. It's a minimum of 7 members, and also a minimum of 2 LNC members. I don't know why.
and
we
you
keep
don't
saying 3. It's a
necessarily get to
minimum
vote.
of 2. We
Mr.
could have
Secretary.
more.
That's a bad policy manual. I would
I'm
amend
also-
the policy
I'm
manual.
also going by the policy manual that the secretary just posted, like 2 days ago. So I'm
Does
going
it say 2 LNC members or 3 LNC members?
It says 2. I can show it on screen if you want.
Okay, I was basing it off of you saying 3.
That would be helpful too.
That was the point I was going to raise, Mr. Chair. So
Yeah. See, I'm just trying to clarify confusion, and then it also says
It's a
chair
bad
selection,
policy
LNC chair. So
manual.
when would that take place, Mr. Chair?
Immediately after the vote.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
So does that make it clear?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just majority vote and a minimum of 2 have to be LNCs. So we take whatever the we guarantee that we will take at least 2 LNC members if they don't cross the majority threshold to be the highest vote getters on the LNC. Okay.
That made it less clear.
Correct.
Yeah, and then once the vote is passed, then I'll appoint one of them to be the chair. Okay, is everybody clear on that? Everybody good on it? There'll be instructions when you vote. You can take that off your screen, Mr. Secretary. Okay. Mr. Shaw.
And there's
Oh, I was
and to
gonna
vote for as
motion
many
that
as you
we,
want.
open nominations for candidate support.
Okay.
I mean, they all
Candidate
agreed upon it,
support,
but
I
that's
believe,
not
is we only elect the
necessarily.
2 LNC members, and then the chair under advisement of the committee appoints the rest of the members. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
That is correct.
Okay. So Mr. Shaw, you would like to open nominations for candidate support?
That's correct.
Okay, did you have a nomination?
I do. Travis Laurel.
He's not an LNC member. It's only
Oh,
LNC members.
okay.
Mr. Hanush.
I nominate Olivia Hayes.
Okay. Mr. Denke.
I nominate Joe Hanush.
Mr. Shaw.
Barbara Engelhard.
Mr. Denke, is your hand still up?
Is that a problem?
I'm sorry?
I don't believe I applied for that one. Is that a problem?
LNC members don't have to apply for committee nominations.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, technically, we're out of time. I move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
Okay. Any objection to extending time by 5 minutes? Okay, hearing none. That will move to top 2 vote via OPA vote. Actually, hold on. Are there any other nominations?
Wait, from the LNC or just in general?
LNC.
Okay.
Because there are no nominations for non-LNC to the candidate support.
Who has been nominated so far?
Olivia Hayes, Joe Hanush, Barbara Engelhart.
Thank you.
Okay, nominate Mr. Martin.
We keep waffling. I withdraw. I wait.
Okay. Mr. Acurio.
Yes, just the recommendations. How should people recommend things to you? Should they email you?
The committee would recommend the action. So the 2 LNC members would recommend. Is my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary, or is it the LNC recommending?
It is the committee members. You're correct.
Okay. Hearing no additional nominations, we'll
Good
close
night,
nominations. That
Edward.
will move to an open vote of the top 2.
I'm responding to you on Twitter.
Again, to be started by 9 a.m. Eastern Monday morning and to close Friday at 11:59 p.m. Pacific. Ms. Robson.
Thank you. I think that we're now at the audit committee, and I would like to nominate Kat McElroy.
Okay, so we're going to open nominations for audit committee. Was opened by Ms. Robson.
And I
she
nominate
would like
Kat
to
McElroy.
nominate Kat McElroy. Thank you, Ms. Robson. Mr. Flores.
I nominate Dustin Koffel.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, what is for the audit committee?
For the audit committee, 1 non-officer LNC member and 2 non-LNC members, excluding the assistant treasurer.
And no alternates, correct?
Yes, per the bylaws.
That's actually not specified.
It's in the
I don't think
bylaws.
so. Because it isn't, unless it specifically says that alternates are excluded.
No.
I'm
In the
taking it as fine.
bylaw.
Thank you.
Yep. I had
Hold on.
Ms. Robson, Mr. Flores. I'm going to do Ms. Griffiths, then Mr. Nikela, then Ms. Nguyen, and then I'll come back through the list.
I nominate Jake Porter.
Okay.
I think it's in the bylaws,
Mr. Nicola.
but I could be wrong.
I nominate Kelly Nguyen.
It won't matter.
Oh, you just got a funny look from her. You can decline the nomination if you want.
Audit committee. Where is audit
Now
committee?
I need you to say you accept the
9.
nomination.
I accept the nomination.
Thank you. If you, I mean, I was saying if you're going to, I would need you to positively say it since you acted like you didn't want it. Ms. Fintish, then Madam Vice Chair, and then Mr. Martin. Ms. Fintish.
I nominate Travis Bust.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
I nominate Angela Thornton.
What was the last name?
Thornton.
Yeah, they can be an alternate.
Thornton.
Yeah, it can be alternate. It's in the bylaws.
Mr.
I had
Martin.
it opposite.
My mute did not want to unmute. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I nominate Travis Larrell.
Okay. Any other nominations? Since there is a fixed number of LNC and a fixed number of non-LNC, and those are fixed, 1 and 2, those will be separate. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Nominations are closed. We will send out those emails. The secretary will send out the OPA votes. So board members, please check your emails that those have gone out, because they don't get posted to the public list. It just goes straight to your email, but we will send out a notice to the public list that the votes have started. Next on the agenda is policy manual amendment, alternate participation, Mr. Denke.
I'm tired. I don't even want to go through this.
I'm actually going to cede to my alternate.
Okay.
Ms. Leatherman.
Yeah, so motion to amend the motion to add motion to add when the regional representative is absent or cedes their seat to their alternate for the entirety of an agenda item. Alternates are free to debate on email business, and alternates may vote on email ballots, but are only counted when regional representative has not voted or expressed an abstention. To the current rule, which is free
Why is Rose so
substitution of
nervous?
alternates for regional representatives at LNC meetings is permitted. So I think this would just add
Hold
some
on.
very.
You gotta wait. So that was, you moved your motion, then it's got to be seconded, and then we do discussion. So it was moved by Ms. Leatherman. Is there
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Leatherman. Go ahead and speak to your motion, Ms. Leatherman.
Oh, right. So I think this would just add some needed clarification to like under which circumstances alternates may debate or make motions. That's pretty much it.
Okay, on deck I have Mr. Shaw, Mr. Martin, and then Mr. Bost. Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I would say that this meeting in itself shows that I don't think there's a problem here to be fixed.
There's a
I
problem
mean,
because there's
this
multiple
meeting is
voices
run
that
fairly smoothly. The alternates have been.
it's not a matter of
you know,
smoothly. It's a matter
participating.
of what
I don't
the
see any
bylaws
problem
balance
with the
is.
participation, you know, basically outside of voting, as long as we know, you know, that who's voting for a particular region. I can't imagine any good reason why we'd want to limit other participation. It seems a little silly to me.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, first of all, I just want to say that I believe that if this motion were passed, it would have no effect because it would violate member rights without due process
No,
and
it
would
doesn't.
violate the
It's not
bylaws.
right. It's
So
not
it's not
right.
something that we can actually do because
It's
alternates are
not
members of
right.
the LNC and
No,
there are
they are
member rights
not.
that attach to them
No,
by
they are
virtue of their
not.
election.
No,
We
they
don't
are
just
not.
appoint a double
It's
or a second
conditional
to
members.
stand in for us,
It's
right? They're
conditional
elected by the
members.
state chairs
It's
that form the region, and they are part of a team, and that team is
That's not-
regionally autonomous from the LNC. You
No.
can't tell us who can stand up and say what. In some regions, they may choose to put an alternate and a representative that disagree with each other, right? And that disagreement would be part of their robust representation as a region. For us to say you don't have a right to speak unless you're specifically being ceded to it violates their rights. It's absurd. It departs with past practice. And I believe it's like Mr. Shaw said, who are we protecting here? We're not protecting member rights, Mr. Chair. We're making rules to make our lives a little bit easier so we don't have to hear as many, I guess, views and opinions. And I think it's a terrible attitude to have, to say that these people who are trusted by their states to carry their representation cannot do so
You do
in the way
not
that any ordinary member
understand
should. And
the
we demonstrate
bylaws.
they are members
You
of the
do
LNC.
not
For instance, an entire
understand
membership vote of the
the
LNC
bylaws.
would usually include alts, right?
No, it would not.
How do
No,
we
it
reconcile
would not.
that with
No, it
this
would
inconsistent
not.
position? So
No, it would
I'm
not.
very
Did they
concerned
vote
that
on the
this is even being
disaffiliation motion?
contemplated. I don't think there's
Did they
a good
vote
reason for it,
on
and it
the
just seems like an
disaffiliation
attack
motion? You
on
just
member rights.
disproved
And
your
regardless
point.
of what you guys do
You
now, it won't
just
change, things that happened
disproved
last term.
your point.
So
You
I
just
strongly urge the body to vote this down.
disproved
And we really
your point.
there's a bunch of PM amendments on the agenda tonight. We don't need a little rule for every annoyance on the committee. This is not a computer program, and it requires us to exercise good leadership and discernment and discretion, and not try to create a one-size-fits-all rule for every minor problem that occurs to us. That is not good leadership. That's actually one of the things we stand against in the Libertarian Party.
vote
So
of the
I encourage you guys, if we're
entire
going to do policy manual
LNC
amendments, we should
does
be killing
not
2 lines for every line we
include
propose to add or replace.
alternates.
With that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
In case you didn't hear.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes
As a point of correction,
when
we vote as the committee at large, it does not include the alts.
Correct.
The language for that is specifically to mean that it has to include the body, including counting abstentions and absences. So it would require 18 votes, essentially. Mr. Boss, Ms. Fintish, then Mr. Hinush. Ms. Fintish.
My mistake. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I feel like a lot of this alt conversation has been stimulated by recent things, as Mr. Martin and Shaw pointed out. Things seem to be working just fine under the
It's not a matter of working. It's a matter of the
policy manual,
balance
as it says, saying free
under
substitution of
the
alternates for
bylaws.
regional representatives at LNC meetings is permitted. I think there's been a little bit of confusion about what constitutes a meeting in general. You know, for me, it makes sense that if we're allowed to, you know, make motions and be able to engage in discussion during the actual meetings, as it says in the policy manual, the lead up to those meetings where we're making motions and having discussion online.
You're not both supposed to be
makes
debating
perfect
at
sense.
meetings.
It's the same thing. So
Even in
trying
the
to
past,
create rules
alts
to
did not
further
sit at the
create
table.
bureaucratic obstacles. I mean, we're not a bureaucracy. I thought we're kind of against bureaucracy. I don't know why we would try and fix something that's not broken. It's not
It
broken.
is broken.
It's working just fine. And we can have discussions about how to actually utilize it. But
It's
going
absolutely
through the policy
broken.
manual and changing this one little line, I mean, if we want to go through the policy manual and throw out entire sections, we probably should be doing that because we're already very out of order with how we do meetings in the first place. So we can dig into it if you want to, but this is just another layer of
I refer you all to
bureaucratic
that
nonsense. Yeah, I yield.
show I did on
Thank you.
alts. I'm gonna,
Mr.
if I
Hinush?
can, I'm gonna
I've
put
got
the
Mr.
link
Hinush,
up,
then Mr. Bost, then
but
Mr.
I don't
Elstreth, and then Ms.
know
Robson.
Thank you.
if it'll let me.
Go ahead,
Thank
Mr. Hinush.
Thank you. I agree with some of the points that I've made already, and I disagree with some of them. We've seen how this has been abused in the past, and I wish this policy manual amendment was not necessary, because I hate doing these things. These I consider to be another waste of time by the body. Unfortunately, it's something that we have to clarify. Each region gets one seat at the table.
Yes.
And we get each
Yes.
seat, they get a primary and a backup. And that's the way it should be done. I think this meeting has gone pretty great, honestly, but this is
But
not
they
the
should
way
not
they've gone in the past.
have been able to
So
debate.
that's why I'll be
Both
voting in
seats
favor of this. Thank you.
The alt should not have been able to debate if the region debated.
Mr. Bost.
Yes, is it in order to amend the motion?
It would be.
All right, I've sent a copy. It was presented to me. I sent a copy to the secretary. And if there's no objections from my primary.
Oh, actually, yeah, it would need to come from your primary. I'm sorry, Mr. Bost.
Mr. Chair, if it's in order, I would move Mr. Bost's proposed amendment.
How do you know what it says?
Because
share it
we
with
worked
him.
on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Martin, are you taking up the amendment?
Yes, unless his region primary would like to do that instead. But I would object. I believe that an alt, it's prior custom to allow alts.
Alts cannot make motions or make amendments.
I've done it like 6 times in the last year or so, maybe
You
7.
were called out of order each time unless you were in the seat because Mr. Lamb either wasn't there or seated to you.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Am I recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are, Ms. Hogarth.
Thank you. My alternate has asked to hold the seat for a moment,
Okay.
offer and amendment. And
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
That's perfectly in order. Mr. Bost.
Yes. Am I still audible?
Yes.
The amendment would be to strike the words "for the entirety of an agenda item" and replace with "at any time in any matter except when
No.
voting in accordance with each region's agreement."
That's
The rest of the amendment would remain
that's like
as
tag
presented.
teaming.
Did you and you submitted that language to the secretary?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary, do you have that language?
That goes beyond the
have that
scope
language. I'm
of
working on it
notice.
Okay.
That goes beyond the scope of notice.
Is there a second to the amendment?
There is.
Mr. Shaw seconds it.
Goes beyond
So
the
we'll
scope of
discuss
notice.
the amendment while the secretary works on getting it up on the screen. Mr. Longstreth, you want to speak?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to pass on discussion for the amendment, but if I could be at the top of the queue when we come back around to the main motion.
You're assuming we'll get there. Ms. Robson. Ms. Robson.
Yeah, I'm not part of this amendment. I wanted to speak, actually, to make another amendment. So
You can make it now. Well, maybe.
Do you want to make an amendment right now?
It depends if
To
it's
amend their amendment, or are you wanting to amend the?
I'm not sure where we're at this moment, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to, or what I want to do, actually. So
Okay.
I'd like to hear what he's trying to do, I guess.
he's trying to make it so you can
I don't
tag
know.
team
Derek,
in and
can
out,
get
and
it
you
up on the
can't
clock?
get
I'm going to
all
stop
around.
time until the secretary can get the language up on the screen. That way, that's not eating into time, but we're also not going to have any debate or discussion.
Can I make a point of order?
Sure.
I think the last line I heard would be out of order. It's basically the regional agreement telling the LNC how they're going to conduct their seat. Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm gonna make a ruling on that and say the point's not well taken.
Oh, no,
for
it
this
is well
reason.
taken.
There
well, let me hear.
was situations with their regional agreement that they allowed their alternates to oh, that was for a super region.
Right. It's out of order.
I'm gonna say it's within order. Your point's not well taken. You can vote it down if you want.
I would appeal from that
I don't
ruling.
see a reason why it wouldn't be within order for it to be in accordance with the region's agreement.
I kind of see his point now.
Okay, I hate to ask this, but where exactly are we with what we're trying to do? Because
There's an amendment right now, which is on your screen. The red part is being stricken from the current language of the main motion. The blue part is the addition. So it would strike for the entirety of an agenda item and would replace it with at any time in any manner except when voting in accordance with each region's agreement.
Okay, all right.
But then it would keep the alternates are free to debate on email business and alternates may vote on email ballots. But was that included?
I don't think that was
May I?
motion.
Yes, that's still on there.
Okay. So you need to add that last section, Mr. Secretary.
My apologies. I just added the language that was given to me.
So it would retain the last line.
My apologies, Mr. Secretary.
So.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
This is just making things, they should have just left it alone. And I actually think this is potentially in the other direction going against the bylaws.
Madam Vice Chair.
I certainly don't have the motivation to raise a JC
Yes, you may
appeal.
speak to your amendment.
Like I was saying,
Right,
to
as
start y'all during break.
What this
Pick your
means to me
battles.
is it keeps the spirit of free substitution while
Y'all
also
don't understand
clarifying
what free
that we should
substitution means. That same language appears in the bylaws for convention delegates.
be clear when we are seating our chair to our alternates.
Seat, you mean?
So that, well, to continue that thought, so the concern that we need to clarify what's going on, this does just that without inhibiting any rights of any members. As to alternate participation and discussion in the meetings, whether it's 18 people discussing or 25 people, 27 people discussing, that's just a matter of running the meeting. That's not a concern.
Yes, there is, because it's 2 times
fully
per
in all the
question
committees unless
per
specified
seat.
otherwise.
So you're trying to get 4 times.
They're held to the same and anything except what we're talking about right here, which is debate. They're given full participation. I think it should extend here as well, and that it's not a problem to have 9 extra people that have the ability to raise their hands. This is not for voting or making motions. That's for the, in my viewpoint, that's still for the primary unless seated.
Okay, thank you. Again, briefly, everyone, Mr. Martin and then Ms. Fintish.
I want to speak. Unfortunately, this is not going to solve the problem because, and I'll give you an example why. If a region rep is in a car accident and is unable to notify the committee, the alternate would be banned from participation because it would be assumed the region rep is present in an email ballot situation. Right, so the
you can. And what if a Martian comes to Earth and says, unless you excuse the rape of one person, they're going to kill everyone on the planet? You don't make rules for these.
That would result in lawsuits, and
Martin is so
to think
it would not
that we can just
result
suspend
in
member
lawsuits.
rights.
That's not how it works.
Policy manual.
I'm going to interrupt you to say that that's not accurate. Ms. Fintish is afforded during an email ballot to vote at any time. If you fail to
but
vote,
not participate
abstain,
and not raise a point of order, sir, if you can't raise a point of order, then our region is losing its representation rights.
No, it's not.
Because of an arbitrary distinction that protects no one. There is no confusion as to what's going on. We're not having any difficulties on that. This is solely about suppressing member rights, and it is entirely pretextual, the idea that there's a problem to even solve in the first place. Just like when the government invents reasons to put flock cameras on the streets.
because there's a lot of it.
Shut the fuck up.
The alternates, this amendment doesn't change anything. It's exactly the same motion. So when it comes out of this, it won't do anything. I would just move.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up. Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut
of the amendment. I mean, as we can see with this meeting, right? Like it's flowing well and we're seating and then everything's working the way that it's supposed to. It does sound like there's like past, I don't know, trauma is the right word, but experiences with the way it's written in the policy manual being misinterpreted or leveraged in ways that people don't agree with or want to fight over. So I feel like this new proposal that we are now amending is departing dramatically from how it's written in the policy manual. This amendment is actually reinforcing the original language, right? It's not actually changing that much. It's just reinforcing what it seems to be that everyone wants in the first place, right? Obviously, alts can't vote at the same time as their reps, right? No one's actually been trying to do that. But it does reinforce the original language, and it's a necessary thing because the original language that we are amending is a massive departure that would really restrict alt rights in the first place.
There aren't alt rights.
Thank you.
There
Ms.
aren't.
Leatherman.
I am
believe we're at
sorry that
time.
hurts your feelings, but
Unless
there
it's you.
isn't.
We are.
Did you stop the clock? That didn't seem like 15 minutes.
Sure did stop the clock.
Okay.
That was way
We're at
more than
time.
15 minutes.
So we move to a vote on this amendment, and then we go to, if this fails, we go to the main motion. Mr. Secretary, call the roll on the amendment. Does anybody need clarification? Everybody, please put your hands down.
Just to be clear, I'm leaving this is
Yeah,
I'm leaving
it's
Region
seated.
5 vote to the
Yeah,
alt.
you ceded your participation. So, Ms. Leatherman, why is your hand up? I will lower it for you.
Oh, I thought I had lowered it.
Lowering your hand, Ms. Robson.
No, I want to know what we're voting on.
Well, then wait, and I will tell you. This is an amendment to the main motion. The amendment would strike
Someone get Evan
for the
a Snickers.
entirety of an agenda item
You won't like him when he's hungry.
and add at any time in any manner except when voting in accordance with each region's agreement. That is the amendment. You need to take unblue the rest of that because that's not part of his Mr. Bost's amendment. Yep. Okay. So we are voting on the Bost amendment to the main amendment to the main motion. So this would strike for the entirety of an agenda item and add at any time in any matter except when voting in accordance with each region's agreement. Call the roll.
Mr. Koffel,
Nay.
Mr.
Mr. Danke.
I'm yielding to Ms. Leatherman for the duration of this main motion.
Oh, sorry.
I vote nay.
Understood. Ms. Leatherman.
Nay.
Mr. Flores.
Abstain.
Vice Chair Griffiths.
I pass.
Mr. Hanush.
No.
This should be a
Ms.
no.
Hayes.
No.
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Treasurer Neville.
I pass.
Mr. Longstreth.
No.
I'm glad Richard is showing testicular fortitude.
Yes.
I'm not saying like I doubted he would, but I'm happy to hear
Did you
the
say
firmness.
pass or yes?
He said pass.
Okay.
I pass.
Gotcha.
I will also pass. Mr. Nikela,
No.
Thank you, Steve.
Ms. Nguyen,
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Redpath,
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Robson,
Don't hesitate, Mimi. This is a no.
Sorry, no.
Ms. Robson,
She said no.
Do you hear me?
sorry. Mr. Shaw,
I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Vice Chair Griffiths,
I vote yes.
Treasurer Neville,
Nay.
Mr. Martin,
The reason I abstain is I don't want to be part of
Yo,
violating
do you-
member rights, and I don't feel
You
like this
don't,
amendment
you're
would
not
address that
allowed to
issue adequately.
debate during voting.
I will also abstain. All right, Mr. Chair, the vote is 3 ayes, 11 nays, 3 abstentions.
I will abstain.
All right.
So the amendment fails. We move on to the main motion.
Shall I begin?
Yes.
Mr. Koffel,
Hold on 1 second. Mr. Shaw, is this a point of information?
No, I was wondering if we were going back and debate on the main motion.
No, time expired.
all right, Mr. Koffel,
I will vote yes.
Mr. Danke,
Ms. Leatherman,
sorry, Ms. Leatherman, my apologies.
Sorry, I was muted. I vote yes.
Mr. Flores,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Griffiths,
I vote yes.
Mr. Noosh,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
would it be Mr. Bost?
Yes, it's Mr. Bost.
Mr. Bost,
No.
Treasurer Neville,
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
I abstain because it's war on our values. Seriously.
Stop letting him
Don't-
debate
How can you guys do
during
this?
voting.
How can you fucking do this?
Man, just
Hey,
want to let you
point of
know
order.
that
Come to order,
sometimes you gotta shut the
Mr.
fuck up. And this current time
Continue
is
to
just
vote.
one of those
I
times
vote
you
aye.
gotta shut the
Mr.
fuck
Nikela,
up.
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Ms. Robson,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
No.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 13 ayes, 2 nays, 2 abstentions.
Passes.
Don't work. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order, Mr. Martin?
The motion that we just purportedly passed is void because it violates the bylaws.
No,
and
it does
member
That
not.
is
rights.
not in order, Mr. Martin. That is not a point of order. And the vote hasn't.
It is a point of
concluded yet
order. You
because
can
I
rule it
haven't
not well
voted.
taken.
Mr. It's not well taken, and you will be quiet. The vote is still going.
Yes, sir.
I will abstain.
I'm more than willing to write an amicus in this inevitable appeal, unless Martin's
Mr. Chair, the
threatening
final vote is
again.
13 ayes, 2 nays, 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion is adopted. Next item on the agenda is another policy manual amendment, affiliate petitions by Vice Chair Griffiths.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to be a little bit difficult. I know that will shock you. I have I would like to amend or offer a substitute motion for
If
this
it
amendment.
wasn't noted, well,
what is the best way to
listen,
go about doing that?
depends on what it is.
Unfortunately, so the motion has to be moved,
Okay.
and then it would have to be amended, but you can't amend your own motion.
All right.
Yes, you.
Is someone else able to move it so that then I could amend it?
I'll go ahead and move it so that you can go ahead and amend your motion. so
If
we
it's
can just
outside
get
the
this
scope
rolling.
of notice,
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was moved by Mr. Flores.
but I'm not getting into it.
Mr. Flores, would you like to speak to your motion?
Otherwise, it would require
I
a
would
majority. Well, it's a special meeting as
allow-
well, but
Is it,
You can just say no.
am I able
Scope-
to allow Ms. Griffiths to speak to it?
Ms. Griffiths is already, or should be in queue because she wanted to do something else.
Okay, I cede my time to her.
yeah,
All
they
right, thank you.
gave
So
the
I would
general
move to
substance.
amend to
It would require a majority
strike
of the
everything
entire.
after
Hmm.
the appendix and then continue again on the secretary or chair shall forward the request. So essentially what we'd be doing is we would be striking the LNC shall only consider a petition for affiliation if, and then items 1 and 2. Be striking that. And the reason for striking that, or should I wait for someone to second that?
Hold on, I'm unclear on what your amendment here is. to
So
this.
the current text right now is affiliate petitions, organizations that wish to become state level affiliates, etc. Shall only consider a petition for the affiliation if 1, the petitioner has held a public, physical, or virtual meeting. 2, reasonable notice shall be sent to all the current National Party members. The secretary or chair shall forward the request to all LNC members. So that's the current original text. I am suggesting that we revert to that text. So it's a substitute motion, but then strike the LNC shall only consider a petition for affiliation if, and items 1 and 2. I can speak to that, or I can wait for a second if there is one.
Did you send this language to the secretary?
It's already there because that's the current language. But if you would like for me to resend it, then I can.
I guess what I'm asking for is, so I've got current here.
Yes.
Affiliate petitions. I've got 2 sentences and then 2 parts and then a final paragraph, and then
Yes.
proposed is
It's
2 paragraphs and then a closing sentence. So
correct.
Unclear what you're amending about.
This
your
is
proposal.
an alternate motion. So it's I'm taking the original language and I am reverting back to it, but striking the numbered items and the sentence that precedes the numbered items.
So it would only read as organizations that wish to become state level affiliate party shall apply for such status on the petition form in the appendix. The LNC shall consider a petition.
It would take that part out and then it would jump to the bottom paragraph.
So it would stop at petition form in the appendix and then it would go to where?
It would go to that final one that says the secretary. Yes, I copied it. So I'm going to send it now. I think I heard a second, so I can speak.
So what do y'all think of my Pikachu shirt?
To be clear first.
Found it at Goodwill.
I think I have it. Let me put it up on the screen and you can tell me if I have it incorrect.
All right. That is perfect. Yes, thank you. Speaking to it, first of all, I will still support the main motion. Yeah, wonderfully done. I will still support the original if that's what people would rather hear. The reason that I am proposing this
Thank you,
change
Minarchus.
is because I
was pretty thrilled to find it. It's heavy duty too.
I would like to give more deference to affiliate autonomy or potential affiliate autonomy. I don't think it's right for the LNC to be telling affiliates who they need to notify for a convention. I understand the concern around it, But I think that if
They're
you have
not an
someone who's
affiliate
trying to
yet, and
spin
it's
up a
our
new affiliate,
job.
then it should be up to them who they
No,
choose to notify or
actually,
not.
no,
And then we're able to see,
no.
was it
That's
fair? Did they notify enough
okay.
people? Was this proper? But
The
as for the
National
policy
Party's job is
manual,
to
I don't think it's for
protect
us to
National
dictate
Party members.
preemptively how people need to run their conventions.
I actually hard disagree here.
I'm not going to say anything. I may comment towards the end of this. I have issues with it not specifically saying National Party member.
Yes, exactly.
That's
Evan
always
is
been the
absolutely
standard
correct.
of an affiliate.
Evan is absolutely
But I'm going to
correct.
recognize the body. Just me. Mr. Martin, Mr. Shaw, and then Mr. Hinch. So I have on deck Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chair, I am extremely concerned about what I'm seeing here in this, and I'm going to characterize how it comes across to me. It looks like we're saying that we're changing the rules so that we can play just outright unconscionable games with notice, so that we don't have to let our own members know. If an affiliate wants to spin up an estate, we could consider an affiliate that didn't tell everybody to come vote. And there's only one reason I can think about that. It's one thing to want to restrain an affiliate that's misbehaving. Maybe we have good reason to do that. But to change these rules in the middle of that process to completely disregard the safeguard that's in our own membership's best interest, right? I worry about the propriety of this. I worry that it may be out of order. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm really, this seems naked like partisanship. Like, not just that we had to stop an affiliate that we didn't like their behavior, but also that we want to engineer their replacement in a way that bypasses the will of our own members in that state. And I worry that doing this could actually open us up to legal liability,
Oh, shut
like so
up
many other
with your
silly proposals.
legal
And I'm sorry to keep
shit.
invoking that, but that's what it seems like. Mr. Chair, I object to the consideration of this. It's I can't do that to the amendment. I apologize. You're a step ahead of me there. But I guess for the record, Mr. Chair, I'm really concerned about this. This goes a big step beyond just, you know, this makes the LNC into the evil that everyone has feared for decades, and the argument against centralized party power. And I would urge the members to think carefully.
Oh my God. Oh
I
my
just want to say, I'm
God.
waffling on. There's a part of me that does not feel like this is in order.
I can withdraw, Mr. Chair, since I am fine with the previous one. Anyhow. If you want to rule it out of order, I won't I won't object to the chair's
point of order. Point of order.
I don't think I have a reason to rule it out of order.
Mr. Chair,
debating here. Mr.
Point of order. I don't believe the motion was seconded.
It was.
It was.
Oh, it was. My apologies.
Because I checked the second before I let somebody speak to their motion. I can't engage in debate. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have on this. Mr. Shaw and then Mr. Hinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I need to let Barbara in.
Considering what I'm seeing here and the huge implications that something like this could have, I would like to make a motion that we table this whole thing to a future meeting so that this can be
That's not
properly
the
workshopped and
proper
we can figure
use
out the
of
implications.
table.
Because
That's not
trying to figure
what
this out in just a
table
couple minutes
means. Please
something like this
learn
that
what
could have such
table
large
means.
implications
That
on,
is my
you
pet
know, to our
peeve.
organization,
But
I think
professional
we're
board
moving a little too
members
fast here.
should
We need
know
to
basic
get this
motions, and that's
workshopped
not what
and
table
something that people can
means.
look at over a period of time before
Move
we
to
show up to
postpone
vote
it
on it.
definitely. Move to postpone it
It is in
indefinitely.
order.
But that is not table. No, table
A
is
motion to
not
table would be in
proper.
order.
No, it would not, because he's
I'll
trying to
second that.
kill the motion to a later date, and that is not the proper use of table.
And I believe it would just go to a vote.
Thank you.
No, table is debate. Okay, maybe.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
I
Mr.
might be wrong
Secretary, if
there.
you can spin up another ballot for a motion to table.
It's not proper
Understood.
use of table.
No,
Mr. Shaw.
A table to win.
Yeah, that is
You
a
don't
problem.
table
Yes, Mr.
two!
Chair.
For fuck's sake!
Does he
You
mean
don't
postpone?
table two!
Yeah.
Well, there.
So
Yes.
the intention here is to
You
basically take what we're doing
postpone
here,
two.
put it on pause until
You
a future meeting,
commit.
so that this thing can be, you know.
Would you are you saying you want to postpone this item until the next
Exactly.
LNC meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, my assumption is that there may be some workshopping that could end up happening in between the two meetings, so that we have something that's a little bit
Okay.
more.
No debate.
Yeah.
I just wanted the clarification. So it's a motion to postpone until the next LNC meeting.
Now that's an
Do you have that,
order.
Mr. Secretary?
Still working on it. Give me a second.
Okay.
This is a 4-hour meeting. Lord have mercy on us all. Mother Mary.
All right, let me get it up on screen.
Hold on. Yeah, Mr. A motion to postpone to a date certain is debatable.
Yes, it is.
Only a motion to table isn't debatable. So Mr. Hanush, did you have your hand up to debate the motion to postpone? Go ahead, Mr. Hanush.
It was for the amendment to the amendment thing, but yeah, nothing on this.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary, to bring the roll call up. Everybody understand that we're voting to postpone this until the next LNC meeting, which would be August 2nd. Mr. Koffel, is this a point of information?
Yes, it is. So to clarify, we would be postponing consideration of the substitute motion.
The entire thing.
The entire agenda item. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, proceed to a vote, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Koffel.
Pass.
Mr. Danke.
Yes.
Mr. Flores.
Yes.
Vice Chair Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Hanush.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
Can I abstain for now?
You mean pass? Yeah, she meant pass, not abstain.
Understood.
Thank you.
Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Neville.
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth.
Abstain. No, you know what? Vote no. I'm sorry.
Mr. Martin.
I abstain. Get yourself sued if you want. Or not. Either way.
Vote aye. Mr. Nikela.
I vote yes.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Ms. Robson.
Abstain.
Mr. Shaw.
Abstain.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, intra-party partisanship is
Koffel.
definitely a thing.
Abstain.
Ms. Hayes.
I'm gonna say no.
Mr. Chair, the vote is currently 12 ayes, 2 nays, 3 abstentions.
I'll abstain.
So the final vote is 12 ayes, 2 nays, 4 abstentions.
The item is postponed to the next meeting. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is policy manual legal amendments or legal matters. I am going to pass the gavel to Ms. Griffiths for this one.
All right.
I can't raise my hand.
Right. Would you like to move?
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to move policy manual amendment on legal matters. Move to amend policy manual section 1.06 legal matters, creating section 2, authorize the management of lawsuits, to add the following line after the second sentence of the final paragraph. LNC members shall be permitted to observe meetings of the litigation committee.
Second.
All right.
May I speak to my motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I brought this on behalf of a discussion with other members who requested this. I'm not saying that it necessarily is a good idea or a bad idea, but I said I would bring forward the motion and to kickstart the debate and discussion. The litigation committee operates as a confidential committee where they do the business of making recommendations, reviewing things from the attorneys, and then ultimately submitting that to the chair and the executive committee for them to make decisions. But the final decision lies with the chair and the executive committee. The question was presented that the body doesn't know what the deliberative process is. My rebuttal is that when it is time for the directors as a whole, for the board as a whole, not just the executive committee, to make a decision on something, that they're then informed of all of the discussions as we've exampled in our own meetings, which I obviously can't go into, but everybody's allowed to speak, everybody's allowed to ask questions.
No, I didn't mean to show what I was typing, but I
The
don't
members are
care
sent
that you all saw.
the
I
court
told them,
filings. Actually, we have been
stop trying to
posting the
tweak
court
around with
filings
the affiliate
publicly.
affiliation. Just do what the
So I
bylaws
don't
require.
know
The LNC is required
that
to have a standard affiliation
it's
form.
necessary.
Just do that. You
But
can't see the
there are
future on
members
all
of
future
the
affiliate
litigation
petitions.
committee that are
Judge
here
them each on their
that
own
can
merits,
speak
and the
to it
LNC could
now.
decide who to
Mr.
affiliate.
Michaela is on it.
Problem
He
solved.
oversaw it
Simple.
when he was chair, and so I would ask him to speak.
All right, Mr. Michaela.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. I think this is a double-edged sword, and I'll explain why. I think there's some members of this body that would probably do well seeing what's going on in litigation committee, why the decisions are being made, and probably helpful for them to make future decisions, or at least to play along and provide oversight. Now, on the other side of the coin is the fact that this board has had many leaks. We've had private discussions recorded and aired. We've had confidential marked documents and threads forwarded to the public list or put out elsewhere. So unfortunately, I don't feel it's responsible to have the entire committee have access to these confidential meetings. And quite frankly, furthermore, I don't think it would add much of value to the committee in terms of carrying out the directive of the executive committee of a lawsuit that the LNC had authorized. Now, I've had conversations with fellow LNC members about what would it look like to have more, I guess, transparency in the sense of the committee at least releasing some kind of updates periodically, shortly after meetings, or the ability for the committee to directly address LNC members. But to have a whole committee micromanaging or even observing, I think opens up too much room for opinions that don't need to be heard, and also it opens the door up for leaks that could absolutely jeopardize lawsuits, that could absolutely try to influence the committee in ways that I don't think are appropriate, at least not at least outside of the current committee process of the LNC. And so for those reasons, I can't support this amendment, but I do appreciate conversations to be had in order to try to bring a little bit of light on the litigation committee, or at least explain what has happened in the last committee through reporting or conversations directly with the board that I hope would satisfy the curiosity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Michaela. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to first of all say that regardless of our opinions on how many opinions we wish to hear, which seems to be the driving concern of many members, the law requires that the elected directors of this organization provide due diligence and oversight in their duties. That would include the right of inspection and to look at the records on which our decisions are based. The current way that things are being run violates the law and opens us up to all kinds of problems because the litigation committee is a black box. A director is not allowed to know why they're making the decisions they're making or on what basis. We just have to basically accept their recommendations or not with no other information. And if we ask, we are named and shamed.
I'm starting to be able to smell this video
feed. Are said
feed.
about us in all kinds of groups all over the place because we are asking about something that it is our
It
job
doesn't
to ask
smell
about.
like
We're
Teen
supposed
Spirit.
to oversee this. So if you're elected to this committee, you
Dude,
don't
take
get
a
to
shower.
just wall off information from the other directors and say, no, you guys can't see how we got
Is
here.
that meat
Right?
sweats?
If there are real confidentiality leaks, not trumped up nonsense, then there's ways to deal with it appropriately. Right. But that's not the situation. That's not the real problem right now. The real problem is our direction is irresponsible if we cannot all be informed on why we're taking it. I can't, in good conscience, vote blind. And it's absurd that people want to say you should, Mr. Director, because we don't want to sucker your opinions, even though I would have no right to interrupt a meeting that I'm not a seated member of. I would only be able to observe and understand for my own duty of due diligence. And so this is being construed as like a right to disrupt. It's offensive and it's a problem. Here's the problem. We don't need a rule saying we're permitted to do this because we are already permitted to do it. And as you guys know,
No, you're
this is
not.
something that any member could very quickly take the LNC to court over
Oh,
and sue
God.
them. And rightly so. And a court would order that the litigation
No, they wouldn't.
needs to be
No, they
opened
wouldn't.
to
Just shut the
directors.
fuck
This
up.
is not even a controversy.
Yeah.
So I support
Your
the
AI
idea and the
lawyer is
intent behind this
wrong.
motion to allow directors to do this, but I don't think we need a new special rule in the policy manual telling us what is already our member rights.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Martin.
something is
You've had 2
really
minutes.
wrong here, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shaw.
Yes. So there are a couple things I heard here. One of them is, opinions that are not needed. I got to say, we're directors of this organization. Our opinions are needed. Secondly, confidentiality. We all signed NDAs. If those are violated, there's consequences. The idea of having something like that blocked away from the rest of the board of directors seems unacceptable to me. I do support the thing that the LNC chair has brought forth. Now, I'm not entirely sure whether or not the organization even has the ability to rightfully keep us out of those, but I certainly will support something that will make it possible for us to observe.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Hanush, you're next.
Thank you. I'm generally in favor of being able to get more context by being able to observe, these meetings and just get context for it. I've done that in the past with government meetings, and context adds a lot of value to how you see a governing body make decisions. Instead of just like, oh, a motion comes up and they vote and then that's it. Zero discussion sometimes in public. But there's a lot that goes on in the background. And
But I'm going to say, listen.
So I'm in favor of having this open.
Martin
Frankly,
annoys me, but I
already
do think the LNC should be able to see the
so I'm in favor of it, but I
litigation
do
meetings.
want to be, just like what we talked about earlier, we had to change something because people would abuse things. I hope that people won't be abusing this. And of course, was already
keeping the
brought up,
LNC out of the
leaking something, and
litigation committee meetings
this says
isn't the
observe.
way
That
to
term is very
solve the
important.
problem
If it says
of
participate in, I probably would be
the
against this.
violations of
This is observe.
confidentiality.
So any members that are not on the litigation committee that are observing the meeting should be doing exactly that. Observe, not participating in, unless the board wants to open it up to them. So I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noosh. Mr. Chair.
Actually, we should want to go to Ms.
We are
Fitch so I can
okay,
close out.
Ms. Fintish.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. Yeah, I just want to second what Mr. Hanush was just saying. He did bring up the fact that it doesn't need to be articulated the way that I think that this motion is mostly fairly useless, because this is already the way that it works. It's already set in stone. It's already part of our bylaws. But yeah, if we must try and define it even more, I don't know why, again, we're just bureaucratically adding in words for no reason. We're
Cite
sitting
where
here
it
for like
says that
5
in the
hours,
bylaws, Sonia.
There's plenty of things that we could actually be doing that would be supportive. But if we really need to like
I
redefine
think
something
they
that's
should
already
be able to
defined,
observe,
then
but
then I support
non-members of committees have no right to go to the
Thank you,
meeting.
Ms.
Just like
Fintish. Mr.
LNC
Chair, would you
members
like
in
to
general
conclude?
do not have a right to go
Yeah,
to
I'd like to
EPCC
close out.
meetings. It's always been
DC
that
law
way.
requires records. The records are given to the body.
Right.
For
Martin
making
and
those
Sonia
decisions.
throw around member
It
rights
does
and
not say
bylaws,
that you
and
need to sit
honestly,
in and
they don't know
listen
what
to
the
work
fuck they're
product
talking about.
of a confidential legal committee, talking to attorneys, talking to
Correct.
potential witnesses.
Now, I'm
it
in
doesn't
favor of the
require that.
motion, but Martin and
The
Sonia,
records
they
are
really
produced,
don't
the
know
documents
what they're
are
talking
produced.
about.
The executive committee sees them.
Sonia's a
The
lot
board
nicer
sees
about
them.
it,
And quite
but
frankly,
neither
the
of them,
public
they
sees them
throw
after
around
they're
rights and do
filed.
not know what they're saying.
I've tried not to cast aspersions, but I'm gonna say it this
They're
way.
just, but they are
If this
wrong.
had been
They're
opened up for the entire
fundamentally
LNC to watch and
wrong.
participate, the New Mexico lawsuit would not have happened. If it is allowed to open up now, other lawsuits will be thwarted. I have very little doubt in that. So I think it's a bad idea.
Do we have 10 minutes for this or 15, Mr. Chair?
Let me look on here. It was 15 minutes.
Okay, pardon me. Go ahead.
So those are the concerns. I brought this motion forward.
Now, I don't think Martin really
specifically because I was
cares about
asked,
what the bylaws or what the procedure
to have a
actually
discussion,
is. I have hope
and it
that
was a
Sonia
the
does,
discussion that was
and
had
she's just
offline
misled. I used to
was
say stuff
bring
like
a
this when
policy.
I
I
was
would bring
brand
a
new all the
policy
time
manual
too.
amendment
Everything was a
body to
right.
debate and
Well, it
discuss.
really isn't.
So I did that. I did what I said I was going to do and what I was asked to do. If the body decides they want those meetings to be open to every board member, then the meetings will be open to every board member. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, you've already spoken. Well, both of you already spoken. Mr. Martin.
Yes, thank you. So I'll just be really clear here. A committee recommendation saying we should do this or we should do that is not sufficient for me to make a decision about suing other libertarians. And I'll just concede the chair's point a second ago that he made. If Sunlight and our members knowing what's going on, not just our broad membership, but directors having access to that information would somehow derail it, then it means we didn't have good merits. We didn't have a good reason, right? This is not about confidentiality. That's, in my opinion, a completely hyperinflated nonsense issue. The real issue is exactly as the chair
And it's
said.
about political
There are
maneuvering.
lawsuits against libertarians that would not proceed if everybody had all of the
He's not
information.
talking
or
about
perhaps
New
other
Mexico,
lawsuits
by
that
the
would
way.
proceed if everybody had all the information. Who
He
knows?
has differing
But
standards.
that's the problem, is that we're gatekeeping the information, not from like the general
He's
public,
trying
but
to
from
protect
each other.
Angela McArdle.
Elected representatives whose
We
job
all
it is
know
to
that,
serve the
right?
membership, not the convenience of our administration. Once again, it's very convenient to hold secret negotiations. The last litigation committee, Madam Chair, they met with opposing counsel and with third parties and broke our NDA. And this is all a matter of very public record. They did not inform the committee until one of those people notified us through an email asking why the settlement negotiations they've been having fell apart. This is the kind of misconduct that takes away the confidence that our members need to know that if we're going to do something like this, it's
What's
for
he
good
talking
cause.
about?
And we've all looked at it. They need to be able to trust our decisions, not have us fighting over who's allowed to speak or see what's happening. And I just think if you need that kind of secrecy, it's because you got things to hide. And I'll leave it there,
Thank
just
you,
like
Mr.
the government.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Nikela.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify a comment. When I say unwanted opinions, it's not that I don't value the opinions of my colleagues. It's that when we have a committee who's working on a project or working on something over a length of time, and somebody comes into that committee brand new, there's a whole set of circumstances, history, and explanations that would have to be brought forward to bring that person up to
There's a
speed.
reason
But
to have a specialized committee.
18 people
I can
come
see
in,
both
whatever number of
sides
people,
of
alternates,
this
et cetera,
argument, to
you
be
know, come
honest with
in
you.
to a committee
But I
setting
would come
and try
more on
to
the side
form
of
opinions
they
around
should
just a
be
slice of the
able
pie, not seeing the
to
full
observe,
picture. That is why I think small
or
committees
maybe a
like this are very important and
yeah,
need to
I
be
could
left
see both
alone to
sides
some
of this
degree,
because I know the
trusted,
problems that have been had.
with a very important task. And I'll say that the committee has been nothing but above board. We have real attorneys on the committee. I'm not one of those attorneys, but we have real attorneys on that committee. And I think the
But
committee's made
Martin
great progress
is all in
carrying out
favor
the
of
executive
suing
committee's
New Mexico,
initiative.
but is trying to
Perhaps
protect Angela
what this
McArdle.
LNC
It is
needs is an opportunity
strictly
to sit down
factional. And there
one-to-one
might be
with the
people that are
committee
the other way
on a
around.
committee to
It's all
LNC basis
factional
to
crap,
perhaps go
and the
back and
litigation
explain some
committee
of the
needs to be
backstory
non-factional.
and
That's
actually
the bottom line.
answer questions and things like that. That might be more helpful than the LNC coming in during a slice of the pie and then seeing only one part of the whole. And all the other concerns I had about before as well with leaks and everything else, I think are extremely important to consider. But that's
Thank
all I
you.
got.
Thank you. We
We're
are
at
at our
time, Mr.
15 minutes.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, yes,
Yes.
we're at time,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you.
So we'll move to a vote then. Mr. Secretary, if you want to go ahead and prepare the ballot.
Understood.
Point of order. Sorry.
Yes.
I will be ceding this vote to my alternate.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Shall I take the vote?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Koffel.
No. Sorry, I was waffling.
Mr. Danke.
No.
No. You're asking me?
Yeah, skip. Thank you.
Mr. Hanush.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
No.
Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Neville.
This would be a special rule of order
Nay.
that would require a 2/3 vote, I believe.
Mr. Longstreth.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
I will be voting nay. Mr. Nikela.
I vote nay.
Ms. Nguyen.
No.
They're voting on whether LNC
Mr.
members can
Redpath.
observe
No.
meetings of the litigation committee.
Ms. Robson.
I can argue both sides of this. This would be a real tough one if I was on there because I know the issues.
Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
In isolation, this is an easy yes, but it's not in isolation right now.
Mr. Martin.
Secretary, please note for the record that
Oh, shut the fuck
I
up.
cannot participate in this vote. It is absolutely
Wait, excuse me, we're in the middle of the vote, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin,
vote on
it's
it-
not
to
a
vote on it
monologue,
is
it's a
to
Yes,
vote.
thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Martin,
you. Thank you.
come to order,
Thank you.
please. Mr. Martin has indicated he's not participating.
Ms. Robson,
No.
Mr. McMahon,
Abstain.
Madam Chair, I am allowed to make an express abstention.
No,
and when I
yeah,
express
that doesn't mean you
abstain,
get to, it's not a
I am
speaking
allowed-
abstention.
monologue.
It is
I am
not
allowed
a
to give a
speaking
reason for my
abstention.
abstention.
It's not a
Point
speaking.
of order.
You can make your point of order after we finish the vote. It's almost over.
You're depriving me of my vote.
Would you like to change your vote?
I would like to make a point of order about my ability to abstain.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
Yes,
I believe he did express an abstention.
he did.
Yeah, but he thinks that means a speaking abstention. That's not how it works, you dumbass.
all right. Madam Vice Chair, the vote is 4 ayes, 11 nays, and 2 abstentions.
I will abstain. Thank you. The motion fails.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Members must be allowed to exercise the same rights as other members. And while
You
you may
don't
find
get to
my
debate.
commentary sometimes
Hey man, just want to let you know that
really
sometimes
hampers business, ma'am, when we cannot proceed because
Hey
of
man,
silly
just want to
bickering.
let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
Is eager to resume the gavel, I'm sure. You're welcome to give your commentary during debate, not during a vote.
Exactly.
That is also in the interest
She's
of member rights. So that their votes are not
100%
unduly
correct.
influenced.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that you read up on how that you can give a reason for an abstention.
Order.
No, you can't.
I'm sorry,
You
Mr. Hamish?
fucking
Please call the member to order.
moron.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, please come to order. Mr. Chair, would you like to resume your gavel?
That sounded like a plea.
I also need to plug in
yes.
my computer, so.
Next item on the agenda is a motion to create an ad hoc records and policy manual committee. Mr. Martin. I think I have that. Yes.
I move as written that we create an ad hoc committee. We need to review the minutes. Should I wait for a second before speaking?
No one's stopping you from doing it. Go ahead,
Is there a
Mr.
second?
Martin.
Is there a second?
Second. Who was the second?
Mr. Flores seconds.
Thank you.
Why?
Go ahead.
This is an extremely important item of business. For
You
the
can
last
do that.
year, our committee has basically been
McGee
running
has
dark
gone through everything.
with scattered minutes, which are not being regularly approved. A lot of the members that would be required to vote on them are no longer on the committee, and there is some
They're not required
issue
to.
about
Oh my
collecting these
God.
and making sure that we have records over the last year. This is important, especially for new members. There's things that have already come up in committee before.
The
It's really
secretary
helpful
is
to know
tasked
about
with that,
those.
and I'm confident that
And
Mr.
it's
McGee
not
will
fair
do
to
it.
them if they don't have accurate records available.
Judy,
So my intent
you
with
look
this committee would be to
dehydrated.
go and reconcile the minutes and
Go have a
the
Gatorade.
meetings and make sure that all of the policy manual amendments and other stuff is properly accounted for. It's largely housekeeping, but it's really important because we have a serious problem if we don't have approved minutes for a lot of our decisions. Because if it's ever challenged, something
In
like
court,
that could
are you
become a
gonna
real problem
bring
for
that up
us
again?
in a legal perspective. So I'm hoping that we can kind of clean up the mess from last term.
Oh my God. We need a new bingo card that has Austin Martin threatening
Ms.
courts.
Robson.
Okay, so all I want to say is that we actually have stuff in our, all of our policies and bylaws about this. We have auto approval. we already have those things. If
This
they
is
didn't
dedicated to
happen
Austin Martin.
No, you look like an idiot.
would have loved in previous administrations, that's great. Because they can only, minutes can only be done at meetings, but we have auto approval so long as it's within the certain number of days. Secretary is tasked with all that stuff. I think that having an additional committee to try to deal with that stuff that's already supposed to be happening is kind of silly. So I would be voting against this.
Just my 2 cents. While the secretary has done an amazing job and has actually compiled things that the 3 previous secretaries missed in the policy manual and added them and corrected them, which I think is above reproach. I think he's done an amazing job. I don't see any
Yeah,
harm
he
in the
found a
committee
policy manual
existing
amendment I
and
missed.
doing the thing. That's just my 2 cents. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to correct a bit of misinformation that was, or maybe just a misunderstanding from Ms. Robson. My understanding was that auto approval was not effective because minutes were not posted at the proper time to trigger auto approval provisions, breaking that provision and resulting for the need to pass them in a regular meeting. When they were moved prior to the convention, the committee actually laughed them down.
I will say in my
and,
defense, though,
expressly
the
decided
one
not
policy
to
manual
have any minutes
amendment
for the business.
I
So there is
apparently
a serious
missed
problem
was
about
at
having them.
the
I do hope
meeting
that we can
where
clean it up.
Angela and the rest of the
That's
Mises
my
caucus ambushed
hope.
me to try to
Most
remove
of them
me.
Otherwise, it's possible.
But I'll
And
correct
Pat
one
Ford
thing.
was on
They
board
didn't
with
get
all of
left
that.
out. It was said
I
that
think
they
that's
didn't have enough
somewhat
time to review
understandable.
them,
But
therefore
yeah,
they
if
wanted
I
to
missed
hold
that,
them.
I missed that.
Not laughed down. You might have been laughing them down, but that was the stated reason. Ms. Fintish. I have Ms. Fintish, then Ms. Robson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I appreciated Secretary McGee's work on updating the policy manual. However, I do have some questions regarding it. I want to ask him. They're just out loud questions. And maybe you can inform me, Mr. Chair. I know especially for the December, was it 6th? Yeah, the 6th through 7th, 2025 regular meeting.
She
There's a
should
missing
be
video.
the rep.
And that is not posted online. The part 1 is missing. And so my
Videos aren't
question
required.
is, my
I mean, I
support
like them
of
for
a
Elpedia,
motion like
but
this is based upon the fact that there does seem to be a lot of missing information. And I think it's a lot to put on one person, no matter how amazing Secretary McGee is, and being able to review all of that. So that's why I think something like an ad hoc committee to be able to review those things is necessary, just so that it can be fully looked at. And also, I am curious, do we have a record of that video and where it might be?
I'm verifying right at this minute because I posted them, all of the video.
Yeah, it's been broken for a while. It's part 1.
it's on
So,
Elpedia.
Let me
I
look.
don't know if, yeah.
It's on Elpedia, I believe. I'm looking now too. Well, this will end up showing my screen, but I don't care. Hold on, I'm looking for my mouse. I'm going to look on Elpedia.
It is not there. It is linked, but it is not there. I will dig into the YouTube account to figure out why it's not there.
And if
I
I
don't
could
think
just
we had one video in October that
Part
had
1,
a content
Part
strike
2.
because of
It's right there.
somebody showing pornography.
It's there.
We didn't have the ability to share turned off.
I'm going to
So
tell.
somebody shared their screen and played some hardcore porn that got that video content striked, and it just needs to be, somebody needs to go in and edit out that literally like 3-second clip and then resubmit it. But I do see that part 1 for December 6th is going to a dead link, and I'll dig into that to look to see why that is.
Thank you. I'm just
Worst
saying
case
that
scenario, I
as
did save all the videos, so I
Yeah.
can re-upload them.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, just as support for the ad hoc committee, so that it can be reviewed properly. Thank you.
It was a really awful video, by the way. It was done from, we had somebody who was going to be doing video streaming from it, and it kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed and problems. So we just had Drew, who's on staff, stream it from his little camera off of his laptop. So it's literally just looking at me and Nikayla basically for 2 days. It's fun.
Terrible.
Sorry, didn't mean to hijack. Miss Robson.
Okay, so I just want to say that after what y'all have talked about, I totally take back what I said. I think we should have this committee. I think that we've apparently done a really shitty job of that. So I take back this and I will be voting in favor.
As an update, Karen Ann Harlos just messaged me to let me know that all of the videos are also on LPedia, which is actually our official record, by the way. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote.
I cede to Mr. Phillips.
Understood. Mr. Koppel.
Aye.
Mr. Danke.
I'm gonna pass.
Mr. Phillips.
Aye.
Vice Chair Griffiths.
Aye.
Mr. Hanoush.
I'll abstain.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Nebel.
I abstain.
Mr. Longstreth.
Abstain.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
I will pass. Mr. Nikayla.
I will vote aye.
Ms. Nguyen.
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll vote yes.
Ms. Robson.
Vote yes.
Mr. Shaw.
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Thompson.
He fell off, I do believe.
Oh, my apologies.
Looking, and I don't see his phone number anywhere, so I do believe he fell off.
Understood. All right, then Mr. Danke.
I'll abstain.
I will also abstain.
You abstained under Nikayla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long meeting. All right, Mr. Chair, the vote stands at 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 abstentions.
I'm going to vote yes.
So the final vote is 11 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 abstentions.
Thank you. Next item, motion passes. Actually, one question. Something that I didn't ask you. One second, please.
And I'll say again, Region 1, the roles should be flipped. Sonia is so much more professional. I think she's mistaken when it comes to bylaws, and it's
Mr. Martin,
newbie mistakes.
what's your intention on populating this committee?
Well, Mr. Chair, sorry, let me turn myself on here.
It's not part of the motion.
I don't imagine that I will be in control of the committee or any of its outcomes, so I will leave it up to the discretion of the body. I am willing to serve on this committee if the body so sees fit, and I would be happy to do so, but it's really just about making sure that the records get taken care of.
Since it's an ad hoc committee, is there any objection to the chair filling the committee?
I think it would probably be best optics if it wasn't people from the, if I could just put an
Just
input on
trust
it,
me.
it would be good to have
Just
at
trust me,
least one.
Mr. Martin. Just
Yes,
trust me for once. Thank you.
I can do that.
Okay, I will make the appointments tomorrow morning to the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, sir.
Sometimes it's best just to trust me. I know it's not in your nature, but
If I may, Mr. Chair,
yeah.
I was just going to suggest that it should probably be a mix of
I'm not going to put
people
anybody
who-
that was an officer. I'm not putting myself on the committee.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I just meant like a
You'll be
mix of
fine with
some
it,
who are
trust
there,
me.
some who are not. Yes, sir.
You'll be fine
Thank
with
you.
it. And if you're not, you can bring it up to me. Next item
Thank
on
you,
the
sir.
agenda is item K, policy manual amendment to eliminate the financial standards committee.
Oh, I forgot that was on here. Oh my God, this is such a long meeting. We're
Madam
going
Vice
on
Chair,
5
I'm gonna
hours.
pass the gavel to you again.
Oh boy, so fun last time. All right. Would you like to introduce your motion?
Yes. Item 4K, policy manual amendment to eliminate the financial standards committee.
Oh, this is a
Move to
long
strike
meeting.
financial standards committee from
And I've
section
got
103.
hundreds of people watching on
Committees,
Twitter. My
committee
God.
appointments, and to strike section 104.
You guys are
committee scope and
heroes.
responsibilities. 9, financial standards committee.
My dog is sound
Review
asleep.
of FSC.
Lucy.
Is there a second?
She raised her eyebrows.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath. All right, discussion?
May I speak to my motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this was a knee-jerk reactionary thing, and I actually spoke against it before I was on the LNC at the May 20, whatever year that was, meeting in Grand Rapids, the LNC in-person meeting. Prior to being on the committee, I spoke against it at the time as something that hamstrings staff. This requires anything over $600 to go through the financial standards committee for their approval. The intent was to prevent massive rogue spending. What it does is it prevents staff from being able to do something that they raised money for or was within the budget, but wasn't expressly described for that purpose, but was budgeted for it. Staff has had this happen numerous times. They had it happen numerous times last year. The important thing that I think the original intent of the committee was to monitor spending to prevent
Embezzlement?
like I said, wild unreported spending. With the audit committee that will be populated by Friday, I think the audit committee doesn't have to be something that is only serving to produce an audit for the convention, which is in 2 years. We're not populating the audit committee today to produce an audit report to be presented to the body at convention. We're populating the audit committee now to be monitoring the inflow and outflow to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on. So I'd like to untie the hands of our staff to be able to make decisions to do things, and to be able to move rapidly and quickly to do those things when they're already, money has already been raised for a project or something like that. I'll give an example. We had a series of videos created for candidate training. The money was already raised, but it was denied by the FSC and had to come back to the full board to vote again. And it was a time delay when the money had already been raised to do the thing. It wasn't the Financial Standards Committee saying, making a political statement. It was them saying, well, we don't think the money should be spent on this. So, Mr.
That's not the job of the FEC.
I yield. Sorry.
That, I mean, FSC, that then
Thank you,
was
Madam Vice
ultra
Chair.
virus.
Is it the chair's intention to have the audit committee? I mean, he basically stated it, but is the intention to have them to form some kind of structure where the audit committee would be maybe not? I don't know what the advising role would be specifically, but in some capacity, look over the books and make sure that things are above board and that they're accounted for within the budget and yada, 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 yada. Essentially the spirit of what the Financial Services Committee was originally designed to do.
Mr. Chair, would you like to respond to that?
Sure. Yeah, I think the audit committee isn't about approving the expenses, but accounting for the expenses. We also have a comptroller through our bookkeeping company that monitors all of that. And we have a third party who is managing the books, and it gets reported to the treasurer, and the treasurer oversees it with staff and then makes that report. So there's a lot of checks and balances that go into following the money. But like I said, it was a knee-jerk reaction to stop the spending of the money first. And sometimes that is very damaging.
I would like you to try to open up a call center in Delaware at least once a quarter, just to pressure test
right.
the committee.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Hanush.
Thank you. I
That
actually
was
think
good.
that we need to keep this committee because we do need financial oversight because of the what has happened in the past.
The embezzlement?
And hopefully to stop it from happening in the future. I don't think this is I don't think any time's the right time to not have financial oversight. I don't think they should be, I get the issues, and I don't think the financial service or whatever committee should be overriding the LNC. That should not be a thing. So if that's an issue, we need to get rid of that line item and their authority. But as far as just things going for transparency reasons, I think it's a good thing. So there's no one just making a unilateral decision to spend $4,000 a month for something. And so I would like to see multiple members' eyes on financial transactions.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath.
Yes,
I'm
I
turning
would like
into
to
a
speak in
pumpkin.
favor of this motion. I was on this committee. I think we have Doug Nebel as treasurer now. We have Steve Dasbach as executive director. I think we're good. I think this is a layer of bureaucracy that is not needed and can really slow things down. And really, I was on this committee. It really didn't accomplish much. So I really do favor this motion. I don't think we will financially suffer, and I think we will be able to move more quickly for needs that really need to be addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, Ms. Fintish.
Yeah, can you remind me, Madam Vice Chair, is it $600 is the cap? That anything needs to be reviewed above that? Or I could ask Mr. Chair.
You could also ask the chair. Yes, I think so, but I'll let him confirm. Yes.
Yeah, so I would be, I'm not voting on this, but I would feel in favor of keeping something like this, but maybe if someone had an amendment or something about raising that threshold, because here in Oregon, as chair, I have a $500 threshold, right, where I have to go and get permission, get it reviewed and all that. So $600 seems pretty low, especially for with how much money the LNC will spend at a time. So I understand the need for it. I would, support someone raising that threshold though, in order to keep it.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Chair, if you'll allow it, Madam Chair. I'll first just say, I think it's important that we all kind of live under the same rules. And, I was concerned when I saw this at first that it was like, oh, well, rules for thee, but none for me. But hearing where it's coming from, it seems like that might not really be the case. I do agree that, I kind of can see both sides of this. There's a value in having some good, like, safeguards against people who run away with their power on the one hand. On the other hand, a party has to be able to respond quickly, intelligently, get the bills paid, and be reliable. So it's kind of a difficult balance. I think the question for Mr. Chair is, do you feel, and maybe it's a clarification on the motion, it sounds like what we're doing is we're having the audit committee take over this functionality. Is there perhaps a way that we could get the audit committee to maybe like report on some things maybe more often, or take a more active role in oversight to help make sure that we get the level of financial oversight we want, but it doesn't function as a barrier? Would that be something that might help some of the other members maybe find some agreement on this? I guess I should ask, are you open to
I'm just waiting to be recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you may respond.
That is actually my intent. I want the audit committee to be providing reports regularly, monthly, quarterly, something where they're actually looking through the spending and giving those reports as a separate to the financial reports that we're getting from the treasurer and also through our accounting firm. But that's what I want the audit committee to be doing, to be independent from us, to look at that and to be that safeguard, but not the barrier. I can tell you, if I may elaborate, Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
we just came up against it because we don't have a financial standards committee. And that's why me and Dosbach are going alone to Freedom Fest on our own dime. So we can't just approve things. So we just said, screw it. We're just going to go. Those are things that happen.
Say hello to McCardle for me. Give her my
that should
regards.
be in the normal course of doing things. If a piece of software that you only need for 2 months is less than $600, but is $600 for the year, but we need the piece of software today to do a thing, it either has to be paid for out of the chair's pocket, because he's such a wonderful dude, or you have to wait for the Financial Standards Committee to approve it because it's over $600 for the year as a service, even though we're not going to keep
the
it for the full year.
offshore call
So,
centers.
it's just
we had a
barrier
problem
of approval. It's a level of bureaucracy that we would want to kill if it was a township advisory board, when there's already an outside audit that is done. I would like to see them doing
I'm
more
not in favor of this.
than just preparing the audit report for convention.
I'm not
I'd
in
like
favor
them
of
to
this.
be providing information to the full
we
board
saw what happened
without a filter on a regular basis.
Not in
I
favor.
don't know if monthly would be fair to say to them, but at the minimum quarterly. I'd love to see monthly.
It's not in the policy
but
manual
that's what
as
I would
their
like to
duties.
see.
You can say what you'd like to
Chair,
see,
if I could-
but unless
if I
you're
could
transferring
offer-
that
if
duty to the
Mr.
audit
Chair
committee
agrees
and the
that
policy
this is a
manual.
good idea, perhaps I could offer just a simple amendment to say, request the audit committee to provide quarterly reports in taking over the duties of FSC without the approval. You don't have to spell all that out, obviously, but
You need to
would that
spell
be
it all
amended,
out
or
if
is
it's
that
going to be in the
necessary?
motion.
I don't think it would be in order to amend this to say that for within the policy manual. I think it would need to be a separate thing. And Mr. Martin, I'm happy to workshop this with you, and then I will kick it off as an email ballot if that would work.
I'm open to that. I'll let you guys decide how. Thank you for sharing and for your candor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this? Right.
Lower your hand, Mr. Martin.
Move to a vote, Mr. Secretary.
Oh my God, we're at 5 hours.
Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
I like to sleep.
Yes. Here we go. Mr. Koffel.
Aye.
Mr. Danke.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Flores.
to Mr. Phillips?
He seceded to me. So yes.
I'd be a no on this, to be honest with you.
Mr. Hanoush.
No.
We're not
Ms.
that
Hayes.
far out from the
Yes.
embezzlement.
Ms. Hogarth.
Since we no longer have an incompetent thief as a chair, definitely yes.
Treasurer Nebel.
I vote aye.
Mr. Longstreth.
Aye.
Mr. Martin.
I will abstain.
I will vote aye.
Mr. Thompson is back, but he's back. Just FYI.
I saw. Give me a second so I can rename him.
I'll rename him.
Okay, we can go ahead. All right, Mr. Kayla.
I abstain.
I'm scritching Lucy.
Miss Wynn.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Miss Robson.
Yes.
Mr. Shaw.
I'm going to abstain on this one.
Mr. Thompson.
Abstain.
Mr. McMahon. Sorry, Chair McMahon.
Because I'm chair, I'm going to abstain too.
All right, Madam Vice Chair, the vote stands at 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 5 abstentions.
I'll vote in favor.
So the final vote is 12 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 abstentions.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you.
Passing the gavel back.
Yes, I
I'm
am.
taking the gavel back.
Well, yeah, I don't think I can pass.
Mr. Shaw, you have a point of information.
It's actually a point of personal privilege. It's getting almost midnight. We've been at this for almost 5 hours. I'm kind of wondering if
please
you'd
We have one
entertain a
item
motion
left.
to adjourn
We have
and
one.
push the further business to old business for next meeting.
We have one item left. I mean, if you're making a motion to adjourn, it's always in order and not debatable. Are you making a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second? 1, 2, 3. Dies for lack of second.
Wah, 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 wah.
Next item is policy manual amendment. Other matters, email, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay. So yes, this has to do with the fact that there have been folks that have been, sorry, I will introduce my motion, which
What
is
is the motion?
essentially to allow the chair to direct staff to block someone who has been spamming from using that particular forum with a majority vote of the LNC that can be reversed, and the chair must notify the LNC within 24 hours of making such a direction.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
All right.
Would you like to speak to
Yes, I
your-
would. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm turning something off. All right. So this came about, and
As you
I'll
could tell,
break the
I'm like-
mystery right now. So this happened offline. There was a discussion where the chair said that someone should be able to, or someone should make a motion that essentially says, all right, the chair can direct staff to block a user, that particular email, from using that particular form. And so folks workshopped a motion.
They're just
So
gonna
I'm introducing
use
this with
another email
guardrails
address.
because it can very easily be abused.
This
can
get it.
only affect the use of the contact the LNC mass form.
It's not gonna
right. So this cannot be
It's
used.
given them the
to
attention
disallow
they
someone
want.
from writing to the LNC. or any member of the LNC from their
Individual
personal
LNC
email
members,
address. The
they
chair also
can,
needs to tell the LNC within 24 hours of that happening, and the LNC can overturn that with the majority vote at any time. It also can't be indefinite, so there needs to be a particular time period specified.
I'm not sure
Based on
how
the
I
fact
feel
that
about this.
we do get spam from folks using that, and because especially inboxes can get very cluttered very quickly, depending
Buzzpower
on
at
how many emails you're getting
yahoo.com,
per day, and that might
perhaps?
vary with office. This seems like a reasonable thing, and so hoping that the body would entertain it and vote yes.
Since my name was invoked,
Yes.
I asked for it to
Libertarian
be
green tea.
workshopped because we had somebody who sent over 30 emails through the contact form. None of them substantial, none of them really engaging. It was just spamming us. And I thought I could just have staff turn it off. And then I thought about it and I said, no, there needs to be a transparent process for that so that it isn't abused. So that, there has to be something to say, hey guys, I did this thing. And if you don't like it, you can overrule me on it, but this is why. You all received those emails. You know exactly which ones I'm talking about. And it's not the first time that's happened. We got inundated with it last term as well. I know that there are specific people who think this is targeting them.
Oh, so it's not about that.
However hostile that those people may be,
This is
or
about
mean or
spam.
cruel or whatever,
Okay.
or say bad things, mean, hurtful things. This isn't for them. That's not spam. They're engaging the board, whether it's
Okay.
genuine or not, or what have you. They're actually engaging the board. This is specifically for people who are spamming. With that, I shouldn't be debating, but because she said my name, I wanted to say why I asked for it to be workshopped. I've got Mr. Martin, Mr. Redpath, Ms. Robson, Mr. Shaw, and then Ms. Fintish. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the approach on this, and that it at first glance is a little more concerning, but it's pretty clear that it's aimed at dealing with this actual spam problem. But on the other hand, I would just say, just at least to be a contrarian, don't think we need a particular policy on this. I think we could just act as a committee when needed, and for the most part it's really not a huge problem. I mean, there is somebody that has sent some annoying messages through the contact form that doesn't seem to understand how politics works very well, and I think other than just making fun back end jokes about it and everything, we could have just asked her to stop. And if she didn't, I'm pretty sure the committee could take action kind of on a case by case basis.
Wasn't me. I
think
don't
this
use
is
the
really
contact form.
necessary. But I also don't want to characterize it as some kind of a huge threat. I don't see how it could easily become that, but it's a slippery slope. Any policy can be abused or reinterpreted later. So I tend to be a little conservative on rulemaking. So I appreciate the spirit in which it's brought. And I do see that the intent is not necessarily to suppress voices. I just think there's probably a diplomatic way that we could handle, things like that without making a rule like this or resorting to an immediate block. But that's my piece. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Redpath.
I move the previous question.
Thank you.
There's like 4 people that want to speak.
I
You're
still
allowed
move the
to do
previous
that.
question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Moving the previous question. Is there a second? Dies for a lack of
Someone,
second. Ms.
please.
Robson.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Okay, so on this particular thing, I know who we're talking about. I think we can just ignore silly people that spam us with silly things when they're completely delusional and have, in my opinion, mental issues. But that's just my own thing. I don't think we need this. I'm sorry. but I don't. I think that we can just ignore strange people that send us spam messages. I don't think we need a thing on that. And I think that it could be used improperly in the future to say that we, will take people, get rid of people that shouldn't be. So, yeah, I'm against this, and that's it. And I'm sorry, I'm tired. And
Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I mean, looking at something like this, the thing that's before us today doesn't seem like it's a large enough problem to implement a rule that theoretically, in some odd scenario, some future LNC could possibly abuse to basically shut down dissent in some way. Now, I realize that the particular way this is written would be difficult, but maybe it would be one piece of like several other things that could get added on a little at a time here, a little at a time there. So I'm gonna oppose it. I don't think it's a big enough problem to really make a standing rule over. Thanks.
Ms. Fintish.
I was going to say that there is a way from your desktop, your PC, or your laptop to create filters in your Outlook in order to kind of get those things out of the way so it doesn't clutter our inboxes. I strongly suggest using those in general. But yeah, on principle, it's another rule. I get it. Like, and I don't think the intent is nefarious. But again, yeah, not to bring up slippery slope all the time, but it is like one of that like slow trickle of rules that add up that could be wielded against a different LNC or wielded by them. So I don't think we need more rules. We should be kind of principled against that sort of bureaucratic stuff, as I've said a bunch of times already. But yeah, you should definitely check out how to make
Actually,
your own
a
filters in
voluntary
Outlook. I think you just
society
deal with
is
a lot of these
going to
issues.
have
And
a
I get it,
lot
it's
of
annoying.
voluntary rules.
Correction for you, Ms. Fintish.
That's what
you can't
keeps
actually
it
filter it out because the emails
civil.
come from info@lp.org. Yep, you can't filter them out. And I get hundreds of emails a day, and I'm looking for
You're like, I've
important things.
tried.
So, and it gets, I actually missed an email from our attorney because there were 3 emails from that person in a 45-minute period. So,
Okay, well then I'll withdraw that, but I will say we do have the ability to scroll. How about that?
yeah, fair. Miss Leatherman, then Miss Wynn, and then Redpath.
Right. So I'm just going to say, like, I understand the concern here that, okay, so we say that we should be able to block spam at some point, like some future LNC might say, hey, this person who's asking us lots of questions, they're kind of annoying. I think their emails kind of constitute spam, right? Because they send them frequently enough that, we could, yeah, we can block them, right? So I understand the concern here, but at the same time, like, so we want our members to be able to make their voices heard. However, like,
Oh my
if
God, this is
certain
going on
people
5
are
hours.
abusing the
Oh, it's
contact the
over 5
LNC
hours.
form to the point that our inboxes are being
There's
filled
more
with just
people
useless
watching
junk,
than
then we end
before.
up
My God.
that ends up infringing on members' rights because we're missing important emails if every time we open our LNC emails we're having to sift through dozens of possibly dozens of junk emails. So I don't see the harm in having this rule on the books. As long as it's transparent, there is a mechanism for reversing it. I think, yeah, I don't think it's a problem to have.
Thank you. Ms. Wynn?
So originally, I thought that the executive director should have just been able to use his discernment to decide what emails to block and to not block through the website. But I appreciate the oversight of this motion, and I'm going to be in favor of it. I work a lot, and I'm going to be doing a lot of work on this LNC, and anything that helps my workflow, which means not having to delete a lot of spam emails, if that can be stopped in some way, then that helps me be more productive. So I am in favor of this.
I just want to say, I don't think it would be appropriate for the executive director to make unilateral decisions on what emails go to the board and which ones don't. Just FYI. Mr. Redpath, then Ms. Hayes, then Mr. Hanush. Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Ms. Nyan. I apologize if I mispronounced that. We have we are the main bulwark in this nation against the Republican and Democratic parties. We have serious business to do here. I've had enough of these farcical emails that come in that fill our inbox. Enough. All right, this is a very reasonable rule against spam that's filling our inboxes. We're all busy. We have lives to lead. Some of us are still employed, but even if we're not, we have serious responsibilities to lead to a freer nation through the Libertarian Party. This is a very reasonable rule to end the frivolous emails that fill our inboxes. So please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath, Ms. Hayes, and then Mr. Hanush.
Hi, yeah, I just have two things here. So just like on principle, you know, who gets to define what spam is, right? I get it. It can be annoying, but having a public office and having a form on a website, this is the name of the game. It just is. I manage a ton of websites and a ton of social media. There's going to be spam. Even if we pass this, we're not going to get rid of it, right? They'll just get smarter and come up with more emails. So that's a separate note. On the one that we know we're talking about, but nobody is saying, I just have a question for the officers. Has anyone spoken to this person? Has anyone? Okay. And so are we like, okay, if you've spoken to her, I would love to just chat with you on that because I don't disagree with like her main point.
I responded to an email and said, we can't help you with this. Please stop. And got like
Chuck, you've said that before on Third Party Watch.
I have some folks that like kind of do that here locally. They're clearly not like fully under our banner, but we can agree on one thing. And sometimes they just want like 30 minutes to talk at me, right? And I know it's annoying, but then they go away after that. So that I was just trying to uncover if anyone
I don't
had
have
given
that time.
No, I know, but I would take that off your plate if it meant she'd go away, but I wanted the background. So maybe we can chat.
Now I want to see these emails.
Mr. Hanush, then Ms. Robson.
Thank you. I hesitate to use the term common sense, but this is a pretty common sense thing that we're proposed here, and I think we all kind of I think we all agree on this one.
I'm getting dark
person that is
circles
spamming
around
us,
my eyes
and
from
maybe
this
it is
meeting.
3 tomorrow and 5 the next day and 10 the next. I would like someone to be able to turn off that switch at least temporarily for 24 hours. And if someone abuses that, we should make a motion to get rid of that person, in my opinion. So we have checks and balances in place for a reason. This shouldn't be a factional issue of, you know, if someone's abusing something, then we hold them accountable. Anyway, y'all get my point. I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
I just want to give a piece of information to the board real quick. There had been a person who most of you who've been on the board will know who this person is, sends really lengthy articles to us in LP
Not me.
News. They had been blocked from submitting from LP News because they were sending crazy, really long, kind of out there kind of stuff. And as chair, when I found out about that, I said, listen, they're a member. Yes, their stuff is crazy and outlandish, and we're never going to publish it, but let's not block them from being able to send it because who knows, the next thing they send might be golden.
Mr. Chair, can you please confirm immediately for the board that this was not me?
It was
Or me.
It wasn't me. I've never submitted to LP News.
It was on her birthday.
I've never submitted to LP News.
So just so that is known, like the reason why you're getting emails from that person again is because I unblocked them. So sorry.
We're at time, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
We are.
By 3 hours. Sorry, I tried to do it with a straight face. I couldn't.
We'll move to a vote. Mr. Secretary.
Okay, that was funny.
Seriously, my hand was up before you talked, Evan. So why do I not? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. So why do I not get to
You
talk?
are actually right. I'll recognize you. Go ahead, Ms. Robson.
You already spoke twice, Mimi.
So I'm just going to say that, this is like so weird. Yes, this particular person we're talking about, I think has, issues, but it's not that hard to get rid of those emails by deleting them. And we're doing a weird thing where we're saying that we've decided that this particular person is horrible. So how do we decide that? I am absolutely
By a
going to
majority
be voting
vote,
no
that
on this
was already
because
said. I don't even
really
have an
weird
opinion
for
on
us
this, to
to
be honest with
decide
you.
that.
I just delete
I'm
it.
sorry, I had my
I
hands up.
just delete it.
People didn't want to listen to me. But, like other people you're talking about, like there's a person in California who's running for, I don't know what office at this point. He spams us all the fucking time, all the time. And we can't get rid of him. He's the bigger spammer. How hard is it to just delete emails that you don't want to watch or listen to?
That's
So
the
this
person
is
I
just
unblocked
really
from LP News, by the way.
Not that I wonder why you care,
you
but
know
it's
what I'm saying.
live.
Yeah,
But
I know
right,
exactly what
so
you're talking
It's
about.
about to kill
why would
me,
we do this? I mean,
but
it's
it's
so
live.
easy to just delete and not look at it. And this could truly become an issue where we do
Pray for
make
me.
this a partisan thing.
Pray
And
for
it
me.
could
May God
truly
have
be a thing.
mercy
And
on all
this
of our
particular
souls.
person we're talking about in this particular
Pray
case
for us, Mother Mary,
doesn't appear to be a
now
libertarian.
and in the hour of our
But
death.
maybe she is. And maybe the next person is, and we decide they're just as bad. So why do we have to do this? So I'm sorry. I just had to.
Okay, let's go.
I really wanted to talk about this, and thank you.
Yeah, Chuck's watching this on like
Call
4
roll.
different streams.
Mr. Kaufman,
Last motion. I don't even know how I'd vote on this. I'm too fried to even know how I'd vote on this. But I think
Mr.
Amy
Dankey.
spoke 3 times. And you've said like the same points.
Proceed to Ms. Longstreth. I'm sorry, Leatherman. Howard.
I will vote yes.
Mr. Flores,
Lucy's like,
Abstain.
when are we going to bed? It's a dog, in case anyone
Vice Chair
doesn't
Griffiths.
know.
But yes.
Mr. Hanush,
Yes.
I'm going to change the title,
Hayes.
Chuck.
I'm going to say no.
Ms. Hogar,
No.
Treasurer
You won't
Neville,
let me change it midstream.
I vote aye.
Mr. Longstreth,
No.
Mr. Martin,
Absolutely not.
I'm going
I
to
got to
pass.
change that
Mr.
title.
Michaela,
I don't know if I could do it
I
on my
vote-
phone, though.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
Let me go to YouTube.
Mr. Redpath.
Well, I don't know if
Yes.
I can change it on Twitch.
Ms. Robson,
100% no.
Is this not passing? It's
Shaw.
not going to pass.
No.
They could always bring this motion
Mr.
anyway
Thompson.
without having a policy. Yeah, I'd be a no. I've convinced myself I'd be a no. But I'm sure Mr. Nasty emailer
not
that
here.
got forwarded to the
Oh.
LNC email list is happy to know
all right.
this isn't about him. And it's definitely not about me.
Yeah, he fell off.
I will vote aye. So,
Oh,
Mr.
well,
Chair, the vote stands at 7 ayes, 7 nays, and 2 abstentions.
wait, this would be a standing rule?
Since it's not clear, since the body is divided on it, I'm going to vote no.
Yeah, because I'm not even sure whether this would require a 2/3 vote.
So the final vote is 7 ayes,
I don't
8
think it
nays,
would.
and 2 abstentions.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
If it's the end of the
Okay, we have a
agenda,
motion to adjourn. Any
if
objection?
it's the end of the agenda,
What about
you
my
adjourn.
motion to extend time by 4 hours?
Second.
Be
Move
our
to amend
guest.
to 8 instead of 4.
Yes.
All
I
those in
move to
favor, all
amend
those
to
in favor
eternity.
of adjournment, say aye.
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 I
Aye.
All those
Here.
opposed say nay. We are adjourned at 12:09 a.m.
Oh my God.
We did it, guys.
Eastern time.
12:09 for you.
We
It's only
made it.
11:09 for
As
me.
as a reminder, we'll stay open for the next 10 minutes. Go ahead and kill the recording.
Recording stopped.
Thank you guys
Yay.
so much.
Keep the meeting open for the
I
next 10
know
minutes.
that you guys, a lot of you didn't agree with me about the crazy lady, but you can't do that just because there's a crazy
So
lady.
I reached out to her and asked to please stop because I did. I missed an email from our attorneys because there were like 3 or 4 emails from her. And it's after we'd already received 20, and they're incoherent ramblings about please, you know what
No,
they say.
she's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
No, she's truly fucking
And
crazy.
the
Except
reason
she
why
is
hold
truly
on.
fucking crazy.
The reason why I asked Amanda to workshop this was because
Okay,
when
I'm
I was in
gonna
a staff
be
meeting and we were talking
leaving this
about it,
meeting. The meeting is over.
it came up
I have to get up early in the morning.
and it was
Plus,
just
I wanted
something
you
that I
all.
could do. And I said,
Let's see.
I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'd like
Leaving the meeting. Okay, let's go back to this main screen right here. Okay, yeah, that's it. All right, I look like I've been ridden hard and put away wet, man. I'm freaking tired after a 5-hour LNC meeting. But I've had some people ask about the new sound effect. So I'm going to play that and then I'll come back, wish you all a good night. But this is what I extracted from a TikTok stream.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Austin Martin, sometimes you just gotta shut the fuck up, dude. Okay. I'm going to bed. And I hope y'all are going to bed. And there will, as Chuck said, I'm addicted to live streaming, so there will be probably something coming soon. But I would encourage you all to check out yesterday's show on the Mises Caucus. And I did a non-live update, which is the latest on the Brian Harpool versus Candace Owens defamation case, because I do a lot of legal updates, believe it or not. That's like my other niche. But have a good night. Mi guapas de libertad.
You gotta take what you're given, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they politicians and choose to be an accountant because it's safe in a business, not because they want to